2 days into the ECS resuming, and it has been great to watch from a distance, but I'm back here and I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of new teams to the competition as well today, as well as Fighters CC. They're up first. They are former finalists. How will they go this time around? I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. It is day 3 here in the FanCode ECS Portugal. 11 teams battling it out over 2 weeks for that title. And I tell you what, this Santarem cricket ground, it looks in as good a shape as I've ever seen. I just arrived last night. I've been watching like everyone else for the last 2 days, watching the teams battle for supremacy. And like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing a couple of new teams I haven't seen before today. Well, first up, we have match 11. This is a match between Fighters Cricket Club. They're taking on the Lisbon Super Giants. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters, the tournament referee. He's got the 2 captains.
Your call.
Head.
Head is the call. And that is a tail.
We will have ball first.
So the news from the toss is that Mandeep Singh, the Fighters skipper, he has won the toss and elected to field first. So Fighters have seen a little bit of them before on the network, and normally pretty exciting. Mandeep Singh himself, he is a very, very talented player, particularly with the bat, but sometimes takes a little while to get going. Expect to see him at the top of the order for his side. Look, Fighters, I remember they made that impressive run all the way to the finals some time ago. Maybe don't have that kind of personnel this year, but I think they'll be pretty competitive. Lisbon Super Giants, well, congratulations to them on their ECN debut. And look, I don't think they would have planned on batting first. It means that they'll be put under the microscope early. And, well, I think they've got a couple of players who would like to make a bit of a name for themselves at the top of the order. And let's see if they'll be able to do that in a few moments' time. Let's talk about the conditions today in Portugal. A little bit hazy first up, and there is this kind of dew factor for now, but I'm expecting a pretty nice day. It's going to be about 26 degrees currently. It is around about 11 to get this one started. So without further ado, let's get moving here. Match 11 is on the way. Fighters have won the toss and they have inserted LSG. Well, here's the man. He's been doing really, really well holding up the fort over the last couple of days while I made my way over from Spain. I know it took a while, Rico, but it wasn't on foot, I promise you. Let's get ready for the start of the day. Day 3 on the way. Match 11. Fighters winning the toss and bowling. Over to you. Let's get ready for a great day of cricket.
Hello, good morning, and it's lovely to see Mr. Maximo has finally made it. It's lovely to see that pitch out there as well. A little bit hazy and a little bit of mist early on, but that dew will soon clear away, and we will have another very fine, clear day. In fact, already the cloud is burning away, and we're getting ready for the cricket to begin. Just have a quick recap of what we had yesterday. Indian Royals took on Punjab CC of Amdora. Indian Royals just couldn't get their batting to click yesterday, could they? There was an easy win by 10 wickets for Punjab CC Amdora, and it was Saeed Ali Naqvi who was the player of the match in that one for his fine bowling spell. Then we had the Gurkha 11 up against the Indian Royals. Gurkha 11, 129 for 7. Hardeep Singh, 49 of 15 balls with the player of the match in that one. Also took 1 for 9. A good win by 27 runs for the Gurkha 11. And next up, we saw Punjab CC Amdora against the Lisbon Capitals, and so far Punjab CC Amdora, things were going well for them. This was an amazing game because after being 20 for 4 of 5 overs, somehow they managed to get to 101 for 5, and it was Umar Mohammed player of the match performance from him, 60 not out of 20 deliveries. It's quite amazing, and Lisbon Capitals were 80 for 7, so a good win by 45 runs for the Punjab CC. Finally, then we saw Gurkha come into action in match number 9. Gurkha 116 for 6. But Lisbon Capitals, they came back from the disappointment to win a thrilling match. Amir Dar was sensational, 85 for 37. He obviously got the player of the match award. Penalty runs against Gurkha there, but made it even easier for the Lisbon Capitals. And the final match, number 10, Gurkha 11 came back with a bang. They put 120 on the board thanks to Azim Johnny's 40 not out of 25. He got the player of the match award in that one, as Punjab CC of Amdora finished but just 10 runs short. So it was an exciting day of cricket, plenty of runs being scored, and well, today promises to be just as exciting. This is how the table looks at the moment. Punjab CC Amdora on net run rate sitting pretty at the top, but two other teams, Marlow and Gurkha, on the same number of points. Irish later on today, they'll have an opportunity to try and maybe finish at the top of the table if they can win all the matches that they have to play today. Two of them coming up, but Fighter CC and Lisbon Supergiants, they're the two teams that we're going to see in action here now. Fighter CC, they haven't had a good run in European cricket, have they? The last time that we saw them, they did not win a match. In fact, they had a lot of issues with their batting. On 4 occasions, they were unable to even get to a score of 50. Their highest score in the European Cricket Series so far is 79. So let's hope, or they will be hoping, that they have got their batting to click for this series. And Lisbon Supergiants, well, they're making their debut, so best of luck to a team that are playing their first European Cricket Series. The umpires, Naeem Akhtar and Paula Butsamatsi, have made their way out into the middle. Let's get ready to join them and the action. And once again, the Fighters winning the toss and decided to take the field. So we're going to see the Lisbon Supergiants, and then let's see how many runs they can put on the board. Of course, they will know about the issues that the Fighters have had with the bat. So I think once again, they'll be looking to get to that 100 score. Scores so far, though, in this series have been good. I think what we have seen is that the wickets, the newly laid pitch, has played really well. Plenty of bounce in it. And the outfield is very fast as well. So if anything gets past the fielder, normally it does go all the way. Quick chance to have a look at the two squads. And here we are, ready for the action to begin. Thank you for joining us wherever you are around the world. I think it's going to be another thrilling contest. Thrilling 5 matches coming your way. And good morning to crew 111 already. Andrew Hogan is in the chat. And also Mahendra Reddy. Good morning, everybody. And well, let's hope that we're going to have more action, entertainment and drama. And a little bit of comedy as well, why not, as we have had in the 2 days of cricket here so far. It's been absolutely thrilling. And of course, it's going to be fantastic because the Maximo is in the house as well. He'll be joining me later as we get ready for the start of the first ball. Umpire Naeem Akhtar just giving the left-handed batter his guard. And once again, here we are at the Santarem cricket ground. What a beautiful ground it is, about an hour outside of Lisbon. Here's the first ball. Bat versus ball. And it's going to be a wide to start off with, and I think the bowler pretty quickly will be told that he's not supposed to be running right in front of the umpire. Here we go. The umpire. I'm liking that. That's good from Naeem Akhtar. Just reminding the bowler where he needs to be. And the bowler says, okay, I got it. And let's see if he does. So, Baljinder Ram. Well, a little bit, but it's a big wide ball this time. So Ram struggling to get his line right here. It's understandable, don't forget, like all the other teams, I'm guessing that this is the first time that Fighters CC and Lisbon Supergiants have played any cricket this year. They may have had some indoor nets. This one is okay, but he's still running right in front. Right in front of the umpire. So let's watch where he ends up. See, he shouldn't be there at all. And I think the umpire has already had a word with him once. I think if he does it one more time, you could see him actually maybe giving him a proper official warning. Let's see. Now, this one has been hit pretty well. But, well picked up. One hand pick up by the fielder. So, just a single. That's Guswak Singh. And the bowler. It might be a little bit easier for him now that he's going to be bowling to like the right-hander. Liking the kits here of both the teams. You see the Fighters with the black and a bit of the turquoise blue on the front. And interesting choice of colours, I have to say, for the Lisbon Supergiants. Not not usual that you see a splash of white on the kit. It could be interesting when they're in the field. I get the feeling that those sleeves will have to be rolled up. Ram now to bowl to Saman. Once again, he runs right across. Come on, umps, get a hold of him. Get a hold of him, have a word. And it looks like he's going to have a chat with him. Stay off the pitch, Sunshine. Stay off the pitch, or you're going to get in trouble. And he's putting his arms up and saying, what, I don't know what I'm doing. Suman Buwick. Pad, but I think he's going right down the leg side. And the batter's quick to cross. The Harpreet Atri go back and strike. Hello to Ivan B and Mahendra already in the chat, saying good mornings to each other. Good morning to everybody. Just moving the field around here once more. Just big swing. Does get a fair bit of carry through. Got wheels, hasn't he? If he hits the seam, the ball really takes off. Runs so far before the start of today. I told you there'd been plenty of runs being scored. 2,254. Be one of those series. And total number of wickets, 87. So more wickets yesterday than the day before. But yeah, I mean, on this surface, the runs galore. Just a little bit too quick here, I think, for the batter, Harpreet Atri. Very late on this. And this one is down the leg side, but look where he's going as well. I mean, if the ball is pitching there, if you're moving the other way, you're taking a wide. So, end of the over. It was a fiery little one, wasn't it? 4 runs come from it. And so far, the batters haven't really been able to get used to the bounce on this pitch, I'm saying. Struggling with the pace. Harpreet Atri and Suman Bumnik. Paolo Buttamati, good morning to you, bowler. Now at the bowler's end, the umpire. Time to see now Mandeep Singh with the ball. Oh, that's a beauty. What a lovely delivery that is. Gets this in the slot and then late movement away. Good swing. That's good signs for a bowler. Get the ball on the right slot. It's not a good one for the batter. Oh, well, this one could be out. It should be out. It will be out. And Mandeep, after seeing the swing that he's got in the first ball, he thought, right, okay, if I get it there, right up there, he's sort of aiming at leg stick. He gets the movement away. That is going to clash into middle and off. And that's the first wicket. And it will be Suman Bumnik. That will have to go. And he goes for 1 off the 4 balls that he faces. Very well bowled. And you just know, don't you, as a bowler, if you get one that in the right slot like that, that moves away. It's on the first ball. If your first ball comes out right, you think, okay, I'm on song here today. And he gets that one in the right area and beautifully bowled and gets the wicket. And probably a straightforward decision there from Paolo Buttamati. Fine bit of bowling. So I'm liking the look of Mandeep already. As the new batter comes in to take guard, and he's there because of this one. Just, yeah, there's no way. I mean, you can see the head as well. It's nowhere near it. Okay. New batter. It's a sort of a slow motion shot. So there's that movement again from Mandeep. And Raj Prakar just, yeah, I mean, he's so slow on this, but the batter. A little bit rusty is probably the word I'd use. From the Lisbon Supergiant so far with the bat. That's that delivery, that's right on the money again. That was the one that was too hot to handle from Suman. It's another swing and miss. He's just playing down a complete wrong line here. See the batter, Raj, he's not moving his body at all. He's just playing the shot from where he stood. It's like he's rooted to this artificial surface, if that were possible. Got to get his feet into play. So Ankumar Shivrastav is going to be pretty happy with the start that's been made so far. Once again, oh, it's another dot. The aiming from the captain. Have a look here. It's not so good. Luinder Singh, the wicket keeper, having a bit of a shot at the stumps. Misses out. Okay, now he's walking to it to try and get it away, but still can't get back on the ball. What a fine over that was from Mandeep Singh. Just the one run from it. And 2 overs now complete. And it's a very slow start, 5 for 1. And of course, that's what fighters will want. Fighters will want to keep this score as low as possible. I'm not saying that it's going to be the same as it was last time round, but they did have struggles with the bat. This is how the table looks so far. Punjab, CC, Amdora, along with Marla and Gurkha leading the way, all 3 or 4 points. But you can see the number of teams then on similar points. They're 3 and 4. And then you've got a cluster of teams on 2 points as well. And they'll be joined by one of these two as well. And you just know that the net run rate is going to be something that's going to be very, very important. So it's not just about winning here. I think even when you're going to fall behind in the game, the way that you finish is so important. The way you finish the innings, even if you lose, but you get close, makes a difference. Speaking of close, that is pretty close from the bowler. Almost a delayed reaction. Have a look at this. So the ball goes past, then he's okay, and then there's the delayed reaction. Well, maybe a few people are a little bit go slow today. This is Rahul. Comes on the ball. I'm liking the fact that the fighters are using different bowlers to start off with. And Rahul, this one is way down the leg side, so it's going to be another wide to go on the board. Rahul. Down the leg side once more. Nice work there from Parwinder Singh, the keeper. Oh, there are the cows in the cow corner. Getting ready for the action as well. And this has just been chipped up in the air and the catch goes down. And disappointment for a bowler, Rahul. The fielder comes across, makes good ground, does Verinder Virk. But he needs to catch this, doesn't he? Puts the catch down. But, a little bit of luck for the batter. Harpreet gets a life on one. Harpreet just having a little chat with Raj Parak and saying, hey, you need to move that way. Raj is saying, nah, I'm fine. This will be another wide. Rahul started with a good delivery, the first one up, but ever since that one, he's not managed to get the ball in the right area again. Though he'll still be disappointed he hasn't picked up a wicket. That's well bowled. He goes very wide of the crease this time. As he angles this one in. And he beats Raj Parekh there quite convincingly. One thing that we've seen, or I've seen certainly all the way through the first 2 days here, this pitch certainly does reward the bowler. I mean, there's plenty of bounce in it. And if you bend your back and you hit the seam, the ball responds. And that's what makes it sometimes a little bit uncomfortable for the batters. Fighters got 3 matches here today. So they'll be looking to pace themselves, and they'll be looking to, if they can, make it a historic day. Haven't won a European Cricket Series match to date. This one's going to be another wide, so just having a few issues getting the ball in the right areas. I mean, they've got this match against the Lisbon Super Giants, and then a bit later on, match number 3 today, number 13 in the series, they play Oaris. That will not be an easy one for them. And then they finish the day playing another team making their debut, Team Tigers of Portugal, a team that we'll see later. They're going to play the second match today as this one gets worked away. On the leg side will just be a single. Yeah, Team Tigers of Portugal. They'll be playing the Lisbon Super Giants, who are out there already. So Lisbon Super Giants got back-to-back matches, and they are done for the day. Whereas Team Tigers of Portugal, they have 3 matches as well, and we're going to see Oaris on 2 occasions as well. So, big day of cricket for the fighters. And this one is into the body of the batter, the left-hander. And the over comes to an end, and it's a low-key affair so far for the batters. That's the end of the 3rd over. Power play has been completed. No boundaries at all yet, so we haven't seen any plower. That is the bowlers that went on top. That graph there shows you just how so far one-sided this has been. So the fighters at the moment just dominating things. That's the way they'd want it. The team that have had issues playing European Cricket Series, as I said, they haven't won a match. They didn't win a match last year. And batting was their issue. Just weren't able to score runs. They weren't able to get past. They weren't able to get into the 80s. On 4 occasions, they finished lower than 50. A couple of times it was between 50 and 60, and a few times it got to 70, the highest being 79. Okay, they go with the opening bowler, comes back, and it's sort of sliced up in the air. It goes nowhere, really. And that smile on the face of the bowler. He says, I have no idea where that went. I don't think the batter knew either. Let's watch this again. So he's gone for the big hit. It just goes up in the air, and, well, it's a straightforward chance. Tries to take it one-handed, drops it, but now he gets his man. He says, I may not be able to catch, says Mandeep. Catch the main karda nahi, catch the main ko far nahi hunda, but dande ma paar ke tor ke rakh sakda. And that's what he does. Says, I may not be able to catch, I'll just hit the timber. And he does it one more time. That's well bowled. And he picks up his 2nd wicket. That's Mandeep Singh. And probably I'm going to say that this could be a bit of a blessing, really, because both these men just haven't been able to get anything going. And once again, we've seen Suman Bhumik do this a few times where he's come down the wicket. And comes down. This time Raj Parekh, pardon me, coming down the wicket and trying to get hold of the ball. But he just walks right past that. And Mandeep makes no mistake. Keeps it nice, keeps it full, keeps it straight. And yeah, I think that could be a blessing in disguise, because Raji was out there that was ball number 9, just the 1 run. So somebody's got to come out there and start playing some shots and hit a few boundaries. Maybe, and Kit Singh could be that man. Well, he hits the ball well, and it will be the first boundary as the fielder gets it completely wrong and nutmegs himself. And boundary, thank you very much. That's exactly what you need, but the fielder there, I think that's Guswak Singh. It is. He will not be happy with his bit of fielding there. The bowler saying, Shaba, Shaba, Koini, Koini. Well, he's saying, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. It does matter. First boundary then. And nearly loses his timber. And that castle was almost raided again. Let's once again look backing away, backed away. Ball goes right over at the middle of the leg stick. Just get the feeling that Mandeep is already thinking, okay, I just need to push one right up there. bat, on ball, catch taken. Mandeep takes wicket number 3. Nice sharp catch this time, no mistakes from Verinder Work. And the Work did put down Harpreet on 1, remember. But this time round he says, yeah, I've got it. No worries. Fikr na karo, catch me far lena. Hits it pretty well actually, but once again you see he's moving down the leg side and he sort of ends up, though he's got a bit of power in it, chipping it to Verinder Work. Work makes no mistakes. And Ankit Singh, though he was very fortunate to get the boundary, and that is all it will be. 4 runs off the 3 balls that he faces. Well caught there by Work. And Mandeep Singh picking up his 3rd wicket. And he's got a ball to go as well. A fine time with the score at 15 for 3 to welcome into our cube for the first time in this series is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu.
Yeah, good morning to you and good morning to all of our viewers. It's nice to be here. Just a few travel snafus, which kept me off another day, but yeah, I've been following along, and yeah, nice to see Fighters CC out there and doing a pretty good job first up. Always great to see a new team as well. So yeah, Mandeep getting the job done here. Last ball of his over. No run as Patel just knocks it back to him. So we get to the end of the 4th over. It's 15 for 3. So I'm going to say, firstly, great job, Rico, over the first couple of days.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course, I was kept busy in Khartoum with the ECIW. Just a reminder, you can get involved on social media if you want to say hello. There's many ways you can do so. You can do so in the live chat, ECN European Cricket Network, or of course, you can send me a message at Mr. Maximo. You can send Rico a message at RicoFull on Instagram. And don't forget to follow at European Cricket for all the best bits. There's already been quite a few. I've loved some of the return catches in this one, the kind of catch or be hurt scenarios. But, yeah, also want to welcome everyone that might be watching ECS Cricket this week for the first time, maybe after discovering us during the European Cricket League. It was a big adventure, wasn't it? Fighters, remember they made the final back in 2021. Lisbon Supergiants, their very first tournament. Anyway, down the leg side. Yeah, so Fighters doesn't have the same look. They had some players on that occasion, which you won't see playing for them this time. They did have Mandeep back then, but they had players like Rao Imran. They had Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit. It was actually a crazy final. In the end, there was only 6 runs decided it, but a bunch of runs came in the 10th over. They were dead and buried, and they almost pulled it out against Marlowe. It's a bit wide. Anyway, Rico, how have you been over the first couple of days? Because it's your first time here at Santarem, isn't it?
Yeah, it's my first time. I've been loving it. I mean, this ground, I've been telling the viewers, it just reminds me of a lot of the cricket that I played back in the UK when we were playing in that Hertfordshire League, and also when I've been on tour to places like Yorkshire. Just a lovely ground, nestled in the countryside. The views are stunning. And the cricket, especially the first 2 days, has been pretty electrifying. We've seen a lot of high scores here and some big hit. You know, apart from last night, every match, apart from last night, had a batter or 2 scoring half centuries. Yeah. It was quite amazing.
Because when you get in, I mean, you literally feel like you're on top of the world when you're batting here, because it's like an upside-down bowl. Yeah. You know, so it's for drainage reasons. And a lot of good cricket grounds will do this, but this one seems a little bit more pronounced than some others. And, yeah, so what I mean is that, well, I always get a bye here. He rolled it back too fast for the bowler. Yeah, the pitch is kind of elevated in the middle of the field, and then it kind of rolls down towards all boundaries. So you can understand once you get in, oh, dear me, then he should be rolling with the ball. I want to say hello to Siraj, who's watching from Austria. Hello to Andrew Hogan, and of course Mrs. Hogan. And of course to Ivan and to the robot, who's had the first comment I noticed this morning.
Bit of an optimistic appeal for LBW there, as it's another extra. So just having a few issues getting going here, Harpreet and I just get the feeling that just not picking the ball well at all here. I think the bounce is doing him. And one thing about this pitch, I mean, it's newly laid. I mean, it's a different one to what you used to. That's right. But it's got a bit more firepower in it, and the bounce is there, not just for the seam bowlers, but spinners are getting good bounce and good turn from it. Well, that's done him. Is right on the money, and Lalit Kumar gets his first wicket and gets straight through the defences of Ronak Patel. Not that he's trying to defend this too much. It's only his second ball. And, well, we get the first duck of the day. Well bowled. Just a little bit too fast and too quick. And it just seems like here to me that every time the fighters get the ball right up there, full and straight, they're picking up wickets.
Yeah, and it's just about getting it on target, isn't it? Little jump to the side. Maybe seen back a little bit, but you can see where that left foot is. He's just opening himself up, trying for the miracle shot. Unfortunately, it didn't come for Ronak. So that will be the 4th wicket now. LSG, a bit of a tough initiation for them on ECN debut right now. It's 19 for 4. But what I will say is it's always great to see new teams. I remember when Fighters were a brand new team here in Portugal on the European Cricket Network. And do you know the backstory behind the name Fighters CC? Did I tell you this?
I think, was it something to do with friends or friendship?
Yeah,
The two teams went with the same name or something?
Yeah.
This one's been well hit. Could we see a boundary? Well, we will see a boundary. I think this may go all the way. It does. Manos arriba from the umpire. Will we see the first, I will say, legitimate boundary? Well, after the first 4, that was a clanger from the fielder. This one goes, I think, all the way. Yeah, just catching the rope. So I think this is going to be 6 runs. Let's have a look at the rope here.
Yeah, it's probably straight in the rope.
Yeah,
right.
6 carreras. Manos arriba, Vitro. Well, that's more like it. The first, well, you're here for the first day, and that's our first Maximo of the day as well.
Well, I'd say Minimo Maximo, because that one is the shortest possible Maximo, really. But Chowdhury, off to the races.
Well, I like his intent. He's out there to give the ball a bang. And, well, 6 and a single for him. So I think all of a sudden the fighter's thinking, all right, maybe it won't be so plain sailing. Yeah, so tell us a bit more about the name then.
Yeah, so firstly, I was going to say it's nice to have someone come out there with intent, and one shot can change an innings. It's for sure. Just look at the Fighters' batting lineup. They've got some good players in there. Mandeep, probably the captain that tops the key, but you can just get a sneaky 80 on the board here still. If you go around about 10 and over from here as we get to the end of the 5th over, it is 26 for 4. Yeah, so, it's exactly what you said. I think I mentioned it once or twice, but for new viewers, there is a team called Friendship CC in this tournament. And what happened was a new team was formed here in Portugal. They went to the Federation. They said, we'd like to register a new team. They said, okay, everything's in order. What's your team name? And they said, we'd like to be called Friendship Cricket Club. They said, okay, you got it. And 2 days later or 3 days later, another individual or a couple of individuals turn up and say, we'd like to register a cricket team, and these are all the details. I said, okay, what's the name of your club? And they said, Friendship Cricket Club. And they said, oh no, someone was here 2 days ago from your guys from Friendship, and so you've already registered. Swing and a miss. Once again, it's a bit naughty going in front of the umpire. Anyway, I'm not going to get sidetracked by that right now. And they said, somebody's already registered Friendship Cricket Club, so you don't need to be here. They said, no, that wasn't us. It was just by total coincidence. Two clubs wanted to be called Friendship Cricket Club, and I've never heard of Friendship Cricket Club in my life for that. Anyway, that's much better from the bowler. That's belting to Ram. Yeah,
Ram had these issues early on, so he's probably already had a sort of friendly chat from the umpire.
Yeah.
Different umpire this time, so Paulo Buttamazzi will be on it straight away if he does go right over. But he's got a good bit of pace about him. But there you see, he shouldn't be going there. And every time he does, he's going to get himself into a spot of bother.
I got to say, when we get into ECS cricket now, I think there needs to be a bit more of a process. I would treat them like high no balls, warnings-wise. I'd say first, second, you're off. And then hopefully we can stamp it out, because it's not great for the umpire. And what I've noticed is someone like Ram here, he's not doing it every ball. He's doing it because he thinks the ball might be hitting the leg side.
Yeah.
So he wants to become an extra fielder. So he's kind of reacting to where he is putting the ball line-wise. But I just think it's something that we want the umpires. The umpires are on show and they're getting judged on their performance. So when bowlers are running right in front of them, they can't really do that.
The man there doing a bit of warming up. Maybe we're going to see Gurinder Singh come on to bowl. He's just always trying to get the attention of the captain. Well, one thing or the other. That's been pretty well hit. It's going to be 4 runs. That's a nice firm shot. And, well, Chaudhry really is showing the way it needs to be done in this format. He comes out there, hit a 6 on his first ball, makes a bit of room for himself, and he clonks as well. I mean, he's destined to hit the stumps, but his timing and vision was perfect. Hits it over the top of the infielder. 4 runs.
Yeah, that was absolutely smashed, wasn't it? And I like that he goes inside out there. It takes a lot of skill to do that. So he's gone leg side, he's gone offside. I've got to say, how's this guy batting number 6? That's what I'll be saying at the moment. Last ball, the over from Ramu. Almost gets the traditional umpire clothesline, which is a WWE move. Anyway, here's the last ball, the 6th over. Ooh, almost doesn't survive it. So we get to the end of 6, and the score is 30 for 4. Yeah, Andrew's saying the old VFL Park, which is back in World Series cricket in Australia, it was very similar. Had the pitch elevated in the middle, and it just makes sense for drainage reasons for the most part. How good's Mandeep Singh been though this morning? 3 for 5, and expect him to open the batting and captain fighter CC. So he's a super important player.
He's a very good bowler. From the very first ball he bowled, getting the ball to move, well, angled it into the batter, moved it away. And, yeah, I was expecting him to take a few wickets, and he does. So they do go with Singh. So Singh was warming up because he's coming on to bowl here now. Looks like we're going to get a little bit of spin from Gurwinder Singh.
Yeah, Gurwinder coming in. I think you saw him warming up a moment ago. Well, Siraj said that apparently there's a Brescia club with the tagline, "We have a plan to play cricket," and it's big and bright on their kits. So he says that's kind of in the same vein as Friendship CC. Like that.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think Gurwinder's going to roll out a few slow mediums here. Atri needs to get moving, doesn't he? 6 overs down, only 4 to come.
Okay, well, he hits this fight fairly well. It gets through the infielder, who then chases after it and says, "Nah, I want it. It's mine. I got the first touch on it." And Dalwinder Singh gets down, gets a little bit of, takes the pace off it, but it gets through him, but he chases after it. The batters do get too. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think the Atri now here really has to go, Harpreet. And he was there right from the beginning, the opening batter. He's got to start swinging. And he does. He swings hard. Where's this one going to land? It will go to the boundary. A desperate lunge from the fielder. Fielding there, Mohammed Bilal ne kafi koshish ki thi, but joka lag gaya. Harpreet has got the message.
Yeah, well, he needs to get moving. I mean, admittedly, he hadn't had a lot of the strike, but he'd batted 6 overs for 2.
Yeah.
That's not a misprint. But anyway, he's just quadrupled his score in a couple of balls. So yeah, maybe he can get back to something acceptable. They're trying to claw back to run a ball pace. They'd want a few more than that.
That's well bowled. But listen, you were talking about how a match can change. Did you, I know you were travelling and all sorts yesterday, did you catch hold of the match where Punjab CC Amdora played Lisbon Capitals? Did you see any of that match?
Yeah, that one.
I mean, that just goes to show what could happen here.
Yeah.
I mean, that happened in the last 5. 101 was scored in the last 5 overs.
Well, I think it's a high-scoring ground when guys get in, like we say. So when guys get in, they can be pretty much unstoppable. And that's kind of what fighters did in that final back in 2021. They were well past the point of no return, and suddenly it just exploded to life. So yeah, anytime you see that kind of magical pace through half an innings, remarkable things can happen. And look, oh, what a shot. This is off the body onto the inside of the bat, I think. I want to see what this hits.
I don't know if it gets the bat, but it's definitely off the... This is
I reckon
definitely a gut shot. Look, this is my gut reaction.
Yeah, see how it goes that way? See how it goes off the inside edge here. Bang, bang. See, and that's why it goes that way past the keeper.
Yeah, it's
the old pinball. And if the that would have been an amazing catch, because you're already reacting to the first deflection, then about 3 microseconds later, you're going the other way.
Well, where goes the bat? Well, the bats are meant to fly, I suppose. And this one takes off. And a little bit of bat action there. Well, we've seen everything here from the batter.
But this one's bowled so fast that it almost smashes the bat out of the hands. Let's have a look. Yeah, that'll show it.
Good work here from our team from Swim Productions, Elsa, Helsinki and Martins. And all happening out there in the middle.
Last ball, the over coming up then.
Well, one thing for sure is that Gurwinder Singh is not a spinner, because though he was warming up to show he was going to bowl some spin, he's not bowling spin there for sure. That is also the end of the over, and it is 39 for 4.
So just a reminder where we are at the moment. We are in Santarem at the ECS Portugal. What's really exciting is a lot of the ECS cricket this year will finish with an ECI series. So we'll have the ECI in Portugal, which features Portugal, the Netherlands, Gibraltar. That'll be at the end of this tournament. And then we've also got plenty more locations, including Cyprus. Then we'll be in Milan. And that ECN T20 International in Gibraltar, that's a 5-way series. It's going to take place over four days. 4 days, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Charlie Hunt will be on that at the Rock. Let me see if I can reel them off the top of my head. Anyway, here's over number 8. And if I had to say one thing to LSG batters, I'd say stop backing away.
Yeah.
You've spoiled so many wides in this innings. I think I'm not joking, I reckon they've cost themselves 15 to 20 wides, and that's not even including the extra balls that would have to be bowled.
Yeah.
So I think they could almost be about 70 now if they had just stepped inside. And that's not an easy take for the keeper either. So you look at where the feet go. So this is what I mean by backing away, because when you go to the right of screen, have a look at the feet here, and it's not in reaction to where the ball is. It's just a premeditated, if you like, movement.
Yeah, it's just a trigger movement, isn't it? Which he's going down the leg side. He's doing it all the time. There he goes again. And you see, just exactly as what Maximo is saying there, once you make that movement away, the bowler gets the ball in that area, you have got no chance. I mean, he's got a big reach as the batter, but Chowdhury has got no chance to get anywhere near this.
Yeah, I mean, that is unhittable when you're standing there.
Rahul will be looking to get in the same area again. Well, this time he goes straight. It's high up in the air, and it will be taken. That is a very, very good catch. And that's a Baljinder Ram. I have to say, he never looked like he was dropping this. As soon as it goes up in the air, well, Baljinder Ram, he's got his eye on it. He keeps his eye on it, makes it look nice and comfortable. What a nice, clean, cool-looking catch this is. No trouble at all.
Well, Raja is saying he's won motorbikes for his cricket before, back in India. I'll tell you what, he didn't need the motorbike to get there. He just motored using his own 2 legs, and he took that so easy. I mean, this time of the day with the sun where it is, I think a lot of the time you can kind of lose the ball in the sky, but he knew exactly where that one was and took it clean as a whistle. It's 39 for 5 now. Nice little innings, though, from Chowdhury, but he couldn't quite live up to a good start. He ended up with 12 off 13 with a 4 and a 6 in there.
Yeah, he played some nice shots. I like the way that he came out. He showed good intent. He knew that he had to get on with things. Well, this will help. It's a cheeky little late cut. Gets it past the keeper. And Parwinder Singh could do nothing about it. But they've got the field set for it. Man is back there on the boundary, third man. And makes no mistakes. One thing that we have to get used to here. Well, you got to get used to. I've got used to it now. It's taken me 2 days to. This is not the Cardamom Oval. This is not a flat carpet outfield.
Yeah.
There's plenty of Tortugas.
Tortugas are back, baby.
The Tortugas are back.
I've missed them.
I mean, it's not the worst. There's worse. It's not too bad, but the Tortugas are there, and they've bamboozled quite a few of the fielders. That is the end of the 8th over. There's 12 balls to go in the innings. At the end of the 8th, it's 41 for 5.
Yeah, so just 2 overs to go. We're struggling to just over 5 and over. But I mean, we know that's what ECS cricket can be like when you first come in. It's a different sort of cricket. Some players and some teams get a bit, over aggressive, I suppose. Some aren't aggressive enough. It's just finding that balance. I suppose a good thing for the teams here, even the new teams, is that they get 10 matches through the round robin stage, and of course then into the finals.
Good window to continue. The man who looks like a spinner, but he's not a spinner. Want to be second over. So the Fighters, tell me about the Fighters then. So, I mean, last year they didn't win a match. Is that right? And you said that back in 2021 they made it through to the final?
Yeah, and I think it's to do with the fact that basically they didn't have this kind of play. Oh, there you go. Well, there's a wicket. We interrupt this update to bring this wicket, and he deserves it, doesn't he, Govinda? And Atri finally is dislodged. He goes in the 9th over for 9. And he will be the 6th wicket to fall. Again, right on target. He just backs away slightly again. Makes it less likely he's going to hit that ball. 41 for 6.
Yeah, well bowled. He does get... I mean, he sprayed his first over. He's put the ball everywhere, hasn't he? But this time, he puts it right on the money. And Harpreet, once again, as we said, he's backing away. And if you're backing away, you get the ball in the slot here. There's no way he's going to get anything onto it. Sees the stumps go down. Jagade Bhatte style from Gurwinder Singh. And that is another wicket that goes. So that's 6 down now as Nirav Gambani comes in to bat. Gambani sounds a bit Italian, doesn't it, Gambani?
Yeah, sound a bit like that. Yeah, so last year they had a bit of a horror series, no doubt about it. 0-8. We're in a slightly difficult group, to be fair to them. And yeah, but to give you an idea, that series, as we see, Gambani not making contact. Their leading scorer was Ravinder Singh last year, and he scored 80 runs for the whole series.
Yeah.
So he scored 80 runs in 8 matches. So Mandeep just couldn't take a trick with the bat. I mean, he's their best batter, like far and away. He scored 46 runs at an average of just under 6. So, you know, it can happen. Put it behind them, and right now, obviously, they've been stewing over it for a little while because they're looking the goods against LSG this morning.
They are. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I mean, looking at them in the field so far with the catching and the bowling, it's hard to believe that they've had those issues. But he does well to get back onto this because this was a similar delivery that we saw just earlier. Remove Harpreet, gets it in the slot. And the batter just drops it back down on it. But the thing is, though, it's dot balls. They don't need dot balls. The ball to go in the 9th. They need runs from somewhere. And, well, he just gets beaten there. Well, I think what's he trying to do here? This could have been an attempted scoop from the leg stick.
I like what he's thinking. It's always nice to invent a new shot. And that is kind of like a little back away ramp over the offside, which doesn't work out. They do make the time at the end of 9 overs. He's 41 for 6.
That's a maiden, right? That's a wicket maiden, I think. I'm pretty sure that's a wicket maiden. So that's well bowled there from Gurwinder Singh. He did spray it about a bit in his first, but comes back with a good one. 1 wicket, no runs, 41 for 6.
Yeah, so LSG, like I said, it'll be better for the run, I'm sure. This will be a real learning curve for them as well. Here we go with the last over. It's Lalit. Again, another ball between the stumps and the body, and it's just another one that would have been a wide if you got across further. See, look at little back away.
It's almost like you want to be saying to them before their next match, is say, look, every batter learn to walk towards the middle stick, not the leg stick, because if you do that, then as you say, I think you're absolutely right. From what we're seeing here today, not only could they have had 15 more runs on the ball courtesy of the extras, but don't forget those ones are difficult takes for the keeper. So a lot of those would go past the keeper as well. So there could be minimums, could be 5 wides. It certainly could be more than 1.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, there used to be an exercise that I heard of, never had it done. Yeah. But how to stop the habit of backing away like that?
Yeah,
something I read once. This is
a bit about
the leg side, and this is going to test the field. It does well though.
Yeah,
and I'll get to and that is you make the batter put their favourite cricket bat just out behind their heels.
Yeah,
and you make them bat in full spikes.
Yeah,
so that there's no way they're going to step on their cricket bat with their cricket spikes.
I thought you were going to say you tie your laces together.
I think it might have been in the Dean Jones autobiography. I read that. No, don't tie your shows together. That's counterproductive. 3 to come here.
But he likes that. He likes to try this shot. I'm waiting for him to execute it. He might do,
Again, the thing is when you're out there, they have no idea this is what it looks like.
This is like a sort of a Beyonce
but
move,
look at the feet and where the weight goes. So, yeah, you got to get him behind it. Couple to come.
Well, this time he goes the other way. Well, at least he's trying here, Gambani. This time he does lean into it. So maybe you can hear you out there. So he doesn't back away this time. He goes towards it. Now watch there. He goes the other way.
But even then, it's a fake get across and then try to back away again. Anyway, last ball, guys.
Well, he hit it pretty well, but straight to the fielder who puts the catch down. So it was an opportunity for a wicket right at the end there. Dalwinder Singh is the fielder. There will be a wicket. There'll be a run out, the 2 batters. Well, they try and take a cheeky 2, but it won't happen. They'll get the 1. They'll take the score to 45, and it will finish 45 for 7. So the Fighters, after not being able to win a match last time, looking to win one. Not sure what's going on here now. The 2 umpires have have stopped the two batters for some reason. And then they say, right, now you can get off. I think they just wanted to check that one, but it doesn't really matter. You were walking off anyway because it is the end of the innings. So, yeah, the fighters, they need to be fighters this time around, and I think they wouldn't have liked the fact that they weren't able to register a victory last year. They got a good opportunity to go back to winning ways here, but, hey, we haven't seen what the Lisbon Supergiants can do with the ball yet. But that was how it started. That was plum LBW, the second ball bowled by Mandeep, and didn't he bowl well? We're expecting to see more from him in with the batter. So that one wasn't held. That was Virk putting down Harpreet, but really the thing was, though, it probably was a good drop to make because Harpreet really wasn't able to get on with things. In fact, he was just chewing up deliveries, and Mandeep getting the ball in the right area there as well, getting Raj Parak bowled. And a lot of the time, I think every time the ball was full on the stumps, it rewarded in wickets. That one was a nice sharp catch taken. And, well, Virk saying, well, I did drop one earlier, but I'm going to take this one. And there was more Chakde Fatte, just the batters walking away and bowlers saying, well, thank you very much. If you're walking that way, I'm bowling it this way and knocking the stumps over. I liked it when Chowdhury came in. And this was the first and only Maximo off the innings. He played some nice shots. This was another one that was over the cover and went for a boundary over extra cover. And Archie, well, he finally did start to get going. He needed to, got a boundary away. And this one was the bat saying adios. And Chowdhury said, hang on a minute, I need the bat. Well, bats are meant to fly, I suppose. Well, that one did go for a flight. This is a super catch. Just so cool, calm, collective. And really well done there. He looks a good player, doesn't he? Bajinder Ram. And then we saw our friend Gurwinder Singh in the action as well, knocking down the timber. Chakde Fatte start. He bowled really well. In fact, that over was a wicket maiden. And a good over to bowl the ninth over. We say it all happens in the ninth. He bowled really well. And then right at the end there was an opportunity to take another wicket for Gurwinder Singh. Well, it didn't go down to the bowler, but they do get a run out. It was nice and easily done as Gambani gets a run out. This is under the watchful eye of the umpire. Finger goes up. That is it. End of the innings. It does stay at score at 45 for 7. We'll have a quick look at the scorecard. It was only Chowdhury really that got going. Harpreet Atri was there a long time. 18 deliveries just for 9. He really couldn't get going. And the only other boundary actually came from Anit Singh, and that was one. There was a misfield from the fielder to give the 4. But Chowdhury played nicely. Like to see him go up the order, really. He needs to be up the order. And Gabani there trying to make things happen. He couldn't get anything going as well. 45 for 7 it finished. Let's have a look at the bowling figures. And it was really every bowler that got the ball in hand performed well. Nobody went for too many. In fact, the highest was Lalit Kumar, and he took 1 for 14. You'll take that anytime. So it's been a bit of a struggle there for the new boys. And the Lisbon Supergiants just couldn't get things going with the bat. Let's see what they can do when they're out there with the ball. But they haven't got too many to defend. Fighters having not won a single match last year have an opportunity to bounce back to winning ways, and boy are they looking forward to that. But hey, you still got work to do. Don't count and don't remember, as I always say, what happens to you or what you did to them, they can do to us as well. So they've got to stay focused, and if they want that win, they need to get 46 in their reply. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, good morning, cricket lovers, and welcome back. Bom dia, as they say here in Portugal. Welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground as we look forward to the conclusion of match number 1 in the day. Match 11, the Fighters have the opportunity to go back to winning ways as they've restricted Lisbon Super Giants. Team making their debut to a low score of just 45, so 46 required for victory. And I think the other thing here, of course, is not only is it an opportunity for them to go back to winning ways, but they can do it quickly, and that would certainly improve their net run rate. And it gives them a slight boost in the net run rate and see them go further up the table. Remember, there's going to be, I should say, a number of teams that are already on 2 points. So not only can they get 2 points, but by winning quickly, net run rate be looking nice and rosy for them. They move themselves up the top of the table. And batter out there at the moment is Pawinder Singh. Like he's going to be opening the batting. Bowler at the end, and that Naheem Akhtar Risad is the number 9. That's going to be Chaudhry. Chaudhry, I think he was certainly the pick of the batters for Lisbon Super Giants. So just marking his run up. And so Chaudhry to start. Pawinder Singh will be the batter. So just making just getting the man. Well, it looks like he wants a slip in place. So he's getting the man who's done the circle in slip. So 2 umpires wait for them to be given their heads up to get the innings under the way. So just to remind you, 46 required for victory here. And the Fighters, they had issues getting to those sort of scores themselves last year. So they'll have a remembrance of that. So they want to put that past them. Rico Full here on the European Cricket Network, and also here with Mr. Maximo Vinisandu.
Yeah, I think it's just a slight hold up with the technology, make sure everything's ready to go. I think there's a big green button that you have to click, and then it starts the second innings. And at the moment, it has been clicked, but nothing has happened. There's a little bit of a peek behind the scenes.
Viewers will know we had this yesterday. I think I had to hold the forward and talk rubbish for about 15 minutes yesterday. But at least I got you to talk to today.
I got to admit, I was watching it yesterday, and I thought I had to make a phone call. So I said, well, there's this hold up. I'm going to make a phone call. And it was quite a long phone call. I came back and you're still talking.
I was still
credit
talking.
to you.
I was still talking. I'm glad you were making a phone call, because a lot of the talk was about you at the time. So I'm glad you weren't listening.
I might go back and have a listen. Anyway.
Hey, listen, I want to talk to you about 2 amazing innings yesterday. I mean, you saw Umar Mohammed make 60 of 20.
Just quickly, that's the action zone right there.
Hit the green button. That's the one. Hit it.
Cut the blue wire.
Press it.
Yeah. There we go. And one thing you love when you're trying to solve a technological problem is people sticking cameras in your face.
Yeah, you love it. You sweat even more. No, so going back to that, Punjab CCM Dora Umar Mohammed, that is 60 of 20 deliveries when they were 20 for 5 after 5 overs. That was amazing. He made 60 there and 101 the last 5 overs. But then there was the knock off this series so far for me is Amir Das, 85 of 37, helping the Lisbon Capitals get their first victory against Gurkha 11 and chasing down 170 for victory. What a knock that was.
Yeah, and I think it just shows you how 1 or 2 players can change the course of a match. And I think that in this 11-team round robin, we're going to see a bit of everyone beating everyone. I think across the board in European cricket, not only domestically but also at the ECL, we saw a tightening. I think the players are recognising this format gives you a bit more of an even playing field. So it's yeah, it was a great innings.
Hey,
No
listen,
doubt about it.
Listen, you know, when we're on the road, we see a lot of, let's face it, we see a lot of things. We
Yeah.
see a lot of duct tape being used, don't we, to
Yeah.
put numbers on players' back or numbers falling off.
Yeah.
I reckon we could be seeing duct tape being used on the kit of the bowling side here now, because of those white sleeves.
Those
What about
white
using a
sleeves.
bit of black duct tape to just
Yeah.
tape over the sleeves?
Good
What do you
point.
reckon?
Hey,
Doesn't that look fantastic?
do you know that this is brand new? So
Yeah,
since
I know.
was here
I know.
last time, there was none of that patio. And what a beautiful day to just sit and...
Well, I was sat
and enjoy
there on the left there on that table yesterday as I did my intros. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, I
but
did see it.
it's a perfect seat. I mean, no wonder they're all sat there. I reckon they should pay for those seats because it's a perfect place to sit and enjoy the cricket. And also, you got Diesel in there as well. That brings you some coffees and some other stuff as well. Some of it is not. There he is. Talk of the man. There's the Bruno Cavalieri. Diesel on the bat. There's
I
the man
love
we're
his
talking
jumper
about.
as well.
Listen, the hospitality here is second to none, isn't it? What a
That
place
is
to
true.
be.
And the lunches are amazing as well. I think we've got Maria and Emma normally taking care of that for us. And also, they don't mind looking after us at the end of the day as well. Although I am driving, which is a conscious decision, I think, to make sure I don't get led astray too much during this tournament.
Yeah, no, hospitality is fantastic.
Could be
thank you.
leaving the car here a couple of times, I think.
Yeah, you mentioned Maria Emma. Thank you also to Fatima and also Sandy. In fact, all the Butsamazis. I mean, they're the ones that run the show here. And, I mean, they should be so proud of what they've created here. And remember the story I was telling you before when cricket was getting harder and harder, more difficult and more complicated to play. And then all of a sudden, Sandy Butsamasi said, well, you know what? I've got this land. Why don't we just build a pitch here? And, well, they did that back in 2007 and never looked back.
It's the best version of backyard cricket that I've ever heard of, because it's an international cricket ground. It's building an international, what is now an international cricket ground in your backyard.
Yeah, it's a sensation, and the views. You know what I like about being around here, and not just here, but where we are in Santarem, you can look for miles, and there is just nothing higher than the biggest oak tree around you.
Yeah.
There's everything is all level. It's a level playing field. The views are fantastic. The scenery is great. Talking about the scenery.
We saw the cows a second
Let's
ago.
have a
Maybe
look
we
at the
get some
scenery
more
around
cows,
here.
cow
Yeah, I mean, let's
shots.
have a look at Cow Corner. We've got a genuine. There we go. That's Cow Corner.
That's Cow Corner.
We have a genuine Cow Corner. I don't know if you've got any horses out today.
I would like to see perhaps in the final a rodeo at halftime or something like that. You know, maybe that's something we could do, get some of our staff involved.
I tell you what, we talk saying the cows there. I know the horses are sometimes out. I thought we had horses on the field of play yesterday when we finished, but it was Bootsy's dogs. Have you seen the size of those dogs?
Yeah, they're
They're huge. They're humongous.
Lovely dogs, though.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Oh, there we go. This is what's happening at the moment.
I love it.
Very good.
We were so, I mean, Spring Productions was so imaginative yesterday. We had all sorts of things happening. Hey, did you know that Cristiano Ronaldo came and paid us a visit yesterday as well?
Is that right?
He did. Oh, there he is.
Oh, yeah, actually, I did see that after the celebration, right? Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. You know, we've got to keep people entertained. Once again, apologies. We've just got a few issues
so ask
here.
us a question. Neil's taking the opportunity to do this as well. Asking who are my standout players at Kartama. Well, it's hard to go past Jason Van der Merwe from CIYMS, of course, winning the MVP trophy. But I've got to say, for me, personal favourite, Ahmed Nabi. I mean, I've got to admit, on the plane on the way over here, I was watching some of the Group D final again. I was also watching when I know that you're off for Group D, but they had the Forfeiture fans all in fancy dress doing a lap of the field.
Yeah.
That was pretty crazy as well. But, yeah, no, it's lovely to be here. And the wildlife is... Often we just get kind of cats, dogs and birds from Spring Productions. But they've been very clever. They've been doing, like, ants, and they've been doing... Obviously, cows, pretty big target. But looks like good news. We're ready to go. This name, I'm pretty sure, wants to get on with things as much as everyone else. 46 for victory, then Fighters in their first game of their ECS campaign, trying to break a losing streak of 9 in a row.
Yep. Okay, so there we go. We are ready to start here. So here comes Chowdhury. And after all that waiting, he finds it. Well, no ball is being called here as well. So obviously it must be a foot fault, which would obviously override the wide. So let's see if we can pick anything up here. It doesn't look like he's got it Well, I don't. Does he hit the stumps?
Oh, he must have.
We can't
Yeah,
see
he
the
hit the
bails.
stumps.
Yeah, the bails are down. So I was saying, if you watch this again, I reckon what it is we can't see it, but I reckon he goes too close to the stumps and he kicks the bails. Yeah, he does. He kicks the bails over.
Good umpiring by Naeem as well. Picks that up pretty quickly. That means it'll be a free hit. You can tell it was, but in fact, he's putting the stumps back on.
So no ball. So free hit to start. It couldn't have started any better, could it, for fighters?
I never faced a free hit my whole life.
Never?
Never, because the rules came in towards the end of my career.
Yeah.
When the rule did come in, I faced 3 no balls. I hit them all for ones, like a moron, and let the other guy face it. So I always got a bit of FOMO, and especially when you get to start your innings with a free hit, it's like it's a classic backyard rule. We talk about backyard cricket. Can't get out first ball. You can't get out first ball. Only run out. You're probably not going to run yourself out.
Yeah, Parminder Singh is probably wondering why he bothered to run, because he won't face it. We're in the work wheel, and he wears it.
Well, not all free hits are good for the batter. And this is an example. The first ball that Merrickfield gets in the series.
Watch him here walk away. Stay on him. He walks away. He goes, ouch, and then he's giving it a little rub as he's walking away.
That definitely
There he
hurts.
goes.
Oh, dear me.
Okay, well, he gets away with it, the bowler. So it becomes just a dot.
Man, that was decent wheels there from Chowdhury.
Chowdhury back to Verk. And now he sprays it pretty wide. The wicketkeeper sticks a hand out to try and stop it. And all he can do is just par it away. So it's going to be another 2. And Shivastav.
So, yeah, some of my other favourite players, probably Mulder from COIMS as well with his bowling, and Butty for his spin bowling as well from Drew. Hankins was mentioned. Yeah, he was class, wasn't he? And kind of held the Hornchurch batting together a lot, didn't he? Got to say Toby Britton. I'll throw another one in there from Jersey. Good young spinner.
Well, this is too high for me. I mean, he's been played away for 4 runs, but I get the feeling this is going to be 5. It's going to be another no ball, this time maybe for height. Let's keep an eye on this. I mean, the batter, yeah, that's a no ball. That's too high. Let's watch where he plays this. He's playing it from above the... He's going up as well. So they'll have a look at this. But for me, I think when you're bowling at that pace, you can't be bowling it there.
Yeah, it's touch and go.
Yeah, it's been called. Yeah. There we go.
I think it's a good call. I've got to say that it was a bit of a dangerous one. And he's already hit one battle. He hits another one, but the hands were too fast. And Parminder just works it away. So this turned into a bit of a disastrous first over.
Hey,
we're at 9 off 1 at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, let's see this delivery, and I'll give you some names as well from the ECS. Well, this is high as well, and this has been absolutely clobbered. Well, it was a free hit, but I reckon this could be a 7-up. And, well, you can then calculate how many runs one ball. This is high as well.
I don't think anyone saw any of this. So first we'll try and have a look at the height, and then we'll have a look at if it's 4 or 6. I think it's 6.
Well, yeah,
it's about the same,
you know. Isn't it? You can use the top of the banner there as a guide sometimes of where, I mean, yeah, that's...
For me, it's still about waist high. You've been consistent. Yeah, it's going to be the second warning, and then let's have a look.
And it's given a 6. So this is a 7-up. It's a Man U, isn't it? It goes all the way. So it's 6. It's also no ball. That's 7. Don't forget, it was already a free hit. So how many runs of this? Well, we haven't had this legitimate delivery yet, have we?
We've had one, which was the free hit, which actually hit Vivek at the other end. So, yeah, it's not great. The current run rate is 96 and over. And you only need 46.
So we've had 6.
All right. So another free hit coming up.
And this has been hit well, but well stopped. That was travelling. Yeah, well, it gives us a chance to continue talking. Yeah, for me, I'll be talking about some of the players for Istanbul. I think their captain, Ali Turkman. I think he was outstanding. And don't forget, you had Ozbek, the bowler. He was brilliant. For me, Ozbek bowled the ball of the European Cricket League. It was a fantastic delivery that he bowled. So I mean, every team had outstanding players.
Yeah, no, they did. You know, and it was the biggest as far as teams taking part ECL ever, but it also I think was the most even one ever. I think you'd have to say that. We had some incredible groups like Group C, where there's only 2 points that separated first and last. It was won by Bevan in the end.
This one will be 4 runs. He clips his away. And this over has gone magical already. And when you're defending only 45, this is not the start you need. And if they keep on going like this is going to be an awesome victory and an awesome boost to your net run rate.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, so Fighters mentioned they hadn't won a game for 9 consecutive games, losing the final in 2021 and then 8 losses out of 8 matches in 2022. And I know, big hello to Sam Williams, one of our project managers. He's not here in Portugal, but if you have a look at the Fighters jerseys, Sam Phone, the first time we saw them wearing those Sam Phone jerseys back in 2021, Sam was here. And not those ones, but maybe we'll see we'll see them in a second. Anyway, what a weird start to this game. Now, has this got a little bit of something on the way through? It's really jumped on the keeper. It's going to be a bye, but good luck. Good luck with this one.
Yeah, this is what we're seeing a lot of. This is what I was saying to you, Vinny. If you bend your back and you really put something in, balls will shoot off. And just watch this one go.
I thought maybe it took an edge. I mean, it's pretty well done to get something on that. Otherwise, I thought it might have gone for 4 byes. But Extra's having a field day so far. Siraj saying this over might end up finishing the match altogether. Well, you're not wrong there. I mean, I think Chowdhury's probably just getting a bit carried away, trying to bowl like the wind here and not really having too much control over what he's doing at all.
Yeah,
not an easy situation bowling with only 45 on the board.
Oh dear. And this one, well, where's this one going to end up? It's going to end up as a minimal. And, well, one wide after another. The wicket-keeper, Jivastav, is getting just a little bit annoyed because watch this one. I mean, he doesn't want to dive, does he? He says, I'm not getting my pants dirty. I've got to wear them again. So gets a glove onto it. It goes all the way. This over, well, it's going to go from magical to supersonic, I think.
I mean, I may have had a 36-hour journey getting here, but I tell you what have I walked into? Chowdhury couldn't hit the side of a barn door at the moment, and he's bowling with good pace. All right, still 2 to come. We got 28 at the board. Oh, now probably get a wicket. In the air, and caught. Well, there you go. Now you got 1 for 26, and I suppose I used to bowl 12 overs on a Sunday to take 1 for 26. Chowdhury's done it in 5 balls, and they do have their first wicket. Look, credit to them, their first wicket in ECN cricket, the Lisbon Super Giants. And the Fighters lose their first. And after all that, Virat goes for a duck. Yeah, 28 for 1.
I was about to say, how can you have just four legitimate deliveries have been bowled? And actually, that's 5, but that counts. So 5 legitimate deliveries, that's 28 on the board, and the batter that goes out is going out for a duck. So it's going to be a for work, but it will be a wicket.
I tell you what, if you're batting, it is so hard to face someone that's all over the.
Is that they can't be the over? Why are they giving it? Right, he's giving him the ball back. I thought he says, "I don't want it. Yeah. Can't I just finish there? Can't I just finish with a wicket?" And the umpire says, "No, you got to bowl." Look, he's not happy. He's still got to bowl another ball. He's giving it away. And they said, "No, you got one more." He said, "No, just let me finish with that one. 28 for 1 sounds all right."
I want to be done. Yeah. So, yeah. The bowler doesn't know where he's putting it as about a good luck. I mean, I've faced bowlers and they're wide off the pitch one way, wide off the pitch the other way. Then they'll just get one spot on and no one's expecting it. Right, last ball of this over. No, it's not. In fact, we'll go supersonic. It's 33. What an over.
That's why he didn't want to bowl another one. It will go supersonic.
That's enough.
It's now 33
well,
off the over.
He's got a wicket. He's got a wicket. Let's just go with that. I've got to say also, it was a pretty good catch taken by Harpreet Attri. Well, Elza, hold up, because we're going to put that golden ball graphic. That might be the score. But it's not the end of the over yet. That's all right. We are 38 matches without a golden ball.
Okay, where's this one going? So 33.
Yeah.
We've still got a ball to go in the first over.
It's all right saying there's 13 off one possible now. I think it's possible. 5 balls was the record chase on ECN, achieved by Netherlands women recently. There we go, that'll do it. And it'll do it pretty quickly. It'll be 4. And what a good shot that is from Dalwinder Singh first up. He gets off the mark with the boundary after 1 over. It is 37 for 1. And that is not a misprint. 37 come off that first over.
Well, 37 for 1. 46 required for victory. What's the record?
For an individual over.
For the quickest run chase?
Oh, it was 0.5 now. And that was achieved by Netherlands against Gibraltar in the ECIW recently. And that was chasing a target of 16. But then it wasn't even the best for the week, because then Spain in the T20 internationals, which weren't covered here on ECN, but against Isle of Man, they chased down the Isle of Man total of 10 in 2 deliveries. Yeah. So that's a brave new world out there. Maybe, tell you what, if Chowdhury ever has to bowl at a total of 20, they might do it in 1 ball or 0. Anyway, it does take a wicket, and that's all you can ask for. 1 for 37. I told you spent so many Saturday afternoons as a teenager plugging away, and 1 for 37 was a pretty normal afternoon if I bowled, say, 17, 18 overs.
Yeah.
He's done it in 1. So it's just efficiency.
Can relate to that. But he will say at least he's taken the first wicket for his team.
Here's Shivanka Sharma over number 2. That's gone.
That is out. That is plum. That is absolutely plum. Well, what sort of shot is this? Well, I don't know what Parwinder Singh is thinking here. He walks right in front of his stumps. That is absolutely plum.
Plays all round it, doesn't he, really? Playing for some turn. Yeah, again, just getting himself in a bit of a mess. It's a little tentative prod. Couldn't get the wood on it. And when you do, you can have some problems. So Parwinder, he sees all kinds of deliveries, but in the end, the 7th legal one that he receives gets him out. And it's a wicket for Sharma first up. Great work from him. It's 37 for 2.
Yeah, he'll go for 14 of 7 deliveries. Parwinder Singh, he's probably thinking, how is that the 6th ball of the innings? I feel like I've been out there forever. Anyway,
Exactly.
He has to go. The new batter is pretty happy to go out there. He probably didn't think he was going to get a chance, does he? But here comes Mohammed Bilal. So Bilal will probably be hoping that he can stay out there to knock off the winning runs. He's joined Singh out there. Dalwinder Singh, who played a fine shot for 4th to open his account.
Over the wicket then to the right-handed Bilal.
Sharma, well, asking the question, but this time it's going down the leg
Pretty
side.
close. I mean, maybe just missing, but it's not missing by much, if it is.
I like it this running. I mean, first we'll have a look at the LB. I think it's only just missing. You see it's drifting along. So, yeah, it's a good shot. But then watch the running here. Okay, back to the live action here. And this time it's been clocked away. The chase is on, but they're not going to get there. 4 runs. It's another boundary to Singh. No, he's not wanting to hang around. He wants to finish this pretty early. And it will almost be done as that boundary means that one big hit, 1 boundary would finish it.
Should mention now that we'll have the Lisbon Super Giants against Team Tigers Portugal in the next game. They had 2 teams that are brand new to ECN cricket today, so looking forward to that one. That's coming up in about 40 minutes' time.
Yeah, I always like a little bit of Tiger action, you know that. This has been hit well as well. And where's it going to go? It will go to the boundary. That will be the end of it. And it gets finished pretty quickly in the end. And, well, they only need 10 balls to knock off the winning runs. And Dalwinder Singh, he's thinking, I'm here to do things quickly. Well, we did have a few aloo parantas this morning, and maybe some of the players out there, certainly from the fighters, they had a few as well because they were propelled by paranta power. And certainly Dalwinder Singh was, as he hits 3 boundaries of the 3 balls that he gets, and it is victory for the fighters, CC. Finally, they go back to winning ways.
Yeah, and I think that is the highest, it's the quickest chase in a men's fixture. That's, although we do kind of blend the records here on ECN, but yeah, only 10 legal deliveries taken to to get the 46. And yeah, just looking at the rate, it's right up there, the highest run rates in a completed innings. They were on 276 pace there. But, I mean, a lot of it was self-inflicted, wasn't it? I think you can kind of tell with just looking at the extras. But then also some nice shots played. I mean, the most remarkable thing was there was only 10 legal balls in the innings. There were 2 wickets. So it just showed if they could not bowl wides or no balls or hit the stumps when they committed the 7 deadly sins. I think every type of no ball was committed in this 15 minutes. You had the wide down the side in the end, the delay to hit the green button probably took about as long as the innings, although it was probably the longest 10 balls
I think it took longer than
anyone. That was a good piece of bowling, wasn't it? Sharma's rocking up and trying out the straight one, and I mean, it didn't have the answers. But and that would look, to be honest, that might have been interesting if we'd had ball tracking on that one. And well, when it came down to it, though, there's not enough runs on the board. And I can tell you that in the next game, once again, Lisbon Super Giants will be batting first after being inserted by Team Tigers Portugal. But they're 2 teams more on an even footing because they have never played ECN cricket before. Yeah. So just a couple of little things, not backing away so much. I think building even a 70 or something like that could be pretty competitive. And that match, like I said, is coming up. The first ball is in 40 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Take us through the scorecards. Well, it's 20 extras in 10 balls. That meant that we've had 60 balls. Then you should have 120 extras. And we've never seen that many. But 14 for Parvinder, 12 for Dalvinder there. Bilal just faced the one legal delivery. But I think you don't have to be Einstein to know exactly what the Super Giants need to sort out with their bowling from what we saw. They just need to maybe concentrate slowing it down a bit and just getting it in the right area. Yeah, absolutely. And there are plenty of things to learn. And the thing is, though, they've got plenty of time to reflect on that match from them. But yeah, they've got things that they can learn from, obviously. And they need to put into practice pretty quickly. And Chaudhry, he does pick up a wicket, but yeah, just couldn't get things right because he was spraying it around all over the place. He even kicked the stumps over at one point. That was another no ball that he ended up bowling. And Shivankar Sharma picked up a wicket of his very first delivery. But the next 3 going to the boundary. And that was that. It was done. It's done pretty quickly. So Lisbon Super Giants, the thing is, though, you've got to get more runs on the board. And one thing that they need to do is, take a little bit of advice from us and just stop walking down towards the leg side. Stay still in your crease and just try and take as many extras as you can. Try and step inside the ball without going the leg side. And if they can double that score, I think they will be competitive. Again, they're up against a team that haven't played before as well, Team Tigers of Portugal. So a good opportunity for them to bounce back to winning ways. But Fighters, congratulations to them. They finally, after a tough year last year in the European Cricket Series, they finally get back to winning ways, and maybe they've got intentions once again to make their way all the way through to the final. So we have got just under 40 minutes between the 2 matches now. So the next match coming up, it will be the Lisbon Super Giants taking on Team Tigers of Portugal. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo when we return. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground. It is the SCG right here in Portugal, and now it's time for the second match of the day. And great to see two new teams to ECN Cricket today. They will be taking part, so it looks like one of them will get their first points in ECN Cricket. It is going to be the Lisbon Supergiants, LSG, taking on Team Tigers, Portugal. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters has the two captains.
Right, your call.
Yeah, thank you. Head is the goal.
Heads. Ooh. And it's a head.
We're going to ball first.
You're going to bowl.
Thank you.
So the news from the toss in match 12 is that Team Tigers Portugal on debut. This is their first match. They have won the toss and they are going to insert the Lisbon Supergiants. So Lisbon Supergiants will have to bat first. Now, of course, LSG, we did see them in the first match against the Fighters. But one of their issues, I think, with the batting is quite simple. So I've got the bat here. And this is a fairly orthodox stance, you know, with your toes in front of the stumps or something like this. And a lot of their pre-movements were always back this way. And so what happens there is, remember, any ball that is this side of the stumps, that's going to be a wide. So what I'd like to see from them, a simple one, I think they probably cost themselves 30 runs in wides and extra deliveries they would have got. Because once they go here, suddenly the bowler, not only does he have all this area, he also has all this area he can bowl at, and a lot of the time they were kind of getting tied up. So yeah, just a little thing, either just holding your ground, spotting if it's going that way, and if anything, just get inside it. So let it go for a wide. They're free runs, okay? So that's just a little thing I think that they can work on this time if they are going to score a few more runs and essentially be more competitive. So look, two teams, they would love to register their first points in ECN Cricket right here in match 12, and I can tell you LSG, once again, they'll be batting first over to Rico Full, and maybe I'll keep this for a while. Over to you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Mr. Maximo giving a few coaching tips there, but he's absolutely right. I mean, Lisbon Supergiants can certainly take note of that. I think they, by getting themselves in the way to a lot of deliveries down the leg side, they lost out on a lot of runs, and runs are what they need. Let's see if they can bounce back from that disappointing first match. It is a team on debut. Sometimes that happens. A lot of nerves out there. They only managed to get 45 on the board, and of course the Fighters knocking those off. I mean, just using 10 balls to do it, setting a new men's European Cricket Network record in terms of a quick and rapido run chase. Well, there's a little bit of fire over there in the far ground, and maybe there's a few roast potatoes in there. Maybe we get some marshmallows out a bit later. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? End the day with a little bit of a campfire and maybe a little bit of a barbecue as well. Hint, hint to the Butamatzis. And look, big thank you to the Butamatzis and everybody that's working hard around this ground here in Santarem. It looks pretty as a postcard, and it's playing pretty well as well. It's delivered us with some fantastic cricket. And I guess this one will be a good match because you've got two teams on debut. Lisbon Supergiants have played one match already, but they're making a debut in this series. And well, I didn't know that there were any Tigers in Portugal. Well, they are, because this is Team Tigers of Portugal playing their first match as well. Good luck to them. They won the toss, and they decided that they were going to go and have a field first. So we're going to see the Lisbon Supergiants with the bat. And here we go. Ready for the first ball. Once again, loving the kit. I mean, it's got the old Tiger stripes, got a little bit of the orange in there as well. Team Tigers Portugal do like the kit. Here we go, first ball. And up in the air. Could there be a wicket on the first one? No, it goes nowhere, but it will be runs. There's the Lisbon Supergiants get themselves off the mark. No change in their batting. They will go and stick with the Atri out there in the middle. And he gets off the mark straight away. Does Harpreet. Next batter comes in. Just waiting to see the field is right. Here comes Amin Ulash. Well, this is right high up on the arm. The wicket keeper diving forward. Wouldn't have been out. I think it hits the arm. It's liking the intent from Faisal Mushtaq. Make sure that that ball is not running away from him. And, welcome back to everybody on the chat as well. And Fielder gets down, makes a good stop, and just well backed up. It wasn't the best of throws. Atri back on strike, the left-hander. Well, he's not going to have to play it. This one, it's a little bit too wide. Well, they'll take all the runs that they can get here, of course. I mean, Lush trying to get this one. Well, he's getting a lot of swing. I mean, this ball is starting to swing as soon as it's coming out of his hands. But he needs to try and... I think he's releasing it a little bit too early. And you can see that the ball is being released quite high up, so it's moving away straight away. You've got to try and get the ball into the deck first. Just watch here. See where he releases that. And that's better. That's okay. That's fine. A quick look round at the umpire, Buxtoman. This one is fine. Buxtoman is out there, wide the umpire, Naheem. And Paolo Butsamazzi is the third match official for this one. Of course, all the umpires being well led by Tyrone Peters. That's a nice delivery. It's been well played as well by Atri. And they'll take the single, so Sukumaran will go back on strike. Suraj. Let's see if he can add the bit of firepower that was missing from them early on. I'd like to see Chowdhury as well up the order. I think he just came a little bit too late for me. At least he had good attack in the 10. Seem to be quite happy just to stroke the ball around for the moment and take the singles. Both batters making a positive start at the end of the first over. Remember, you can stay in touch with us at either at Mr. Maximo on Instagram or Facebook, or myself, Rico.full.1. It's always nice to hear from you all. Had some lovely comments following the European Cricket League and also the start of this series here in Portugal. Thank you all very much. Thank you all for your support and the support of European cricket. And we use this platform to thank you all and say just keep all of those comments coming. It's always great to hear from everyone. And it's another one that's going to be way down the leg side. So just have all the bowlers having a few radar problems. Yusuf Mia comes into the attack here now to bowl this second over. Once again, I know that a lot of these players, it's the first time that we're seeing them play. I had a quick chat with Mandeep Singh, the winning captain of the Fighters. And that's well bowled. Asking the question, but I think it's, going down leg side. The fielder, I don't know who it is. All I can see is his feet at the moment, but does pretty well. Using those feet to stop the ball going to the boundary. So it's not a bad appeal. He gets the ball straighter, doesn't he? Does Mia. The batter, look, he goes a long way outside the up, but that ball is swinging viciously. And the fielder then just gets a little bit on that to stop it going to the boundary. Good work, but the batters do take 2 leg byes. And this is another one that this time off the bat. Just gets a little bit of glove on this. And you can see the keeper just dropping before it goes to Faisal Mushtaq. So positive start, but still searching for those boundaries. That's what they need to do here. Need to get the power in the power play. Well, this is well struck, and this might go all the way. And it does. Manos arriba, arbitro, porque eso es 6 carreras. Nice hit. And this is what he's got to do. And Harpreet, Atri, he waited a long time in the first innings before he played a shot in anger, but this time he stands pretty firm and he clubs this pretty well. Or maybe he has been to the coaching school of Mr. Maximo. And now he goes for another one, and it's going to be another back-to-back balle in the zona. Shaka nice shot. Well, Harpreet Atri looks a lot better now that he's had some time there in the middle. He's been to school. He's been coached by Mr. Maximo. He's learnt, and now he's applying it out there in the middle. Yusuf Mia is not liking it. And he fires a shorter one in. He's got to run quick here. And Mia, he does the fielding himself. But the batters, they do take the single. Hence once more to the board. So I was saying that the power play was missing a little bit of power. Well, Atri certainly did bring that power to it. And let's see if they can finish the over well here. 23 on the board, a ball to go in the second over. And then we get a chance to look at how the tables are looking and just see how well the fighters have done in winning their first match in the 2023, well, first match since 2021 really, and see where that's taken them in the tables. I'm guessing because of the nature of that victory, he's taken them right up there. Another man who'd be interested to see where they are is a man joining me in the commentary box is Mr. Maximo. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. It's nice to be back. And yeah, 2 overs down, 23 without loss. And yeah, right now, let's have a look. Well, that's a pretty good net run rate. Their net run rate is plus 23.1.
Wow.
So that's the equivalent of winning a game by 231 runs.
That's crazy, isn't it?
If you want to go on straight run rate, I don't think we've ever had a bigger win than that.
Well,
which
no,
is weird.
You can't, but that's big.
I was looking for that net run rate, yeah. So 23.1. That means every over you're scoring 23 runs more than the opposition. Well, it makes sense. They only had 1.4 overs. Anyway, back to the action. And it's going to start with a wicket. Well, how about this? It is a Yorker, and Siddiqui comes on and goes bang. Well, as easy as you like. And Atri, again, is kind of reaching for a ball which is on the stumps. He shouldn't be doing that, really. So he'll go for 15, and it's 23 for 1.
Well, Siddiqui just says, it's just like that. Look at the movement on this. That is a proper boomerang delivery. That comes a long way. And Atri, well, he's a long way out of his crease as well. So I think he actually ends up yorking himself. So the first wicket on debut for Team Tigers of Portugal. Well done. And it is Ahmed Siddiqui who picks it up. That's a nice feeling for Siddiqui.
I've been impressed so far. I mean, I think that Al-Amin was pretty good in the first over. And, yeah, bowled with fire. What I will say is it's a lot improved from the Lisbon Super Giants. Let's see if they can make something of this innings. And I think you've got to look at players that did handle it pretty well in the first game. And yeah, probably Chowdhury's one who's coming out number 3. I like that. I mean, he batted 6 in the first game. Get him up there. Made a good start. Couldn't quite go on with it. Here we go. Facing up now to Siddiqui. It just works away. A single first ball, forced a fumble. So I think of 2, but it's not quite there.
Yeah, it plays that well, doesn't he, Chowdhury? And I think he's probably thinking, all right, there's a bit slightly different scenario from last time. He's got more time to bat. And fortunately there, the fielder, he's able to catch up with that one. Not too many fielders have been able to. If it gets past you, it's 4. Siddiqui again. Up in the air, shout to catch it. The fielder's got it. Oh, well, what's he trying to do here? Well, he's thinking he's playing the wrong sport. This is cricket, my friend, not football. Trying to stop this with his foot. This could have been nasty.
Yeah, well, I never think this is a good idea at all. I mean, almost like he's trying to dive to put the ball out for a corner or something like that. And I think I'm happy for him that he doesn't make any contact, because that could have been ugly.
Yeah, that's not the way to do it from Yusuf Mia. Siddiqui now just takes a bit of pace of this one, slightly shorter. No run. That's what I like to see as well. He little jog back to his mark. Remember, time is important. Gurkha will know all about that. They had that time penalty yesterday, which cost them the match, you could say.
Slow ball, clever bowling, but also a clever shot from Sukumaran, who just waits on it, cuts it down, and yeah, well, Super Giants, And they didn't score too many in the last game, just 45. Right now, they're making a much better fist of this innings batting first.
Yeah, that's a nice shot from Sukumaran. He waits on it and then plays a sort of a late cut. And the fielder out there had no chance at all. And that was Sufi, so nicely done. I'm liking this. It's much better. I mean, it's a much better power play. You can actually say there's been a little bit of power in this power play.
Now it's going to be even more runs. It's a beautiful shot through the cover. Sukumaran goes back to back. It turns out to be a very productive one for LSG. After 3 overs, the score is 36 for 1. What a good shot.
Yeah, this is a lovely shot. Beautifully played all the way along the deck. And lovely shot there from Sukumaran. Wasn't in the side last time round. So a lot of people are probably wondering, hang on a minute, where was this guy? Well, he wasn't there. So obviously not available for the first fixture, but he's available for this one. And he's making his mark as well. That was a handsome stroke.
Yeah, it really was. Checking out the power play, we had overs of 6, 17 and 13. So a little bit of a quiet start. I think that Alamin was very good though in the first over. Bowled with a bit of fire, didn't he? But we had 2 Maximos in the second over. We had 3 boundary fours in the third over. So yeah, 12 in boundaries off each of the second and third overs. Not in a bad spot now. Mohamed Bakor is going to come in to bowl over number 4. Dug it in so far, and it's going to work. It is a beautiful catch. They're just going round to his left. And so, well, Chowdhury certainly made a good start last time. This time he doesn't really get a start, does he? As the catch is taken, that's Hassan Uzzaman, who just identified this one quickly. He's just hovering there, isn't he? Good early reaction. It doesn't even have to put a dive in the end. So Chowdhury, unfortunately for him, it doesn't work out for him. In game number 12, he goes just a single. It's 36 for 2.
Yeah, that's well bowled, you know. And Bakor, similarly to Siddiqui, picked up a wicket off his first ball on the European Cricket Network. So it's a good moment for him and a very good catch. A sharp catch taken by Usman. That's an area, that's a fielding spot that's becoming more and more popular on these European Cricket Network matches, because I think fielders and captains and bowlers alike are starting to realise that there's always an opportunity for batters to try and play this shot. And if the fielder's there, it gets a chance to snap him up.
Yeah, it's a double chance, isn't it? You're going to save a few runs there as well. The matter is just how wide or not wide you are. Anyway, it's going to be Azan Singer to come out at 4. Get down leg sides, be called a wide, doesn't get anything on the way through. I want to say a quick hello to John Gray, who's watching from France, and also hello to James Stewart, watching from Estonia. How is everybody? Haven't really touched on my travel hassles getting here, but one thing it did allow me to do is listen to a fair bit of you, Rico, and obviously get in the chat when I could. This one's a wide the other way. But yeah, 5 games a day typically in ECS this year. That's an increase from last year where we'd normally just have a 4-game day. So it's more cricket for our viewers. Typically we're seeing more teams in tournaments. So here we've got 11 instead of 10 this year. That's up from 7 the year before. He runs front of the umpire. And he's going to get the word. This is something I'd less like to see implemented across the board at ECS level this year. Say that's your first warning. Nothing that, don't have to be unfriendly about it. Say it's your first warning, tell the captain. Second and final warning, tell the captain. Third time, can't bowl anymore.
I mean, I do like that all the umpires here, you see umpire Bucks and Naheem and also Paolo have been onto the bowler straight away. And you see, look, that's how easy it is. I mean, he's had a word with him. The bowler probably thinks, oh, sorry, umps, I didn't realise. Yeah. So straight away, he's changed. Sometimes that's all it takes. And if they don't listen, well, then you start to say, right, okay, I'm giving you a warning.
Yeah, not getting an opportunity to finish here over will be a pretty good incentive. I think that's should be the procedure. And he's made the adjustment. So, you know, credit to Bakor. I think he's heeded the warning. We see plenty that don't. And then I suppose it hasn't really worked so far over the last couple of years, this system of warning. I think no one's ever been taken out of the attack. I think it probably needs to happen just to try and discourage that practice, which I feel for the umpires. We've talked about it before a fair bit. Anyway, 39. This is a pretty good over from Bakor. Again, use that angle across the right hand. Oh, that would have been close, you know.
Yeah, I mean, this is a good... He's hit this too well. And straight to the fielder. Good clean pickup from throw. And I think if the throw was right... direct hit is definitely gone for me. Let's have a look. I wonder if the keeper... Yeah, keeper's had a fair bit to do there. You don't quite see the ball in the shot going to the keeper. Direct hit would have been in trouble.
Yeah, pick up a no throw, but McCaw, very good fourth over. Brings Team Tigers Portugal back into the contest after 4. It is 39 for 2.
Yeah, I'll say my good mornings back to James Stewart and to John Gray as well. Loving all the chat on the chat. And remember, get involved. And if you are on there for the first time, remember, tell your friends, tell your family. Don't forget to like it. Give it the thumbs up. And Liam Day is on the chat as well. He's saying good day to everybody as well. Yeah, I'm loving all the work from everyone on the chat. But remember, get involved, but keep it clean, keep it nice. Don't go naughty on us, don't go naughty on us. 39 for 2 at the end of 4. Siddiqui going to come back onto bowling second.
Why not? Took a wicket in his first. Oh, is this an edge? I think it is. Well, that's about as regulation of a keeper catch you can get.
This is a drop. It's dropping a dolly, and Siddiqui should have had a second. Singer should be gone on 1.
Worst feeling in cricket. Didn't really watch it into his gloves.
Yeah, so Mushtaq is going to be disappointed by that. I think he probably thought this is so easy that he can't drop it, and he does end up dropping it.
Now, next one. He's going to be worked away for a couple.
Yeah, one man who won't be happy about that will be Siddiqui. Remember, took a wicket of his very first ball in the first over and should have had a wicket this one. That's been nicely played. He clips that away. Gets himself into good position. And what he doesn't do there, Vinny, he doesn't step down the leg side. And that's the difference.
Yeah, does the opposite of that this time. It can't quite catch up with it. I like the intent there. Yeah, it's not often I break out the bat and break out the coaching hat. But I think it's just important to illustrate that for all of our viewers and why they were finding it so difficult, Lisbon Super Giants, to access those balls that were on the stumps and especially outside the stumps. It's good channels, though, from Siddiqui. I think we haven't seen many bowlers bowl with control this morning. I think it's a very important aspect of this game. And that's coming from the ECL, of course, where we saw, obviously, it's the next level of club cricket. It's the top level of European club cricket. But, these bowlers were pretty good at putting it where they wanted it.
Yeah. Vin, what about these kits? I'm liking these kits of the Tigers. This one's just down the leg side.
Just on cue. Bowls are wide down the leg side. Yeah, I'm liking
look at it. I'm looking at the detail. There's the Tiger. Rah, liking it.
It looks a bit like a lightning bolt of kind of, Scar from the Lion King. I know it's the lion's not a tiger, unless you're from the Hydri Lions from Cyprus.
Hey, listen, I reckon Grizzly will like these as well, because there's a bit of grizzle there as well. There's a little bit of grizzle.
Yeah.
Nice kits, folks. Nice kits.
Nice shot. That's a bit of a task for the fielder. He's not going to get there. So Singer grabs his first boundary. He's been trying all the way along. It's a fairly simple shot that does it. So I think for all the moving around the crease, let's have a look at Singer here. Doesn't move too much. He sees it. He hits it. Hits through the line. He gets 4. Good batting.
Yeah, Siddiqui just goes a little bit fuller here. I think he's probably wanting this one to be more on the stumps. But because he gets a whiff this time and it is fuller, he is able to get back on the ball. So Singer, after being dropped on one, he said, well, he's going away quite nicely now, isn't he?
This is hit straighter. This could be another boundary. It depends how well it's hit. It will be. So they push the long off a long way around, chasing the ball, if you like. This one was more or less to a regulation long off. Singer gets back-to-back boundaries. Also brings up the 50 and also brings up the end of the 5th over. Lisbon Super Giants are 50 for 2.
Yeah, much better from them, isn't it? I remember they really did struggle to... Well, they didn't even get to 50, did they? In the first one, they got to 45 and they lost 7 wickets in doing so. So this is much better. Only that one good... I mean, Bakor bowled a really nice over there when only 3 runs came from it. But all the others, they're doing okay. And you just think here, I think if they can get to that score between 90 and 100, they'll be pretty happy for it.
This is a new thing. It's flying numbers. And just... pick that up a couple of times.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the flying numbers, but sometimes they go missing as well.
Sometimes they're not missing. They've flown so high, they're out of the screen. Anyway, Uzzaman's going to bowl over number 6. I want to say a quick hello to Gary. Nice to have you with us, Gary Wheeler. And, of course, Liam's watching from New Zealand. Probably a nice time of the night. Be prime time viewing right now. This is upish, but it's past the fielder. And once it gets past this infielder, it just rolls down the hill, doesn't it? So I think Lisbon Super Giants maybe a bit overawed by the occasion first up, a much more experienced fighters side now. They're kind of settling into their work and building a pretty healthy total here, Rico.
Yeah, they are. I mean, these two batches, we didn't see them last time around. I think Sukumaran certainly has already shown me that he's a bit of a player. He's stroking the ball around nicely. Hasn't really swung wild or viciously at the ball. He's played everything to merit. It's just building a nice steady score. I think they know if they can. I mean, they're playing Team Tigers Portugal, who are playing their very first match on the European Cricket Network. We don't know what they've got in terms of batting. So I think get to that 100 score, which they're destined to do here if they keep going at this rate. I think they put themselves in prime spot to bounce back with a victory themselves.
Yeah, this one beats them for bounce. Once again, time for another talking to. He's saying, oh, yep, sorry. He's saying, okay, I'll go over the wicket.
Yeah.
I think it's what he's saying anyway.
Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, I'm wondering why he is coming around the wicket because I can see what he's trying to do, but he's not going wide off the crease. He's actually getting very close to the stumps to bowl that. So if you're going to bowl that, if that's the eye there, you might as well do it from over the wicket because you've got no advantage otherwise.
I think the Sukumarans look pretty comfortable kind of going with the angle and hitting offside, so I don't think you're really getting an advantage anyway. This time, he ends up hoiking one away to mid-wicket for a single, so Sukumaran moves to 20. So, yeah, I want to say big thank you to everyone here at the Awarish Club as well and everyone at the Santarem Cricket Ground. I mean, we had a slightly extended break in the gap between matches 1 and 2. I had a bit of a better look around the club rooms. Quite amazing what's going on in there. This time, I don't think there's any bat on this, but they even got merchandise in there. I'm definitely going to buy one of the SCG hoodies. Yeah. I think you lock me in for that. Nice bit of bowling there from Uzaman. And that proper bar with prices and everything. I'm going to say it's one of the most professional setups I've seen.
It's great. And this is what I was saying to you earlier. It reminds me of a lot of places that I played back in the U. Gone. This one is a genuine edge, and this time there is no mistakes from the wicketkeeper, Faisal Mushtaq. Well, he did drop. He was the guilty man that dropped Singer when he was on just one. Well, Singer, he has gone on to make just a few more, hasn't he? But this will be the end of him. Gets a thick edge there and a nice catch taken and good reward for the bowler. Usman bowling in the right areas.
And I'll tell you what, the keeper, Faisal Mushtaq, could be feeling a lot better that one sticks because we saw one earlier. It was off Siddiqui. He clanged and it was a catch he should probably take 100 times out of 100. That time, it was a bit more of a difficult one. It went quickly. We know there's a lot of bounce in this pitch, which means it's flying through to the keeper. Nice work by Mushtaq to hold on to it. So a third wicket falls and pretty interesting contest here in match 12. Right now, LSG are 55 for 3.
Yeah, good time to get a wicket as well because they were just starting to put a good bit of partnership together with Sukumaran with the Singer there. It's a new batter now comes out and it is Patel. Patel will be hoping to just, once again, just keep rotating strike. I mean, Sukumaran at the moment has got to be key to get you to a big score.
Jumps away, but does get some bat on it.
You always get a student that doesn't listen. Always get a student that's sitting at the bat that doesn't pay attention.
Well, if you hit it, then I suppose, well, lucky you hit it, otherwise he was going to be gone. Vishal Kumar Patel will retain the strike, and at the end of 6 overs, the score is 56 for 3. Yes, they're going along nicely, but again, a nice good over there from Hassan Usman. He just stuck to his task. He stuck to that corridor. I mean, okay, he made the change. And that's another thing, you know. And I think a lot of bowlers in Europe, especially that are new to the game, new to the concept, prefer to be bowling around the wicket. The problem with that is when you come to the big screen and you come against proper umpires, they're going to tell you, you're running in front, you can't do it. Also, so my message there is, start bowling. If you're right arm over, bowl over the wicket. You saw the proof in the pudding there. Comes over the wicket, gets a wicket. Yeah, good point. Pakor comes back now and over number 7. I think it's a tape ball thing. I hadn't seen a lot of tape ball cricket before I'd kind of mixed with the player group here in Europe. They have that kind of background, and so a lot of the time that's what they do. They come around the wicket and just continue in front of the umpire. We can't really do that at all when the umpire's standing there. Very high grip, doesn't he, Sukumaran? He lobs this one in the air. It's going to be... Yeah, caught and bowled there. Yeah, it's easy one. I mean, you said he's got a high grip. That one goes pretty high as well. And Bakor picks up another one. It's just look, just watch this. And it's all because of that high grip. He gets the wrist involved, but all he does is sort of loops his up. And the bowler, well, he makes it look absolutely easy, doesn't he? Good wicket. That's his second. I actually think that Bakor yawned while that ball was in the air. He was actually so relaxed. So Sukumaran plays a good hand, but yeah, that's the thing. If you have a high grip like that, sometimes you don't have as much control over your shots. Can't get good power when you get it just right, but he didn't on that occasion. Kind of hung the bat out there. So Sukumaran plays nicely, but he's going to be the fourth wicket to fall. It's 57 for 4.
Yeah, and that's a key wicket to get because I think he was the man that was leading the way. If he was still in there for the remainder of the innings, I think they would have got to that 100-plus score. Well, he has to depart, and 57 now for 4. You literally got 2 new batters in.
It's well bowled, and I like that he's getting off the pitch now by Court.
Yeah.
So it's not too difficult to do. It's just a habit. It's kind of muscle memory as well. That's why you don't see top-level players running in front of the umpire. They know what they need to do if they change sides. You better out there, Ankit Singh. Low full toss. Hit down the ground. Should be handled down there, just a single. I got a very early tingle. I don't think we've ever seen a team in their first ever ECN match have a golden ball. I don't think that's happened before. And Lisbon Super Giants, this is their second match, but TTP is their very first match.
Oh, ouch, ouch. Well, this is a no ball. This is right on the shoulder. He's danced into this. I'm not blaming the batter at all, but he's danced funky forward and he gets absolutely pegged.
Oh, boy. Well, as Sophie Ellis-Bextor once said, it's murder on the dance floor. He does dance down the wicket. Dances down the wicket at the bowler. And yeah, I mean, the thing is with this one is that it's not as high as it looks. I'm not saying it's not high. It hits him on the shoulder, but he is kneeling when it hits him on the shoulder. So, yeah, not always a great idea to charge at the fast bowler.
I was going to say, it's like when you see the batter charging at you, you think, okay, I'll show you. And I often say, you know, if you see a batter coming at you, you can do a couple of 2 things. You can just ignore him and get the Yorker in, or you can say, you know what, I'm going to follow you. Well, the bowler follows him. You know, I still would think if he's standing in his crease, I mean, it probably is going to be high, but not as high as you think. But that one, well, look, you can cue music to this. Another one bites, another one bites. That's
I don't think I've quite seen anything quite like that.
Well, I'll tell you what, the bowler, I like the way that everybody comes round to see that he's okay, including the bowler. Okay, free hit it will be.
Yeah, he reaches at it now. He might be run out.
Well,
now they're going to get 2. Well, this is cue the circus music time. I mean, people tend to think because it's a free hit, you just, you know, everyone's got the immunity cloak. But to be honest, there's no run here. And I'm telling you, they only run because it's a free hit.
Yeah.
And the throw was a Yorker for the bowler. Anyway. And now this one I think will be a wide. Wow, this over's had a bit of everything, hasn't it?
It's been an interesting one, Usman. It's given us a few highlights. Well, he's given the batter a bit of a bruise on his shoulder.
That one will hurt.
Can you imagine if he had run him out there afterwards, on the free hit, takes the ball, dives, knocks him over again, and knocks his wicket out?
Do you know what I would have liked more, though?
What?
In a second. To get down to the 7th over, it's 63 for 4. If the throw coming in from the fielder had hit him in the same shoulder. Anyway, let's have a look at what's coming up. We've got 2 weeks here in Portugal, finishing with the ECI in Portugal. So this will finish on Friday the 7th of April. So 12 consecutive days. No off days. Off days are a thing of the past. Saturday and Sunday. Then not this weekend, but the following weekend, we'll have Netherlands and Gibraltar visiting. So that's going to be awesome. Then 2 weeks in Cyprus. I'll be with you for the end of that. I do have a couple of weeks off during that series. Then Danny Hudacek's going to join me in Milan. You'll finally get a break. And Milan will also have an ECI at the end. And also that weekend, it's going to be a big weekend of cricket because we'll have a 5-way T20 International Series we'll cover from The Rock, Europa Point, Gibraltar. It's out of a new over. It's called a wide. And those 5 countries, top of my head, one of them is Portugal. Gibraltar, Portugal, Malta, Hungary, and Israel. And I think it's the first time we've had Israel off on the European Cricket Network. So looking forward to that. Anyway, over number 8, and it's Hassan Uzzaman. who knocks him over. And this is a pretty good go-to, I think, especially against batters that haven't had a lot of experience in ECN cricket. Just get the ball in the stumps to them. And you see Patel went walking, he never came home. So Usman chips in once again, 64 for 5.
Yeah, Usman, it's a good bowler. I like the way he's realised what he's got to do here. Batter again wants to charge, and he says, okay, if you want to charge me, I know what I've got to do. Got to get the ball right up there. And this time Patel, well, it's not just him who gets knocked over. As he stumps, chuck the foot this style. Usman gets another wicket. I'm not going to look at a look of Usman. Not only does he get the ball in the right corridor, when he's bowling it short of a length, he's getting the ball to move around, but he's got a good Yorker as well.
Yeah, he sure does. He just hits the target. New batter comes to crease as Ronak Patel. So Gary saying thanks to the ECN for all the coverage over the last few weeks. He even warmed to Corey in the end. Oh, that's nice.
Everybody, he's a little softy, really, Corey. Yeah. Once you get to know him, and you know, he's a little softy.
I mean, he's like, you know, the people have these pets that are a bit annoying, like guinea pigs. I mean, what's a guinea pig done for you lately? You know, it's kind of little and makes a few annoying noises, but in the end, they're part of the family. So Corey's enjoying his day off. I tell you what, because my flight plans changed, I tell you it was a bonus. Well, this is a pretty remarkable shot, really. And that's gone all the way. Maximo! Well, how about that for a shot from Ankit Singh?
That's a biggie.
Only the third ball he's faced. That's gone miles. Maximo time.
It's not a bad delivery at all either. That is going to be like hitting the middle and off. And he's managed to cart it big time for a massive 6.
Yeah. Let's see if he does it again. Zaman hasn't gone for many either, so handy runs for LSG. Now he waits on it, and it gets dropped at backward point. Well, it's also gone for 4. He's gone straight through the hands of the fielder as Ankit moves into double figures.
Yeah, this is going to be disappointment, Usman, because he doesn't really hit this at all. It's to the fielder. He puts the catch down, and worse still, the ball, it goes to the boundary.
So let me tell you this. So obviously, I actually gave Corey a lift Monday morning to the airport because I'm a nice guy and didn't get a sleep in, but that's fine. And then I was meant to fly Monday night. So Sunday night was our big last night, the Empanadas night. Shot. Good looking cut. It'll just be one. So then so we said goodbye to everyone and blah, blah, blah. And then my flight plans changed. So I wasn't flying Monday night after all. I was flying Tuesday. And I was Monday night. So I had my paella because it was World Paella Day.
Yeah,
you told me that.
Yeah.
So I had that for lunch and it was great. Normally that'd be enough for me, just a light dinner. But it got to about 7, 8 o'clock and I thought, I'm pretty hungry. I started tossing up a few options. So the hero's welcome I got and the confused looks when I walked into that empanada shop on Monday night by myself.
Gone.
He's gone. Well, got to say, I didn't pick it up. I thought it swung after the stumps, but Naeem is a lot closer than us, and he detected a little edge. Check it out in the replay.
Well, let's have a look at this. I mean, the bowler was absolutely short.
It does
it
seem
does
like it
deviate,
takes the deflection. Now, whether that's
look
an
at the
edge,
batter. Look at the batter's look. Watch that. That tells you the story.
Yeah,
the batter looking back is saying, "Oh, I didn't." I think there's a little bit of something on there. The umpire, Naeem, says, "Yeah, you got to go." So it's unfortunate for the batter because I think Ronak Patel, he goes and he hasn't troubled the scorers, which means it's going to be he has to go. So you gave the empanadas a bit of a surprise.
I was just going to say, it swung after the nick as well, which made it look like perhaps it wasn't an edge. I mean, the polygraph, I think the needle's all over the place that time. And it takes us to the end of the over, 76 for 6. Well, this one seems back a long way. It's uppercut, quite a remarkable shot. And, this one, I'm sure it goes 4 or 6. I mean, that went a long way off the bat.
This is a nice shot, isn't it? I mean, well, he plays it quite amazing. I think he's trying to keep it down, but it actually goes upwards, one bounce, goes over the boundary. Shot. What an interesting shot.
So I went to the empanada shop, and of course, Corey didn't even know my flight plans had changed and all these things. So I video called him with Don Mundo, the Don of the empanada shop.
Yeah.
And you know what Corey was doing?
What was he doing?
Completely dark. He was asleep. It was 7 p.m.
No, he wasn't.
7:30 p.m. Shocker.
Absolute shocker.
So I got bonus empanadas, and I went in there saying, look, I had the paella for lunch. It was paella for 2, so I'm not going to do anything crazy. Just give me 5. End up doing 8. Shot. This gets up and over the top of the infielder's gap behind him. So Vergara has come to the table, and he gets a boundary here. So yeah, LSG, I mean, on target for about 100 here, and I think they would have taken that. And Team Tigers Portugal right now, looks like they'll be chasing quite a few.
Yeah, well, Atul Vakala comes out there and he plays to a nice shot with both these batters, in fact. Singh, I'm liking what Singh is doing. He's got the acceleration going. He's going really well. He's got 17 of 7. Got Vakala now hitting the ball pretty well. So both batters are doing a good job. Well, this is another one that will go all the way.
How about this offside hitting, though? I mean, one thing I would say about a lot of the bowling from the Tigers is they have been banging it in pretty predictably. So that's another one. Okay, backs away, but when you've got the length to work with, then it's more, well, I suppose it's easier to make something out of it. We haven't seen enough Yorkers, I don't think. Alamin Ulash. Better length, see? That's very hard to do it when it's fuller. So as far as the court behind went, I mean, obviously we're a long way away. And so a few people discussing it. But the umpire is out there. He is more or less right where it happens. So we don't really hear what they hear. We don't quite see the same view that they get, even with all our pictures. So you just got to go with the umpire on that one. And yeah, anytime the batter is glancing behind, it's normally a bit of a giveaway.
Yeah, I think so.
There's Naeem. Does a great job, doesn't he? Very good umpire.
Umpires have been super hot in this series. Well, they get super hot as well, because when that sun comes out, it's not the right colour to be in, black, really.
Yeah, well, it's going to be 26. I think yesterday might have even been warmer than that. Might have been 28 or 29.
Yesterday was 20. And remember, these temperatures they give you are in the shade. Yesterday afternoon, come around 1 o'clock, it was hot. Slight delay here at the moment. I think once again we may have a few issues, technical issues, some gremlins getting in the world. It gives us more of an opportunity to have a chat to our viewers. And not sure what the issue is here, but first, I mean, let's talk about the Lisbon Super Giants. Of course, the first match, their debut didn't go to plan. I mean, they go down in the record books for the wrong reasons, because I think that run chase was the fastest that we've seen in the European Cricket Series in the men's setup. As we have a look at some of the horses. The horses are back. There they are.
Yeah.
Like the horses.
You ever ride horses? Have you done much of that?
I have, yeah. I have back in Spain a few times. And you almost forget just actually how high you get. That's the scary thing. When you first get on, you think, wow, I'm really high. But, yeah, lovely. Very lovely, very intelligent animals are the horses. Or maybe what I can do is focus on what days we have here today. It is International Mermaid Day here today. So they're paired in literature, mythology, music and films, and also pop and culture. It is a day to let your imagination run wild and indulge in one's fascination with this aquatic creature. So yeah, Mermaid Day.
Mermaid and Little Mermaid, great soundtrack. One of the first songs I learnt to play on piano, actually. Under the Sea.
You know, you mentioned the piano. I'm glad you did. We didn't plan this. World Piano Day.
Is it really?
It is World Piano Day. A day celebrated. And you know why it's celebrated today? If I give you a clue, 88. Why is it celebrated today?
Yeah, because there's 88 keys on full-size piano.
And
so
it's the 88th day of the year.
Yeah.
So, World Piano Day. I know you love to play the piano. And, well, it's... I like the loading there. So, World Piano Day was founded by a group of like-minded people who aim to create a platform for the piano-related projects to promote development and music and share the joy of playing the piano.
And you know what I like about the piano is it's so versatile. And the kind of music you can play on it, and the kind of all the instruments. There's a big range.
There's Cow Corner
of feelings with piano music. Yeah, it's Cow Corner. We saw horse. What would you call that? The horse plains or little house on the prairie a moment ago.
Part. Another day is, this isn't it, but I don't remember this. Of course I don't remember this, but I don't remember even hearing about it, is Niagara Falls Runs Dry Day. Because way back in 1848, the Niagara Falls did run dry due to ice blockages. So 2 days, the water stopped completely. So the day aimed to celebrate the extraordinary event that took place. So here we go. We're back to the action though. And this one is another one playing that area. One bounce. Good pickup. He plays that shot really well, I have to say. It's been successful for him. It's worked for him.
Yeah, it's been interesting kind of innings. I mean, Lisbon Super Giants, for the first time they'll be bowling with it. I suppose a realistically defendable target on the board. So yeah, where are we at here? Swing and a miss.
Well, it's been a great knock, hasn't it, by Ankit Singh? He's played some beautiful shots. And this one, though, is well bowled. So let's see if Vagala can get going as well. That will be it be the end of the 9th over? Umpire's just checking to see if it was maybe a ball to come.
Yeah. Easy to lose track with the big gap in the over. So that over, at the moment, I'm only seeing 5 balls in it. And that's going to make me concerned. We're going to have more delays. We need to get some sort of a tradition, I think.
Yeah, I think we're going to...
In the delays, what we need to do something. Obviously, we're pretty remote here, so that's why we get technical issues from time to time. I think there's one to come. There we go. There's the signal. Hey, come back here.
Yeah, come on, Ula. Finish it off.
Well, he doesn't have a wicket, Alamin Ulash. So he's going to have to bowl one more, and maybe that's not a bad thing, because maybe he will take a wicket here.
Yeah, or maybe he'll get carded to the boundary.
Maybe, but he's already been, I wouldn't say carded, but he's got a free shot at a wicket. Here we go, last ball of the night. And nothing will happen. So after that, at the end of 9 overs, the score is going to be 92 for 6.
So go to the last over. Can they get the 100 up here? That'd be major. I mean, Lisbon Super Giants, there was nothing super really about the first match. They only posted 45. The Fighters knocked them off with 50 balls to go. It was a record run chase, really. We saw Chaudhry's first over go for 33. It all went wrong, but if they could post 100 here and get a victory, that would be probably one of the all-time comebacks. It's a bit like Gozo all over again.
Yeah, albeit against different opposition. Start of the 10th over, and it will start with
a run out probably.
Yeah, well, it's
direct hit.
Yeah, that'll do it.
What a bit of fielding this is. First of all, he does absolutely sensationally well to stop the boundary, does the fielder, and then picks the ball up, and, well, it's probably the furthest part of the ground, and he hits him, and, well, he's just letting everybody know who he is. That is Mohammed Bakor, who was sensational with the ball in hand as well. Well, that's why he's a good bowler, because he knows what to hit. He knows how to hit the stumps.
Handy one to get at this stage as well, because Ankit's going to go one and run out there. And so, yeah, if you bowl well now, maybe you can keep it below 100. But having said that, pretty useful innings from Ankit. He scores 29 off just 10 balls. And he gets the Super Giants moving. It's 93 for 7.
Yeah, that was a very, very good innings. That makes all the difference in this contest. It could be the innings that decides the match, because he almost goes at a strike rate there, incredibly, of 300. But it's the shots he played in the offside, he's got had a very unique style. It looks like he's hitting the ball into the deck, but in fact, he's smashing it over the offside for big sixes. But he goes. And this is high up in the air, bounces. Good work done by the fielder, pads it down. The batters should be thinking about 2. They don't, just take the single.
Yeah, just concerned with keeping in the field of play. You can understand that. So, Vagala gets off the mark, officially. Now, swing and a miss. Bomick is the new batter. So you can see the importance of that run out. Potentially it saves you like 8 runs or so. The next one, swing and a miss. Now, you can see Vagala was struggling to get it away.
Yeah, swinging and missing. It's the right thing to try and do. They're trying to get valuable runs, but really, it's one of those where if you, in hindsight, if you just think, hey, let's just get bat onto ball, just take a single over every ball, we get the 100 on the board. And, it doesn't happen, and that will conclude the innings. Sorry that we're running just a little bit behind here on the graphics there. We'll give you an update on the score, but yeah, it's a disappointing end. Still, it's a much improved performance from the Lisbon Super Giants. They do get themselves to a score, but I don't think they quite get to that 100 mark. I reckon they're probably on around about 95, 96 here, but that'll be confirmed for you later. Why don't we take a look at some of the highlights?
Yeah, let's have a look. They set him ball with a bit of fire, didn't they? But I think when it comes down to it, to have a score in the 90s, it will give Lisbon Super Giants some confidence that they can register their first points. It'll be a bit more of an even matchup. Two teams inexperienced in ECN cricket their first day. Well, one of them will take the 2 points at the end of this 10 overs.
Yeah, they certainly will, but I did like the start here. I think, first of all, Harper at 3, at least he learned his lesson from the first. He decided, I've got to play shot, and he did. And until Siddiqui came along and bowling his first ball in the European Cricket Series, it was an absolute corker, a juicy Yorker that had the wicket at 3. But at least he made 15 in this one. But Suraj Samrakun, he just played some beautiful shots. I really did like his innings. And he was cutting the ball, playing it on the leg side as well. So Sukumaran, really good top quality innings from him. He made 20 of 16, and he got good support there from Singer as well. Singer made 11 of 11, but it was just staying there together. But what was good as well was the catches. They were being taken as well. There was an opportunity here for a run out. It didn't quite happen, but a much better, more positive performance. But one thing that really did, there was a straightforward drop. That was Singer being dropped by Mushtaq on 1. But Mushtaq, he does get an opportunity to pick him up a second time round, but not before a few more runs were hit. I think Ankit Singh, his batting performance is absolutely superb. He played some really nice shots, and shots all over the ground, but some of the cut shots were absolutely amazing. And this was when Singer, he did finally fall, and Faisal Mushtaq getting the catch eventually. Then we saw that one where that was caught and bowled. That was at the end of Sukumaran. He actually goes quite cheaply, not cheaply, but he gives his wicket away cheaply, I would say. And Bakur was outstanding. This is the batter who got a no ball into his shoulders. He was a little bit shaken, and then, well, his stumps were shaken as well as they were knocked over. But the one thing is that all the way through to the innings, they just kept on fighting. This was where Ankit Singh came in, and he started with that. That was humongous. It's a really big hit. This was a little nick behind, and he saw Patel saying, no, I didn't touch it, it wasn't me. Of course, he didn't want the duck sounds, but he was going to get them, unfortunately. Ankit Singh just kept on smashing the ball. At this point, we just had a few issues with the scoring, and a few runs were being put onto Vagila's name. He wouldn't have minded that, but we soon got that right. But it was Ankit Singh that was blasting the ball all over the place. But that was how his innings came to an end. And once again, it was Bakur, but not with the bowling, but with the throwing. Great bit of fielding. Saves the 4, gets the throw, direct hit, and puts an end to the innings. This is a scorecard, so they actually don't add any more than what we thought. So I was thinking it was maybe 94, 95. It stays on 94. 94 for 7. That's the only thing I think disappointing for Lisbon Supergiants, that they couldn't bring up the 100. And they did have opportunities, but just right there towards the end, the batters there playing and missing at a few. You saw there Atul Magala, he was not out for 0, but he had 6 balls and he couldn't get anything off it. And the Suman Bhowmik just getting the one ball that he had. The bowling figures, great bowling from Hassan Uzman. I think he was top draw, 3 for 18, 2 wickets also for Mohammad Bakur. I think he was outstanding as well. Those 2 bowlers, look, between him, only 28 runs came off those 4 overs. And, the catching was much better as well. So Team Tigers Portugal, not a bad performance in the field from the couple of loose deliveries. And also that innings of Ankit Singh, 29 of 10 is what hurt them there. Let's see how they perform with the bat. So match number 12 here at the Santarem Cricket Ground here in Portugal. It's evenly posed. Lisbon Supergiants have put a much better score on the board, 94 for 7. and that means that the new team making their debut, Team Target of Portugal, will need 95 for victory. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo in around about 10 minutes time for the conclusion of match number 12.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back. The umpires, Umpire Bucks and Umpire Naheem, are out there, and they're being joined by the team that now has to do their work in the field. It's the Lisbon Supergiants. They've done well with the bat. They've put 94 on the board, and 94 losing 7 wickets, so much better than when they played their first match against the Fighters, where they only managed to get to 45. So they've sort of more than doubled what they got. And now, let's see if they can spend a bit more time out there in the field. Last time around, of course, it was only just 10 balls when the wicket, well, they just couldn't get the ball in the right areas. Remember, 33 came off the first over of Chowdhury. But that's all behind them now. They've got those early jitters out of the way, and they'll be hoping now to try to defend this and get their first win in the European Cricket Series. Both these two teams are playing in the debut. This is their debut in the European Cricket Series, but Team Tigers Portugal, they're playing their very first match. And wouldn't it be something sensational? They could pick up a victory here, but Lisbon Supergiants do not want to go 2-0. So let's see how they do in defending this. They certainly have got the runs on the board, so all the pressure really are on Team Tigers of Portugal. And you can see that the clock, they're ready to start counting down. So they will have, of course, 40 minutes to try and complete 9 overs in. So that's not there for the whole innings, it's for the 9 overs. And then, of course, they've got time to bowl in the final over. So that clock will count down as soon as Ankit Singh bowls the first delivery. So Ankit was pretty key with the bat. But, now let's see what he can do with the ball. Rolling to Kadir. Kadir, he works that away quite nicely. He plays it out on the offside. Will take a single. So first runs in a European Cricket Series for Abdul Kadir. I don't think it's the Abdul Kadir. A lot of people were talking food chat already in the morning, making us hungry. And people were asking me, what's my favourite bhaji filling? Yeah, good question. I've got to say that with bhajis, I think they've got to be vegetarian. As this one's going to be a bit of a gundy ball from Singh. Will be a wide. Yeah, I think bhajis or pakoras, if you want to call them, I refer to them as pakoras. I'd like mixed veg pakoras, just like the way my mum would have made me on a Sunday afternoon. So bit of diced aubergine, onions, potatoes, and a few peas. Optimistic shout. As a batter as well, I'm not sure what's going on with the running here. A, they're not listening to each other's call, and secondly, both ball watching and almost ending up crashing into each other. Just watch this. Watch the striker first. So he's looking to see where the ball is. It's, then he finally realises that he's got to run as well. So they'll take the extra. And they'll take another wide there as well. So he's trying to, every time he seems to be trying to go to the stumps, he goes wide. He's got a bit of a slingy action, hasn't he? And there's the bowler, Ankit Singh. So doesn't really get that arm right up. So if you just have a look at it again, let's see. This one is straighter, and it's hit pretty well as well. But the fielder gets under it and takes a great catch. That's nicely done. It's the first wicket. And that's really well held. It goes a long way up in the air. So that's well done indeed. And it is Suraj Sukhmaran who holds on to it. Well, he's played a good part in this match already, hasn't he? Well, both these guys have. Both batters that contributed well with the bat. And now combining well in the field. Sukhmaran is taking the catch. And there he is, Suraj. Suraj. As the first wicket goes, the first wicket falling, the first time the Tigers are having a bat in the European Cricket Series, and it will be a wicket, and it will be Abdul Kadir that, well, he does get off the mark, but he only is out there for 2 balls. Well caught by Suraj, and Singh, though he had a few issues getting the ball in the right areas, he does pick up a wicket as well. So 4 for 1. Yeah, it's a new batter who makes his way out. And it's going to be Asif Atur to see if he can make a longer stay out there and get his team started in chasing down the target of 95. Just gently plays this out to the third man area, who seems to have all sorts of issues. Jonkari mark ke bag hai mere khayal, ball field nahi karne. But he's okay. He survives. He stays on his feet. There, that's Atul Bagala. They're just having a few issues there. I want to say that a big thank you to some of the Awarish boys, the likes of Andani and co. And have brought us a few aloo paranthas. Well, I put a request out the other day. मैं कह रहा है ना अपने पंजाबी मुंडे काफ़ी है यार सानू 2-3 परांठे भी ले दिया करो. Well, we've had some paranthas today. First of all, we had some courtesy of the Tigers. Brought some through for us, and now we've got the Warriors as well. So being well fed here. And, well, this is why you got to have your paranthas, because it gives you a little bit of John, as they say, a little bit of power, and that's a nice shot. And it's a good way for Mohamed Omar Farouk to get off the mark. And that's what you got to do. You got to be brave. You can't be a little bit cagey out there. Well, they are the Tigers. Let them out of the cage, and they've got to play some shots. End of the first over finishes 9 for 1. And also just a reminder, 39 matches now without a golden ball. One thing I will say, well, Mr. Maxwell said he had a bit of a tingle. I can understand it. This sort of score in the 90s, it certainly could be. And 2 new teams out there as well on debut in the European Cricket Series. There'll be some nerves, and maybe there could be some drama out there as well. As you see, the next bowler about to have a bowl. And it's going to be Nirav Gamani. So there. I'm not going with with Chaudhry just yet. No surprise, really. And this one, it's a real loopy delivery. It comes out of his hand, and you think, well, okay, is this going to be a no ball? But it dips, and it dips pretty quick. So just a single. See a lot of bowlers bowling this sort of delivery. Pick up wickets. This reminds me of what Gary Park was bowling. Well, this one is too high. This has got to be called for me. So he got away with the first one. It dips. This one, he goes a bit fuller. And I think when we see side on this will have to be called. There's been a few no balls today. We've seen a few batters being struck by one. So, I mean, it does start to dip, but I still think that's too high. He's hitting that sort of just under the armpit. And I think if he's staying in his crease, that still be too high. Well, they decide that it's not. Well, I'm quite surprised there. This is going to be a wide. So Gavani started with a good one. Yeah, I was saying that first ball he bowled reminded me of the sort of bowling from Gary Park, of the Sporting Alfest player and the European Cricket League. He was bowling deliveries every time I think that's going to be a no ball, and it really did dip. This one, once again, is into the pads. Don't think there's any bat involved here. Yeah, leg by signal. So a few extras creeping up on the board. We've only seen the one boundary, which came off the bat of Mohamed Farouk. That was his opening score shot. Oh, he's played a beautiful shot here, high up in the air, and this one will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna zona, shaka lagya. Nicely played, absolutely met sweet out the middle of the bat. Good shot. And Omar Farouk, well, I'm liking the way that he started here. He's taking on the bowler, Gavani. Puts it in the slot again, and oh, he gets a chance. Oh, well, he got a chance to take a jalebi catch. Then he pumped it onto the lid of the non-striker. I would have loved this to have dropped back into his hands. It would have been an all-time great. What a time for Mr. Maximo to join me in the box.
Wow. All action all the time. It clonks him on the head. Anyway, next one's cut away for a single.
Well, they just... oh, well, I've never seen anything like that. The non-striker had no idea. It clonked him on the head. That could have been a great attempt from Gabani on the corner and bowled. Gets a hand to it. Doesn't get the jalebi catch, but it could have come off the top of the lid of the non-striker and landed back into his hand when he's lying on the deck. This is how he looks at the moment.
Yeah, 21 for 2 after 2 overs. Well, these two teams just starting out their campaigns. LSG, well, their net run rate of minus 23.10. I'd say that will improve now. That was because of the way they got picked apart by fighters. But that was, well, two things. It wasn't a great batting effort, and then the bowling was all over the place while they were out there. As for Team Tigers Portugal, well, it's great that they're on the field in their first ever game. And look, they're in the mix, aren't they, after 2 overs. And now we're going to see Harpreet Attri coming on in over number 3. So you feel the next 3 or 4 overs will probably determine the course of this match. Ataur on strike. And yeah, this has been a constant problem, though, for Super Giants this morning. It's just getting it on target in the first place.
Yeah, extras are mounting up all the time, aren't they? And, well, he says, Ale, media handcuff Allah. He's saying, all right, maybe I don't need these glasses after all. They're not helping me.
Yeah.
But this could go very well or very wrong. Let's have a look.
To change the prescription potentially.
Oh, well, take your glasses back. Handcuff Allah,
Wow,
yeah, pala.
And they'll get the extra. Yeah, well, we're going to need a wider pitch. And you only defend. Say only, I mean, I feel like this is more or less a pass score for this particular match. I think for the series it's a bit light on, but yeah, the game's in the balance. You don't want to be giving the freebies. Change of angle, I don't mind that. And it works. Yeah, so people tend to think about it as, you know, where you're aiming your arms as to where the ball goes, and that is true to an extent. But, you know, now he's approaching from an angle where his side on is a bit more pointed towards the offside.
Yeah, he gets a talking to from Buck Stoneman here because look where he is here.
Yeah.
And then he goes right across the batter as well, the non-striker. He's doing it again and no ball being called. Now, has this been called because he's gone in front of him again, or is this because there is a football? But either way, I'm liking to see the umpires taking some action here.
Yeah, exactly right. Let's try and work it out. Yeah, it must be a front foot no
Yeah,
ball.
it's big time over.
And then poor Bucks, I mean, comes back at him. He never has a look at it because the bowler's right in the way. So that's going to be a Hawaii 5-0, and we'll have a free hit coming up. So once again, the extras being costly. It's 9 off 1 ball with a free hit to come for Attri.
See that Ankit Singh is just having a chat there with Attri. He's got to get this right, hasn't he? But more importantly, he's got to be running off the middle of the pitch. Let's see if he can get it right here. He starts wider.
Yeah, well, this time it's sky, but it doesn't matter if it's caught. They probably don't realise that, which will make it more exciting. And so Attri gets out of jail for now, at least. It'll just be a higher single.
Yeah, the fielder, he looks disappointed, but it wouldn't have mattered. Somebody tell him, put him out of his misery. Somebody tell him it wouldn't have mattered.
So I love it. The strategy Attri's going is I'm just not going to follow through at all. He bowled his ball and pretty much just stopped on the spot because he's so worried about running in front of the umpire. Well, that's a slight improvement, I suppose. Well, that one isn't. Yeah, it's just that the release point isn't really consistent from Attri.
Yeah, he's just got to go back over the wicket and just work it out. I mean, all right, he was... When you think what he's actually trying to do, what if you apply what he's doing here, coming around the wicket, and he's been stopped by going in front of the umpire, if he does that on the other side, he's fine. He'll get it in the right area.
He's got that natural kind of in-swing action, I think, depending on the seam position. Some are going left to right, some aren't. This is a better ball, but pretty good shot. In fact, that's going to go all the way. 4 runs. Oh, what a good shot that is by Mohamed Omar Farouk. Cracks it down the ground. 4 carreras.
This guy plays beautifully straight, and this time, right, he knows it's not quite there in the slot. Just that initial couple of steps, gets himself to the pitch of the ball and drives it beautifully. And it's a lovely off drive. 4 runs all along the deck. Farouk looking good, and it's a good... I mean, they've lost that wicket of Kadir early. He went for 1 or 2 balls, but the other opener, this man here, Mohamed Omar Farouk, is looking the business.
I like the way he goes offside there through the line, not across the line. Now, no ball. This is probably a front foot again, so extras being so costly.
Oh, it's going to be another free hit, and it's Farouk that's going to be on it. Just have a look at the left foot here. Let's see how far that he goes. And let's have a look where he lands. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's just after it lands. We can kind of see that from Buck's point of view, the umpire, there's nothing grounded behind the line when he landed. So another free hit coming up. This is turning into a bit of an over from hell at the moment. Not just that, but it's all costing time, isn't it?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, look at that clock is ticking down as well.
Hello to Asan as we get ready for the free hit. But once again, the free hit isn't cashed in. It'll just be a single. Gives me a chance to say hello to Neil as well. I like the Jaws reference. Hello to Dave. Nice to see you with us. And people tuning in from all around the world. So I know that... Dave, well, I haven't checked my messages because I've been travelling, Dave, but maybe, tell me in the chat, did you get your special delivery? Slow ball this time, and it's worked away. Square of the wicket, and it's an attempted foot fielding. That never really turns out too well. Well, that bit of fielding is much better. So maybe got to get him out there.
Have him on. Have him on.
Atur gets another boundary. This over. Oh, I feel like Price Waterhouse Coopers, they'll be studying this for years to come. They'll have the paperwork trying to follow the trail of what's happened in this over, but I can tell you it's gone magical now with the ball to come.
Yeah, gone magical. The clock is ticking. Look, they've already gone past the 15 minutes, and we haven't got out of the power play yet. It's a better delivery, and they think about taking a single, decide against it, so that will be the end of it. It does go magical, and at the end of 3, it's 42 for 1.
Hey, look, if you just cherry-picked Atri's 6 legal deliveries, it looks like a decent over. it's the case of the in-betweeners, which led him astray. 42 for 1 off 3. Let's say we got a floating numbers. Where are the numbers at? Yeah, okay. I turned off gravity on, and that one, well...
Where's that one gone?
Because it went for 21. Oh, there, I think I still see the bottom of the 21 there, just below the third over.
There it is.
Yeah, spotted it. Yeah, I mean...
Can't we just make him a different colour and put him in the chart? I mean, all right, you probably couldn't get the 3 in the 3.
We have it right. It's not that we don't know how to do it. It's just, I think that's actually a Y2K bug, which has come about 23 years too late. So, the thing is, when they sat on top of the bars, it was fine. But now they've just decided to take off. Maybe it's inflation. Anyway, time for over number 4. And this is Bomick, who is going to bowl the first ball of it right now. And it's a little bit short. Goes with it, but only finds the fielder. Throw comes in, but they get a single.
Yeah, nice. I'm going to say this. You know who's going to be the key here? Chowdhury. Chowdhury had an absolute nightmare the first over he bowled in match number 1. It went for 33. I reckon get him on. I mean, there's no point hiding him. He looked a good bowler. It just didn't work right for him. Get him on. Well, maybe he was the villain last time around. He could be the hero.
The corner, but I think it's more pad than bat. All right, throw comes in. Wait for the signal. It's called leg by. Yeah, this has got the hallmarks of a close finish, doesn't it? But I think it's staying in the game. Super Giants need to straighten it up a touch.
Well, they need to get Farouk. Farouk's been batting beautifully at the moment.
This one's also worked away.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
oh, yeah.
Unfortunately for Chowdhury, he's maybe thinking about his bowling or something, because this one gets through him. And this is lightning fast, this outfield. And if you don't get anything on it, you're going to be chasing it down the hill. In fact, he doesn't even bother to chase. He knows. And he's made an error, and so it costs them 4.
Well, there's me bigging him up, saying bring him on the bowl. He could be the hero, and then he lets me down like that. Chowdhury, yeah, that's not the way to do it. We've seen a fair bit of that in the first 2 days and here on day 3 as well. I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's down to where these guys are used to playing the cricket, that they're on surfaces that you wouldn't even dream of. We wouldn't think about diving because you'll end up in hospital. This one, oh dear, this is going to go. This is going to be, it's going to be a minimal. This is going to be 5 wides. This one goes through the legs of the wicketkeeper. Anup Kumar Shivastav gets it wrong.
Yeah, so it only just misses the leg stump, you see, because he's blinded. He does everything right except bend down. That's 2 balls in a row. They've got the body in an okay position. And to be honest, he did everything right there except catch it. There, Shrivastava, the keeper.
Can we just focus on one thing here? Is that this is one thing that you were trying to say to the Lisbon Super Giants. This is why it's so important to go the other way, take these wide. How that could have boosted their runs.
That's right. I said they left about 30 runs on the table in the first game. And Bromick needs to straighten it out. And well, we'll try. This is another one that's flying down to the boundary. It's going to be 4. So, it's like the floodgates have opened now for TTP on debut, showing no signs of nerves. This one just, I mean, it's semi-deliberate. It gets big on him. And he just plays to get some bat on it. He gets enough bat on it to get it into that gap, and he gets another 4.
Clever shot. I do like, I've said this before, I know I was saying that, complimenting Omar Farouk on his driving. Well, it just goes to show that he can play shots all around the ground. That was a really good shot. I know what you're looking at. Come on, tell everybody what you're looking at.
I'll tell you in a second. Well, I've been here before. Slight Tortuga. They think a 2, but it's not there. So it turns out to be a good stop by Ronak Patel. Yeah, of course. When we're here, we have some company in the cube. I know you've talked about it a little bit, but when the sun comes out, little spiders start making webs in the cube. So, yeah, you've got to make sure that they don't get in the headphones.
Yeah, they're everywhere. I've got to tell you now, they are everywhere. They'll crawl everywhere. And the first thing you do when you go back to base is get in the shower. And I empty my bag, I shake it out, and they all come out everywhere. I made a mistake on day one of putting my bag when I went back my rucksack on the bed. Of course, white bedding. And when I looked at it 3 minutes later, there were black things crawling all over the place.
Yeah, I'll give that a miss. As we get to the end of the 4th over, it scores 58 for 1. I'm scared, but I'm going to do about an extras count. 17 runs in extras so far. You take those off, you got 41. And okay, you're more or less at the red line, or maybe just a little bit over. You can see that's the story so far. And through the last couple of overs, it's been climbing. Okay, Ankit Singh comes on. They need a wicket from instead. Low full toss, just timed around the corner. I mean, look, it's a slight risky shot because if he misses it, could be in trouble, but he doesn't miss and he gets 4.
Yeah, the thing about it is he's not trying to hit it too hard. Look, he's just guiding it along. See, a lot of batters would have seen that, say, full toss, but ke marni, lower nahi, timing both buri, timing both achhi hai, jokka lag gaya, 4 runs. Batting beautifully at the moment is Omar Farouk. He really is. They've got to get him out soon, otherwise this match is gone.
Well, Dave said he did get the Farmers top, I believe it was number 23, because it is 2023, and we all signed that, of course, and even Rhino was able to. It was good timing, actually, when we were able to get that top. Big wild swing. Well, at least he gets something on this, and it won't go for 4. So I guess that's a win, just won by...
Yeah, there was a bit of bat on this, as well. So, yeah, there was a chance on this.
I thought it was then if it's hit the bat, it's hit the very toe, so it's bounced in front of the keeper, so it's not really a chance. Let's have a look at it. And you can see it wasn't really a catching opportunity. Well, it will be 1 run, regardless.
Oh, dear. The extras just keep going up. Well, I was going to say the Tigers are roaring. Well, they're kind of roaring, but I think it's because the Super Giants are just, they're shrinking away, aren't they? They're shriveling up, the Giants.
They've let the Tigers into the fence.
Yeah.
Basically, they said, all right. Now, this one is going to be popped over the infield, and it'll also go for 4. So, I'll tell you what, he's been pretty good in the field. He's not on there, but...
He needs to be out there. That's the 12th man, and in the way that Raj Pakar is fielding, I'd have him on because at least he's... watch this again. He gets into position. He uses his hands. He gets down. Good technique.
But, yeah, lessons learned. Now another one, which is on the stumps more or less. Turned away again. Not able to make the stop. And they're swinging up through the 70s. And, yeah, remember, after 2 overs, the score was 21. And we were like, okay, could be a close finish. But, I mean, we haven't even finished 3 overs since. And what's the score up to now? It's been 51 off the last 16 balls. That kind of tells you all you need to know. Imagine a batter hitting a half century in 16 balls. You'd say they're going at a ridiculous pace. Well, that's the pace the whole team's been going. Now gets one that he can time up, and it's going to be another boundary. Oh, the bleeding is just too much, I think, for LSG. He looked destined to go pointless again.
Yeah, now this time it's time for Asif Atur to turn on the style. And the Tigers are roaring. I didn't know we had any Tigers in Portugal. Well, we have, as Team Tigers of Portugal are turning on the style. This one's a little bit too wide once more. Is there ban on this? Let's keep an eye on the umpire. There may have been, I think. Yeah, there was. So this is another opportunity. Difficult one because, look, the ball's so wide. But he gets drawn into the shot, gets it, gets bat. And
he does get a finger on it
as well. I think he's more focused on trying to stop it than catch it, maybe. But the over comes to an end, and, well, the misery keeps piling on. The Lisbon Super Giants. Well, if they are to be Giants, well, what they've got to do is stand up and fight here. That over, well, that almost goes magical as well. That one, 19. We've seen overs of 21, 16, and 19, the last 3 overs. That's why they're in this position.
Yeah, it's a bit rough, isn't it? This is what's coming up next. So we have the next match starting in 35 minutes' time. Fighters versus Werush. So Werush only taking the 2 points out of their 3 matches on opening day. Didn't see them yesterday. Fighters, just the 1 match this morning. They actually were able to beat LSG. So news from the toss. Fighters won the toss, selected to bowl. I mean, Miggy Machado certainly played a good innings on Monday, but I think they'll be disappointed to only have the 1 win so far. And yeah, that match is coming up pretty shortly. Conrad Greenshields as well. Probably would love a few runs. Anyway, let's get ready for over number 6. So I should mention Mandeep Singh as well. Can't wait to see him at the crease for Fighters. This one sneaks into the pad, and very fine leg will take care of it. So a leg by as Chowdhury comes back into the attack.
Yeah, Chowdhury. I was calling for Chowdhury. I think sometimes when you have a mare, it's always best to come back, and things can change pretty quickly. Fortunes change really quickly in the European Cricket Network. Let's see if his fortunes with the ball change quickly here. They need something to happen.
Yeah, a better location, but the length isn't right this time, and Farouk just strokes it into the gap. Cuatro carreras más. Right now only 13 to win. Looks like the end's going to come quickly.
Yeah, I mean, just, right areas, but wrong length. And Farouk, I think right now, he's seeing the ball the size of a football. And anything that's not on the pegs, he's putting away. He's batted well. I mean, he's approaching. He may get to his 50 here. And there's an opportunity, I suppose.
He'd have to score all of them, you'd think. Oh, it gets a good ball, though. Oh, check this one out.
What happened? What does this hit?
It hits the edge of the pitch, and then it tricks the batter.
Let's watch this. So
watch this. Hits the edge of the pitch, bounces back, and the batter's like, what? And accidentally kicks it away.
He does well to touch it. He could have gone and run him out.
Well, no one had touched it yet, except the edge of the pitch, unless you count that. Maybe it's a ghost. It certainly changed direction, didn't it? Anyway, Farouk takes a single next ball, moves to 38.
Yeah, Atur. Just watch the way Atur bats. Just what. So far, no matter what the bowler, he just takes this. He has his little kick of the left leg as he walks forward. This time he goes back. He's expecting to be short. It's going to be another wide.
Perfectly placed backstop now, saying, look, if that's where the ball's going, I'll tell you what, if you're not catching me with the gloves on, probably taking the glove off is a dangerous option with these cricket balls. Anyway, it's going to be a learning experience. And don't forget Lisbon Super Giants. They'll get 10 matches throughout this series. And I'm sure we'll see a bit of improvement in their performance. Nice looking cricket shot this time. And almost causes a run out. Oh, that's a proper... This is a proper wipeout as well from the fielder.
Yeah, I mean, he's trying to stop this and he loses his balance and he goes all over the place. Watch this. I don't know if you have it on camera here.
Yeah,
there
look
he
at
goes.
This. Down he goes. Oh, well, Barry, if you're watching, hope you're having a good time there in Abu Dhabi. Anyway, this one, it will be gone. Wow, a little bit of it, an outside edge, and that was taking off. So a pretty good piece of keeping from Anup. So they do get a little something. Watch this one. Flicks the glove, and it's still on the way up. And so a wicket for Chowdhury, and it will also finish the 6th over. The score is 86 for 2. It brings to an end a pretty nice innings from Asif Atur of 25.
Yeah, he batted well. I think he was better when he was aggressive. He just tries to be a little bit less aggressive towards the end for the innings. Probably seeing that the finishing line is there, wants to be there for the end to get a slight nick to it. So well done to Chowdhury, I've got to say. He's a man that being in the wars, but he only goes for 9 in that one and picks up a wicket as well. So well bowled. The thing is, though, how deep can... That's the other thing. How deep can you take it? If you know you're not going to win a game, try and take it as deep as you can.
All right, so time for over number 7. And Bromick comes out. He's getting some good pace as well. I mean, they've got the bowlers for it. I mean, maybe there's a point where if bowlers are too erratic, you got to try people that are a bit more reliable, even if they're not quite as quick. Either that, or you get the bowlers just bowling straighter in general. And O'Neill just mentioned something, a bit of a blast from the past. Wow, this is not a bad ball, but it's going to disappear, and it's going to disappear out of the ground. Maximo! Well, Farouk maybe will get that half century after all. Moves to 45, and with just 3 remaining, I think the only way he's going to do it is with a Maximo.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the blast on the pass. Well, let's look at the blast from here and now. That's a good hit, 6 runs. And yeah, I reckon that's what he's thinking here. Omar Farouk, get the 6, get a half century.
Could go 2, 4. I don't think he wants to go 6. Doesn't get anything this time. He's talking about the Ghost Cube. So remember at Cartman we had the Ghost Cube before? We were, all the cubes were required this time, so we didn't really have a ghost cube.
It was a bit of a ghost cube this time around as well. Because it was supposed to be for the robot, but the robot really wasn't around, so the robot became a ghost.
Yeah, robot when we got back from the cleaners. But the robot, hopefully we'll be back there. And yeah, I'm still waiting on the second one. Get away for a single. There's several other ways he could still get a half century. One of them would be for Shofi to block out these couple of balls and for it to not be finished through extras.
I don't think he's blocking Shofi, is he? He's not. Mohammed Shofi is thinking, I'm not going to finish 0 not out. I'm getting a chance to score some runs. I want to hit a big hit myself. Let's go and let's see what he does here.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, he hits it high up in the air, and it's going to be 1 bounce 4. That is the end of the game. Well, Shofi didn't read the script, but nonetheless, Omar Farouk, what a class knock it was from him. I'm already looking forward to seeing him bat again, and we're going to see plenty of them because Team Tigers of Portugal have played their first match in the European Cricket Series, and they have won, and they've got 2 more matches in the day as well. But unfortunately, the Lisbon Super Giants, they played 2 matches here today on their debut, and they've lost both of them. It is the Tigers that are roaring at the end of this one.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we called it as a close match or potential close match, didn't we? And it was pretty even, 21 for 1 after 2 overs. But then the floodgates opened, like I said, and it started with just balls not where guys were trying to bowl them, basically. I mean, the third went magical. The score doubled in the third. And yeah, over 3, 4, 5, 21, 16, 19. And there was just no pulling it back from there. We saw some excitement like this one, which was knocked onto the non-striker's melon. It would have been an amazing catch. Would have been even more amazing if you bounced back to the bowler off the helmet. But yeah, really, when it came down to it, Ahmed Omar Farouk was also excellent, wasn't he, for Team Tigers Portugal. In their very first ECN match, they will take away the points. They'll do it fairly easily at the end as well with 19 balls to spare.
Yeah, I mean, it was some bits to play there from the Lisbon Super Giants that they need to work out on. I think the bowlers, they need to pretty quickly, before we see them again, just to get into the routine of bowling the ball outside the off stump. Got to work on the extras. The extras really do hurt them here. I mean, in the end, it finishes with 21 extras, 15 of those wides. And I also do believe that if this match did go deeper, there would have been penalty runs as well, because they wouldn't have completed the innings in the time slot that they got. This was well bowled. It was a minor victory there for Chowdhury. He picked up a wicket and he finishes his match on a high. He forgets about that 1 over that went for 33, even though he did take a wicket in that one as well. But a lot to learn, but they've got to learn pretty quickly. The thing is, though, they're going to get plenty of opportunities to do that as we take a look at the match coming up now in around about 25 minutes time.
25 minutes away from a start in match 13. We know that weird things can happen in match 13, and see Fighters and Owerash going head-to-head, and Fighters winning toss and bowling, so it's a bit of a gamble. I mean, Andani already looked better than we saw him in the ECL during this tournament, but Machado up there as well. And Carlo Puccimarza. Well, nice to see some some Butchermart's representation, and we did see Carl a little bit for Awarish in last year's series. Mohamed Omar Farouk in match 12 looks the goods, 46 off 24 for him, 25 for Atour, but really the extras again, it's criminal, isn't it? 21 extras in less than 7 overs, and when you're trying to defend double digits, it's just not going to happen if you bowl that many wides. 15 wides and 2 no balls.
Yeah, and have a look at those bowling figures, and all the bowlers were guilty of the extras, really. I mean, we saw 2 overs for 27 and 1 wicket for Ankit Singh. Not too bad as well. I think Gabani probably was the big bowlers. I'm surprised he didn't come back for a second, but Bhowmik and also Chaudhary bowled well in this one, but it just really, and bear in mind that there was still second overs to come from a lot of those bowlers, so they were going to be pretty expensive. But extras is what the issue's been. They did much better with the bat. Let's take the positives away. That's what Lisbon Super Giants have to do. Take away the positives. The batting was better. They stood still a lot more. They weren't running down the leg side. They did bat better. They almost got the 100 on the board. They need to think about the way they finished the innings. I mean, they were trying to hit the ball big rather than getting bad on the board. They could have and should have got the 100 on the board. But Team Tigers of Portugal, I think it was a very good performance from them. They took their catches, they bowled really well, and with the bat, well, you know, they were taking no prisoners. What I liked about their batting was they didn't go out there looking at the score of 96 as the target. They went out there to think, right, we're batting first, we want 120, bat with that in mind, and that's what they did. So I'm looking forward to seeing them again. Congratulations to them winning their first match on debut. But we're going to see a triple helping of the Tigers. That's the first one. The next match won't be so easy when we see them again. They'll be up against Awaras. Next up here, though, we're going to see the Fighters back again, who returned back to winning ways earlier today. They beat the Lisbon Super Giants 45-46 and winning with only 10 balls. So looking forward to seeing them. Join me, Rico Full and Mr. Maximo, when we return in, well, just under 25 minutes time for match number 3 of today, match number 13 of this series. Volvemos en más o menos 20 minutos.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, the SCG right here in Portugal, just around about 45 minutes north of Lisbon. Beautiful ground. We always love being here. I'm enjoying my first day here, but we are actually on day 3 of action. Now we're heading into match 3, and this is going to be Fighters CC taking on Werash. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Tyrone Peters ready to launch that coin in the air. He's got the 2 captains with him.
Your call.
Tails.
It's ahead.
We want ball first.
So the toss is won by Mandeep Singh of Fighters, and he's elected to bowl first. Well, certainly it worked for them this morning. Fighters playing their first match in this series first up this morning, and they made light work of LSG, holding them to 45 and chasing it down in what's the fastest chase we've ever seen in a men's T10 match here on ECM. But I think it'll be a bit of a sterner test this time around, and I think that Werash, they'll be a bit disappointed. 1-2 record. We only saw them on Monday, and they did have some good individual performances, but I think they'll feel they should have more points than that. So both these teams enter on 2 points. One will get the jump, and with only 4 sides of the 11 making finals in this format, these are the kind of matches which matter. Rico Full is in the commentary box. I can tell you the news from the toss here in match 13 is that Fighters, they've won the toss. They're going to field, and we know that spooky things happen in match 13. Rico, it's over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo. Yeah, it's time to see Owarish back in action again, but things didn't go their way on day 1. They had 3 matches, and first of all, they lost to the opener, match number 1 to Marlow. That was a repeat of last year's final. Marlow getting one over Owarish once again. They did bounce back well, though, didn't they, in a match number 3 with Miguel Machado scoring 92, so he'd be hoping that he can get going again here in this one. Azhar Andani in match 1, he scored 63 not out of 33 deliveries, so he's back to his best. But I think the captain, Conrad Greenshields and Francis Stoneman, they need to find their touch with the bat as well. Junaid Khan is always good for them with the ball, but who else can add a little bit of that spice to their team that they need to go back to winning ways. 102 to 92 in favour of Owarish in this one. The Fighters, though, after going back to winning ways, were looking to stay in the sort of form that saw them get to the final in 2021. Going back to Owarish, so after that victory in match 3 against the Gamblers, 161 to 105, they then lost a surprise one to Friendship CC. Friendship CC brought up their first victory in the series, 132 to 114 Owarish, and that was all to do with Nazmul Islam, who made 53 of 18 in a great knock, giving Friendship CC a win by 18 runs. So that's how it is at the moment. Owarish, they know it's pretty key, playing their 4th match, that they get a victory here. Fighters, well, if they can pick up a victory against Owarish, they really will feel that maybe they can go all the way this time round. Short delivery. It's in the air, should be stopped, and will be stopped. Nicely fielded there. As the throw comes in, the batters do take 2. Good work done out in the field there by Dilwinder Singh. I like the look of him in the earlier match for Fighters. Batted very well, was the not-out batter. So, Ram. This one gets played out. A little dab. Well fielded. You've got to get those men in the right places. This is where the captain, the wicketkeeper and the bowler have to work well together, because any of these shots here that you see being played, once they get past the fielders, well, they're not going to be stopped. And Dani, we know that both these batters have been in good form, and Dani didn't quite show his true colours at the European Cricket League for Owarish. And we were bigging him up, saying that he's a good batter. We've seen he plays classy knocks in Portugal, but it didn't quite come together for him at the European Cricket League. But this one, if he hits, he'll be, oh, well, great bit of fielding. Sensationally well done. I think that's the captain, Mandeep Singh. I had a chat with him earlier. Look out for that on social media, but look out for this as well. Here's the throw. Hesitation. It would have been out if this hits direct without fail. So Machado, that's not a batter that you want to lose early if you're an Owarish player or supporter. Don't forget he's 92 of 35. Still believe if If they rotated the strike better, he would have gone on to score big runs. It's another one that's asking questions upstairs for Andani. It's another short one. He plays it well. It's almost like the fighters have a feeling that there's a weak spot for Andani. Here's the shorter delivery. So bangs it in. Nilkesh Patel out there in the middle, along with Naheem Akhtar. Nilkesh Patel, the man from Barcelona, doing some scoring here for the European Cricket Network crew as well. Putting a stint in the middle there. One of the umpires and a top quality umpire he is as well. Remember, we saw him at the European Cricket League as well. Ram looking to finish the over well. And in the Ram. Ball to go. This has been crunched and it will go all the way. Balle, Ginnasona, Shukka, Lakia. Well, they were banging him in to Azhar Andani, and then Andani decides he's going to bang one in himself, and he bangs his out of here. It goes for a big hit. 6 runs, and it's 12 without loss at the end of the first. Remember, a number of ways that you can get in touch with us. We love you being in contact. We love your support for the European Cricket Network, and whether it's via Facebook or Instagram at Mr. Maximo or at Rico Full. Of course, you got the European Cricket website as well at europeancricket.com. And speaking of Maximo, he's in the house. Welcome back.
Back with a vengeance. And yeah, Warash would have finished that first over. 12 without loss. Mandeep had a pretty good one this morning. This isn't a good one. And the keeper gets a finger on it, but it's going to go all the way 5 wides. And well, it balloons, doesn't it, from 12 off the first over. It's like 17 after 1 over now. And Warash, the Portuguese champs from last year and ECL representatives, they look ready to launch here in this power play.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. We're going to see a few of those today, get the feeling. I mean, if you're the keeper, you get a one down the leg side. If you're not able to get anything on it, it's just going to race away. This outfield is so quick. So that's a minimo. Not a good start from the captain. And it's nicely played. They have a fielder out there. Makes a stop.
Now we're back to the land of, you know, stopping the ball is not a gimme. And not that this field doesn't look good. I mean, it looked good in the best nick I've seen for a while, but it's so fast and it's actually pretty hard underneath, which means you're going to get a few bobbles along the way.
This is not well directed, is it? It's down the leg side again. It would have been another wide, but Andani looking the business, looking the part, playing some beautiful shots and just flicks this away. It's ill-directed. And he looks so good when he plays this shot. He really does. That's 4 runs.
Yeah, brilliant shot. That's just playing the ball that's bowled to you, man. Andani, he's a guy who we've seen made big runs before. And so it's got danger signs written all over it. And you look at who's still to come for Warash as well. Haven't quite found their potential on a consistent basis in this series at least. But yeah, Andani is a guy that likes to go big.
Seeing once more to him. Better delivery, bit fuller. He's attacking his stunts. What I'm quite surprised the line that Mandeep Singh is actually bowling here. When we saw him bowl in the last match in that victory earlier in the day against Lisbon, what he was doing is getting the ball outside the off stump and he was getting good movement away. I think by him pushing this through and attacking the stumps, he's taking that away from his firing lines. He's got to get the ball just short of a length outside the off. Once again, he's attacking the stumps. He's going wide and darting it in. He's going way down leg side. This is one that quite easily, if he steps inside of this, could have been and should have been a wide.
Yeah. And so this beats the hands of Machado, who he's certainly a talented player, isn't he, as well?
Firmly struck. They're not going to stop this. Has 4 runs. Well, yeah, he is, Vinny. And he shows that there. Once again, after missing out on the one before. Not missing out on this. Singh still trying to attack the stumps. He's not learning from his mistakes. He's not learning from what he did well in the earlier match against the Lisbon Super Giants to this one. He's took 3 for 5, remember, in that one. He got the play of the match performance. Well, in this one, he's already gone for plenty. And this over with a big hit here could even go magical. 15 off the over so far.
He's just gone a bit too straight, hasn't he, really?
And This one has been met well as well. It's going to be 4 more. Doesn't quite go magical, but close enough. 19 come off the over, and Awar is after 2. A 31 without loss. It looks like to me, Winnie, that they're out here to make a statement today.
They sure are. Had a day to stew on it as well, haven't they? So, yeah, 31 off 2. And, yeah, we've just seen there's occasionally been these big overs that have kick-started innings. Now, and we also talked about the fact that once batters get in, they get confident. It's very hard to stop them because I think the other thing is on a field like this where, look, it's not impossible to field these ground balls, but it's a lot more difficult than, for example, the Cartama Oval.
Yeah.
It just means those ones that sometimes are just one, get the batter off strike. If they turn into 4s, gets them back on strike, gets them hitting, gets them on a big run.
New bowler. Just having a few discussions with the wicketkeeper, and they're going to continue with the little Ram, so he's going to bowl himself out here. 12 came off his first. It's nice areas for him, but this is so well played. I mean, it's a beautiful shot from Azan Dani. I think he knows it's going to be short. Baljinder did bowl some short balls at him. It's the right areas from the bowler, but he's too short, and that allows Andani just to rock back and guide this away. A lot of batters don't play this shot. A lot of batters are still trying to hit the ball over square leg from there, or they're trying to mastermind other shots, but that's the easiest way to play. Just use the angle, use the pace of the bowler and put it away. And straight away, it looks like Baljinder Ram is saying, okay, if that's what your game plan is, I'm going to change it up. I'm going to come from the other side. So, okay, let's see how this works for him. So, left arm round now, and he's going to start with a wide. Well, he doesn't start with a wide. I'm a little bit surprised there. I thought this was a wide. Now, whether it's because the batter, in the eyes of the umpire, makes an initial big movement, don't look like we're going to get a chance to see that again. Swing and a miss. So better, good areas. So you can see what Ram has decided. Said, okay, if I'm going across here and you're going to use my angle against me, well, I'm going to change the angle. He was a little bit lucky to get away with the first one, but this one is right on the money. I think what you're seeing here is an Andani doesn't want to hang around. He knows there's plenty of batting to come. He's basically going out there and wants to hit big straight away. And asking the question, and the umpire is on the walk straight away, which tells me he's not going to give it. But what he will do is give the leg by. Let's see this again. I mean, it's pretty close for me. He steps right across the line here. And no, it just darts. It just
Well, he's also
cuts away.
He's right in front of the umpire. We've talked about that a few times, haven't we? But also, he's coming very wide of the crease and with a wide arm angle. So a ball that hits him, or a lot of balls that hit him in line, are probably going on to miss. So fair enough decision, I think, from the umpire there.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, this one, I don't know what happens here. Well, I know what the end result is. The end result is 4 runs. This one comes out, I think, completely wrong. I think he's either trying to bowl a slower bouncer. This comes out the hand completely wrong. It's absolutely pumped away. So, well, that's what happens. It gets smashed. But just look how this comes out of the hand from the bowler. So, going back. Okay, this gets pushed out on the off. They'll take the single. Unliking this is a good, positive response from Awarish coming back. And remember, coming back after winning just 1 out of 3 on day one. They would have been really disappointed about that. Also playing on their home ground. But they made a very good, positive start here. And a 41 of 3 overs. That one goes for 10. So Baljinder Ram's spell goes for 21. And no wickets lost here at the moment. So a very good positive start. I'm certainly liking the energy levels from both these batters. Playing these shots, not afraid to play these shots, and running well between the wickets. A good opportunity to say hello to the world who are watching the European Cricket Series here in Portugal. I hope you're all well. I hope you're enjoying the cricket. And also a big thank you to everybody that's staying in touch with us, whether it's via our chat or whether it's via the social media. Slower delivery, he waits for it, and he pegs this away beautifully. What a lovely shot this is from Miguel Machado. It's not a bad delivery at all, you know. Takes the pace right of it. Look, Miguel waits for it, and that's difficult to do, you know. When you know it's there, you're saying, I want this, I want this. You got to wait. He waits, he counts 1, 2, and then he plays it away beautifully. Lovely shot.
Yeah, had a funny start to the series, didn't he, where he took a little time to get going. But in that same innings, he was spanking him everywhere in the second half. Now he gets something on the hip, and he turns it around the corner. He's going to get 4 more. So it's a bit of a runaway bullet train at the moment, isn't it? And you wonder what can stop it. There's Warash climbing into this 4th over. And that gets him up to 49 already.
Yeah, well, fighters remember putting them in, which I understand why. I mean, Awaris are a big fish, so you're probably a little bit cautious when you're playing them and you think, okay, let's put ourselves in the field and see what. But I just think, if you win the toss, Vinny, out there, in these conditions, you got to bat first.
Yeah, I would have
you got
thought
to bat
so.
first. This is hit pretty well as well. That's a slow delivery, but it may be slow by the fielder. Koshis the काफी कितनी ball नहीं फड़ सकता. 50 on the board now from Awarish, and they're bringing it up pretty quickly and in style. And Dalwinder Singh is normally the go-to man. Well, not even he can stop this flow of runs at the moment.
Yeah, what a shot that is. It brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership as well. Machado off to the races. And so Warash looking to build a very big total. Dalwinder, 3 balls, 3 boundaries. Dead ball called at square leg. And I think this is because of some movement. It was called 1 or 2 steps before the ball was bowled. I think in the end it goes for another boundary. But yeah, I don't know if you can see this from side on. But the umpire's very quick to call it. And now he's just walking towards... looks like, is that Nilkesh out there?
Yeah,
That's umpiring. It must have been to do with, a fielder walking around or walking away they shouldn't have, but not in a way which was aimed to deceive. Anyway, I think Machado, probably rightly so, he says, hey, I hit it for 4, but I mean, you're going to say the bowler might have heard the call.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those, well, we'll talk about it maybe after this delivery. We get an opportunity. Well, this one has been absolutely laced. It goes all the way. Manos arriba, 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 Vidro, porque eso es 6 carreras from Machado saying, well, fine, if you're not going to give me 4, well, then give me 6. Boom! Shakalagia. Yeah, I mean, going back to that one there, remember the new laws that come into play now. It used to be dead ball and it's right tough. That's the way it is. I mean, if the umpires believe that it is, it's shockingly bad, they could turn around and say, right, okay, it is a dead ball, but it's 5 penalty runs.
Yeah, they're to do that if they feel it's a deliberate attempt to deceive the batter. But the thing is, I don't think that was. I think it was just someone...
But you still got to feel for the batter. He's lost 4.
Yeah.
I mean, he's lost 4. I mean, he could have been out that ball.
And that's why, to be honest, I wouldn't call it too early. I'd let the ball play out. And if you then said, when you see the balls heading towards that field or something like that, then maybe you make a call. I suppose you can't be that selective with it either. But I suppose everyone should just be where they're meant to be all the time.
Well, this has been clobbered. It will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. Boom, shaka lag gaya, kinna sona, que guay, que golpe muy fuerte y muy dulce también. Eso es más dulce de tarta de pastel aquí in Portugal. And that also means that over there goes magical. 4 overs down. Awaris racing along to 65 without loss.
24 off that over. So 3 4s and 2 6s and a fake 4 in there as well. As this opening partnership worth 65 now. That run rate only going up, and it's already 16 and a quarter and over. What's that to Neil? He's talking about some of the funny names he's encountered and he's working, including some from the USA. Some like Randy Ripple and Butch Cushion. I like that. I don't think we've ever had a Randy Ripple, but well, wouldn't be averse to it. Anyway, more runs, and they're coming thick and fast now. That's gone all the way. Maximal. And Dani, who has a top score of 118 not out in this ground against Coimbra Knights last year. That was when playing for the Lisbon Capitals, then known as the Wild Panthers. He's saying, I'm no second violin, I'm going to play it too. And this is Rahul that has come into the attack. Well, good luck to him.
Yeah, this one is another one that gets touched. But this is the one thing about Azan Andani. And the first time I saw him in Portugal in Coimbra, when he was batting, one thing I noticed about him is he's got quick hand speeds, but he's one batter, and there's not that many of them playing at this level that is able to play shots all around the ground. We've seen that already. He hits straight, he hits over in square leg mid-wicket area, and he also plays his shots through the covers. And for me, his best shot when he's in form, it's a cut shot. He's looking pretty good, and he'll like this pitch because the ball comes on. And this time around, he does lose his shape. I mean, that's the ball where you stay in your crease.
Goes
and you
feeling
look
for
at
it
the
that
cut.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's premeditated. I don't think he has to do too much of that. I think you're also seeing the difference in level. Whereas having just played the ECL to play ECS cricket, you do get a sense of it's partly conditions, partly kind of the execution skills of the bowler. And right now, the batters are having a good time of it. Maximo Andani goes large again. Well, he's got a big total in his sights. He's got Machado in his sights. He's catching up quickly.
Yeah, this is just such a good shot, isn't it? What a pull shot this is. Not quite the hook, but he gets there, sends it away. And, well, those boys there better be alert because they are in the firing line to a lot of these coming their way. The spirit for the number 3 batter. And, well, he's got his pads on in the sunshine. I'd go sit in the shade if I were him.
Call that pad rash normally. But hello to Chris. Nice to see you in the live chat as well. Thanks, everyone, for dropping in and saying hello. Poor Rahul. He's going at 4 a ball as well. 2 to come in the 5th.
This up in the air and good catch taken. Well, sometimes it's a game of patience as well. And, you know that eventually you may get the chance, and he does. I mean, this has been hit pretty hard from Andani. Once again, he decides to charge, but he doesn't get this aerial enough. It's a very good catch taken. He makes it look easy, but I can tell you something, that is not easy. And I think that's the Winder Singh that takes it in the end.
Yeah, good catch. They needed to get Andani quick, and they did. But still, they'll certainly take that. That's just what he's there to do. 35 off 15 balls. And with Conrad Greenshields, the Portuguese national skipper, to come in at 3, you know that they're in a very, very good position. Not even halfway through this innings at this stage. But here's Rahul, the break-certainty partnership at 81, and the score is 81 for 1.
Yeah, nice catch there taken. It was Dewinder that takes the catch to Rahul. He does get the breakthrough with the ball to go in this, the 5th over. Isn't it interesting how batters' form can go? I mean, Andani didn't look like this at all, did he, in Cardamom? And yet here he is back on home ground, and he's playing like he's in the top form of his life at the moment, blasting the ball everywhere.
Yeah. He certainly looks organised, doesn't he?
Well,
Greenshields could use a big score here.
Yeah, he could.
I'm sure about that.
I was just about to say one man that could do with a good knock here is Conrad Greenshields. He gets beaten by this one. That will also be the end of the over, but it's a cracking start. Halfway point, 81 for 5. So right now you can see that the Irish are on course for putting a big score on the board. If you want to know what sort of scores that we have had, well, we've had amazing things. We've seen on both days over 1,000 runs being scored. 1,200 was scored on day 1, and the biggest score so far was actually scored by our Irish against the Gamblers. That was when Miguel Machado scored a 92 not out of 35 deliveries. So you can see that a lot of big scores I'm expecting to see here. We also have seen 152 scored from Marlow. So I reckon when teams get going here, I reckon 140, 150s are always going to be on the cards. And if the Irish, if they don't go into score a 140 sort of score here, because sometimes I know the second part can slow down when you lose a few wickets, but if they don't get to a 141 here score, they'll be a little bit disappointed. And they're going to go now here with Singh. And don't let him fool you. He doesn't bowl slow. He bowls pretty fast. Goodwinder Singh. But let's see if he can get his line right. He was spraying. His second over was great. Took a wicket out. The last time we saw him, he bowled a wicket maiden. Let's see how he bowls this time.
I know. I mean, wants to know the highest score all time on this ground in ECN cricket.
Yeah.
And I'm going to find it. So give me a second. But, yeah, looking at this. Again, I've just gone through 20, 21, and 20 and 21. I couldn't find anything more than that 161, but I have a feeling I will.
Okay, well, I'll leave you to that as we go back to Govinda Singh. See how he does here to Conrad. Conrad, as you'd expect, I think at the moment he's a very experienced and knowledgeable cricketer. He knows that he doesn't have to go out there and throw his wicket straight away. If he can take singles and just keep getting Machado on strike for the moment, he'll be playing his part pretty well. It gives him an opportunity as well to get himself into form in this series.
Just as I suspected.
Go on.
Match 27 last year of this ball, which is smashed away, and that's probably going to go for Fort does. So Oh, it's been brutal stuff, hasn't it? Machado, not slowing down for anyone. Yeah, that match, it was Wild Panthers versus Cobra Knights. You know that 118 from Azran Dani I was just talking about?
Yeah.
It was in that match. And in that match, they were able to score 193.
Okay.
193 is the highest score on this ground in ECN T10 cricket.
And why don't we do, while we're on scores, I'll remind everybody the highest score on the European Cricket Network.
Well, I can tell you. You know, I could tell you.
I know what it is.
I can show you as well. But yeah.
Yeah. 222?
It's not 222 anymore.
It's not 222 anymore. Hang on a minute. Where's this going high up in the air? Let's watch this first. Big moment. Very good catch taken. They have made catching look very easy. And there's that man again. And that's Dalwinder Singh. He's got a safe pair of hands, isn't he?
Yeah, he sure does. And so, yeah, again, they get the opener just when, well, I say just as he's pulling away. He's pretty much already pulled away from the station. You're chasing dust, but you just got to grab what dust you can. As Machado goes for 45. And Warish have lost both openers now. And had a bit of a crossroads in this sixth over. It's 87 for 2.
Yeah, I think Miguel there, he's on 45. I think he was thinking about bringing up his half century in style. He gets plenty of contact. He hits it hard, but he hits it high as opposed to long. And once again, Dalwinder Singh making catching look easy. Takes a catch and gives a wicket. Another wicket there goes down. And it is Gurwinder Singh that gets the wicket. So well bowled to him.
Yeah, it's been a relatively tight over. That's all you can do. Look, from here, even if you can go through this middle order, if you can keep down to, say, 8 and over or something like that, then it might be chaseable. But yeah, you've done the first thing, which is remove those openers. Then let's see what they can do from here.
Yeah, well, they'll be hoping that the rate that they were going at, I mean, they were going around about 15 and over, that they can slow that down a little bit now, and maybe that 160, 170 score that was probably looking on while Dani and Miguel were out there, that they can maybe reduce that to maybe a sort of a 130 score. But still, you've got two good batters out there. Francois Stoneman now comes on strike, and he gets beaten by an absolute beaut. Well, this isn't Peach. Lovely delivery. And he's very unlucky not to have found the edge there.
Yeah, what a ball to get first up. Again, it's just about putting it in a good spot. It's not rocket science. I just think a lot of the bowls maybe striving for extra pace today. Haven't had that control.
Yeah. So, okay, so high score. Are we talking Barcelona again then?
We are. Do you want to have a crack at it?
Well, it must have been that. It's Battle on the Shaheen.
Correct.
Battle on the Shaheen.
Go Price is Right style.
Yeah, there you go. So that was. So we basically had that beaten. What did they end up with?
They ended up with 229.
229. Okay, there you go. 229. So we saw that beat that we didn't think that was going to get beaten. That 222 got beat, and we also saw the most number of sixes hit in by a individual beaten as well. So
yeah.
So we've seen
20
a lot of new
sixes.
records set.
Yeah, crazy stuff, really. So now we head into over number 7. I'm going to bring that up for you in a second to show you some of the highest totals we've ever seen.
88 for 2 after 6. Oh, that's a really good delivery. Well bowled. So you can see, when the attacking instinct disappears. I mean, Rahul, remember, he was being carded. He was being hit all over the place when Andani were there, Miguel. Those two have been moved. A bit of confidence now in the air now for the fighters. The bowlers are starting to think, hang on, there's a chance for me to get a wicket. And here's another chance. And, it's put down. Hits the hands hard. There's a massive groan from some of the players around the ground. And Lalit Kumar puts the catch down. Keep an eye on that one because that's Francois Stoneman that gets dropped. He gets dropped on 1. That can be costly. And then the next batter hits it pretty hard, but he can't get it past Dalwinder. Or the bowler, Rahul, is probably hoping, why wasn't Dalwinder there to catch that one? It was straight at him, puts it down. Francois gets a life. The question is, what can he do with that life? This one gets clipped away.
And just still cruising, aren't they, more or less?
Yeah, cruising along. And I know it's great. I mean, I've seen the big man walking around as well. It's great to see that Bruno is around. Now, Bruno's done some great work here. He's just watching the cricket here with me as Rahul comes in once more. This one just gets clipped away. And, they're thinking 2. They'll take 2. Really good running. They're getting close to the 100 score here. Bruno, of course, is a very passionate Irish player. Bruno, I mean, I'm gonna try and slide my microphone over to you. Bruno, first of all, I just want to thank you. Well, okay, we've got a better idea. There you go. First of all, I just want to thank you for all your hospitality. Let's just see out this delivery here. This gets played out. They'll take the single. So that's the end of the 7th over. 94 for 2 here. I've got a maybe graphic coming up here about some of the higher scores here. Now listen, seeing these higher scores here, I reckon, what do you reckon, Bruno? Do you think that on that pitch out there we can get past the 229 score by battle on the machine? High score scored?
Hello everybody. I don't know. Let's see. The possibilities is over there, okay? Let's see what happens.
Yeah, well, Vinny Sandy just told us that we've seen the 190s here last year, so it is possible.
Yeah.
I think when we're going to have the sort of weather that we've got here, with this outfield, this fast. The ground, by the way, the main reason I wanted to get you on, I just wanted to, on behalf of all of us from the European Cricket Network, we just wanted to, first of all, thank you for making us feel so welcome, and the hospitality here from Irish and this Santarem cricket ground is absolutely fantastic. It's looking great. It's looking brilliant. And I think what we say is we like what you've done with the places. This one gets blasted away. Well, that's one way to bring the 100 up. Bolle, bolle, bolle. I know you've been wanting to do it. Come here, bolle, bolle, bolle. Give it to us.
Bolle, 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 bolle.
Okay, good. I like that. There you go. Diesel in the house. Giving it the bolle, bolle, bolle. The 100 comes up. No, the ground looks absolutely brilliant. The clubhouse is great. Thank you so much for looking after us. You know, the hospitality is absolutely fantastic. But there you go, folks. That's Diesel. It's nice to have not Van Diesel, but the Diesel, the real article. He's here with us, looking after us really well, and a part of the Irish cricket club, and a part of the setup here at this Santarem cricket ground, which, folks, you'll have to agree is absolutely beautiful.
Records breaking all over. There's Diesel
There's
there.
Diesel.
He snuck out of the cube. Anyway, this is short and it's Gundy and it's going to disappear. That's going to be 4. Cuatro. Carreras más. Conrad Greenshields gets into his work. I was going to say, you want to talk about records getting broken? I think that Bruno, a.k.a. Diesel, just broke the record for the most balles because I counted 6.
Yeah, he's
balle.
Yeah, I liking that. I liking that. Well, he's, you know, he is Diesel.
He is
Diesel
amazing.
powered.
Now,
Mr. Nice Guy.
shall we tell everyone the story behind Diesel? Have you had the Diesel yet?
I'm not saying.
Okay, I'm just asking you.
Of course I
is-
have. I can't. You can't be here without Diesel. That's what a lot of people say, Rico. What keeps you going? Well, alu prontas with a bit of Diesel. Done thing. Can't go wrong.
Yeah, mate, by the end of the tour, you'll be brushing your teeth with it. Anyway, swing and a miss. Yeah, so Diesel is this. I don't want to use the term moonshine because it has negative connotations, but it's essentially, let's just say it's a locally distilled drink.
I'm going to say it's licor de herbas. That's what I'm going to say. I think if I was Spain, I would say licor de herbas. It's the sort of thing that you help. Let's just say it does your digestive system good. As this one's been played away. Another fine shot, 4 runs.
Yeah, nice shot. And this one just rolls down the hill. I like the way it just uses the pace on this. Look at this. Just a little bit of the wrists inside out. Just helps on the way. Yeah, so it also, if your car does break down, you can use it to get your car home. It's pretty strong stuff.
They used it to get graffiti off around the ground as well.
Yeah, use it to get your what do you call it? The nail polish off your nails.
It's the original all-purpose liquid Diesel. Anyway, good win that. Oh, this one gets played nicely, but straight to the fielder. You can always tell, you know, different players. You can tell when the bowler's in good form. You can tell when the batter is in good form when they're playing certain shots. Looking at the few shots here that Conrad Greenshields has played, it looks like he's finally finding his form.
He's holding his shape and he's holding his position. He's falling off a couple of shots earlier in the week, trying to force ball down the ground maybe to the onside. But yeah, I like the way he's going here, which probably means he'll be out next ball.
Well, he hits this pretty well. It's in the air, and the fielder maybe has a chance to go for the catch, but decides against it. That's the fielder there. That's Guswak Singh. And decides not quite. I think maybe another day, another ground. Perhaps he's thinking going to throw himself at this, but he just pulls a break there and decides it's more important perhaps to save the runs.
Bounces pretty close to him in the end from this angle anyway. So it takes us to the end of the 8th over. The score is 110 for 2. So just 2 overs remaining. And look, they're hanging in there, aren't they, fighters? I suppose the big question is where's the runs going to come from? I didn't get too much of about this morning, only 10 legal deliveries. But you can see that with those 2 wickets, they've just kind of stopped the rot and actually brought that run rate down a little bit. Had about 2.5 points since it peaked around the 5th over.
Yeah, I mean, that was the key, wasn't it? I'm saying with those wickets going, maybe they can try and contain to around about 130. But you got to bowl a good line, and if you're going to bowl it short, you're going to get walloped away. And Conrad Greenshields, we were just saying that you can always tell from batters when they're looking in good form. Some of those shots that he played outside the off stump and the way he got himself into position and the way he holds his shape were good. And now you can see here, slightly short, and he latches onto that like lightning. 6 runs.
Yeah, good shot. It was only a little bit short from Mandeep, but yeah, Greenshields watched it all the way. He's enjoying the extra bounce in this pitch. All happens in the 9th.
And Mandeep, this time, he goes for the... This is the one thing with Mandeep. I think his first over was expensive because he was going for the stumps. He went for 19, didn't he? I think he's got to go back to just short of a length outside the off. Stop trying to bowl at the stumps. Stop trying to knock the stumps over.
Yeah, that's it. I suppose that's a better line because it challenges Greenshields to play away from his body. It was the extra bounce that didn't, though, that time.
High in the air, opportunity. And this man has chewed these up. He can take them in his sleep. Another fine catch from Dewinder Singh. That's 3 catches to him, all in the same area, and he has made every single one look easy peasy.
Yeah, they've caught pretty well, haven't they? Including that man you mentioned, Dewinder Singh. But again, 26 for Greenshields in quick time at about 2 a ball pace. I mean, that's fine, isn't it? Considering they're not really in trouble wickets-wise. It'll certainly help fighters keep this down because that's a good threat neutralised. But he batted well for that 26. And yeah, well done to Mandeep as well. Who gets his man in the end. Halfway through the 9th over, the score is 116 for 3.
Yeah, nice little battle of the 2 captains there. Conrad Greenshields, the batting team captain, was victorious with a couple of shots, but Mandeep Singh does come back and takes his scalp. So even Stevens, let's say, as the new batter comes out there. And well, he looks to go big straight away, and the fielder can't do anything about it, gets clear over him. So first ball, boom, Junaid Khan goes bang. Is what we've seen him do a number of occasions. He's one man that whenever you want a little bit of acceleration, he's a good man to come in. A good swing of the bat. He gets it right. I'm loving the swivel there. Watch this. He does a little bit of the MJ. Oh, as he clubs it away. And keeping an eye on this as well.
It's got to be a no ball, I think. I mean, that's pretty high for me. Look where he's hitting that. I know he's half a step out of his crease, but yeah, it's been called. And so Junaid, not only will get a boundary, he'll also get a free hit next ball. It was just too high. See the effort on the boundary.
7 up. Next one, he swings hard and it's taken nicely. But remember, it was a free hit.
It's a huge edge. In fact, it's a bit unlucky, Junaid, that doesn't get away from the keeper. That's Parminder. That takes a good catch on the juggle, but most importantly, he saves 4 runs.
Yeah, it was travelling, wasn't it? Seeing once more. And again, he doesn't pitch up. And that's well taken. He's been absolutely clubbed. And yeah, I mean, in general, apart from that one that was dropped by Lolito, and it's Francois Stoneman who's dropped to 1. Stoneman there, to be honest, not had a lot of the strike. It hasn't really hurt them at the moment from that opportunity that got put down. But everything else has been taken well. And that's another good one. That's taken well by Gurwinder Singh. And he just showing that, well, he's probably a good player all round as well. He's bowled well, and now he's caught well as well.
Yeah, you can just only take what's given to you really at this stage, and that was a good catch because Junaid does strike the ball well. Just happened to hit that one straight to the fielder. Govinda did the rest. So 123 for 4. But they've got the luxury, don't they, Warash, of having all those wickets in hand. So yeah, they can still pretty much launch everything. And so it'll be Gurjeet Singh coming up for Warash in the number 6 position.
Yes, so Gurjeet. Let's see what he can do. 2 Singhs to do battle. And well, he's hit this really well. There's a fielder out there who makes, well, not just makes a stop, he takes a catch. Well, this was absolutely clubbed. I didn't think it was going to go all the way to him because it's amazing hit really for this to go all the way flat in the air like this. Well, what a good catch that is. And once again, they're just demonstrating that if they get the opportunities, they will take them. And
He just made that look so easy.
Yeah.
That was the most remarkable thing about that one. And he took about knee high and kind of looked at everyone, rolled his eyes, saying, well, what's all the fuss about? But what a wonderful catch that is.
that's a terrific. That ball was absolutely motoring. So Gurjeet Singh is going to think he's very, very unfortunate to get at in that way.
Yeah, right.
Absolutely clubs it, and he will go for a duck.
Rendevirk takes the catch out at deep cover. And so also takes us to the end of the ninth over. 123 for 5. So, okay, Stoneman, he's been biding his time. Now he's going to have to deal with Dalwinder in the 10th over. Really good over. You could maybe touch 140 here for Werash. Otherwise, looks like we'll be maybe high 120s or most likely, I think, in the 130s here as we get ready for over number 10.
And Dalwinder Singh, when he has caught so well, 3 catches. Let's see what he can do with the ball. And, well, this is where he would normally be taking the catches. And, well, the man who replaces him doesn't do a bad job because it is Gurwinder Singh. And, well, that's his second catch. Well done to Dalwinder. I think he deserves that. When you've got a fielder out there that is doing all the hard work for the other bowlers, well, if he does get a chance on the bowl, well, you've got to reward him. And Gurwinder does. Finally a catch. Another one goes. And, well, bowled Singh. Caught by Singh. And Francois Stoneman, you can't blame him. I mean, he's been there a while. Hasn't had too much of the strike. He knows he wants to try and get as many runs on the board quickly. Tries to crunch this one out of the ground, but he finds the safe hands of Gurwinder Singh.
Wasn't a bad shot, really. Got a fair piece of it. And so the Stoneman partnership lasts exactly 1 ball. That's a team hat-trick as well. In the last 6 deliveries have been wicket, no ball plus 6, dot, wicket, wicket, wicket. So it's raining wickets at the SCG. And this will bring Girish Singh to the crease. So we'll have Dalwinder Singh to Girish Singh. Girish was very active in the chat during the ECL. So
you just want Gurwinder, if there is, I mean, if you're a walrus, you don't, but you just want Gurwinder Singh to take the catch, don't you?
there's a few options out there.
Singh.
You got Mandeep Singh as well.
Mandeep Singh as well, yeah.
Parvinder Singh behind the stumps. Anyway, here we go.
Places down the ground and nicely dealt with by the man that early on. Took a great catch as well, Burke. I was saying at one point, remember at the halfway point, the score was 81 without loss. And we're saying that you just need to get those 2 openers out and maybe you can then try and keep the score to around about 130 and that would be a good result. Well, that looks like what they're trying to do here. This is high up in the air. Who's going to get to this? Anybody? They don't, but I think he gets a little bit on that, does the fielder, to take the pace off of it. And gets the applause. He does do well because he does get a bit of something on it, does Rahul. Doesn't take the catch, but he takes a pace off it. It's a short one. It's a cleverly bowled actually from Dalwinder because he knows that the bat is coming out. Now this one is, he wastes the wide here really. This is where you want to, okay, they get something from it, but I think if you step inside this, the wicket keeper would have really struggled to stop it.
Yeah, I think you're right. So what a good little comeback that is. Apart from the no ball 6, almost 4 wickets in about 5 minutes. And Dalwinder trying to finish things off. 2 to come.
High in the air. Oh, sensational. Absolutely sensational. Well, there's the flying Singh. Takes the catch, and that's Gurwinder Singh. He's been absolutely brilliant. The catching from the Singhs here have been great. Aloo paronte kha ke aaye, and then they've had some jalebis. Ungliya chip chip kar diyan. Ta itane catch far hunde. What a catch that is. Shaba, shaba. Ginna sona. Very sandu.
So we had Dalwinder Singh bowling to Girish Singh, and then the catch taken by Gurvinder Singh, and then came the dancing.
Yeah,
because
love
wasn't
it.
he excited about it? And why not? I mean, that is a very, very good catch. That was travelling, wasn't it? And not only the catch, but I think it saved 6 as well. And that could be important in the wash-up. With 1 ball remaining, 127 for 7.
I mean, this is a superb comeback. I mean, you were just giving some of the stats, what's happened in the last few deliveries. But you're right, what a catch this is, because this is going for 6. Absolutely unbelievable stuff that was in at the moment. What a fight back. And Awarish, 127 for 7 now.
Just 4 off this over. Had 2 singles and a 2. Wirakun gets the last ball. Poor Miggy, stuck at the other end, only faces 2 for 3. But good fight back. They've lost 5 wickets now for 11. and that is in the last 9 deliveries.
It was a brave move, wasn't it, to go back to Dewinda? Remember, his first over went for 24. But since then, well, he wasn't sulking. That's a good thing I like about these guys are fighters. I mean, they are fighters. Dewinda, he didn't sulk. He got put on the boundary. He took 3 catches. And then the captain says, all right, then you deserved another over. Gives him the ball. And now he's picked up 2 wickets.
Different batters.
2 wickets just
Different
for 4
batters.
runs conceded in the over.
Yeah, brilliant over. Keeps them in the hunt. I mean, fighters, I think it was 127 that they scored in the final, and they lost by 6 runs. So they're very capable of hitting these kind of scores on their day. Again, we'll get to see a bit more of their batting lineup. We only saw 10 balls of it in the first game of the day.
He's taken a long time to get ready, Wigaroon. So either he's going to hit this ball out of the ground or the stumps are going to go tumbling.
Last ball.
Well, he hits it pretty well. And they've got to try and run for 2 surely. In comes the throw. It's well, this is why you've got to go for 2 straight away. They will get there. Wasn't the best of throws for the wicketkeeper. I mean, the batters weren't running at the time either. So he should have just taken his time and get it back to the keeper on the bounce. Difficult one for Parwinder Singh. But that's the end of the innings, so they are going to get a couple. And it's a good fight back. And just like I said, the fighters have managed to restrict Irish to just under that 130 score. 129 it will be for 7. And it means that they're still in this contest as we have a look at the highlights.
Yeah, and so whereas we know that they've got a strong top order, there's no surprises there. So you got to try and make the most of it. Also, you can't give them freebies. That's the thing with Andani and Machado at the top. But really, I think that after a couple of overs where there wasn't a lot happening, they kind of sprung to life. And yeah, Mandeep even in the second went for 19. They were off to the races, weren't they? And you know, they put on 81 for the opening wicket, which set up this score. Although they did well, fighters to pick it back to a 130 chase. I feel they had to bat really well to take the points here against the hosts.
Yeah, they did. I mean, there were some really nice shots being played as well. I mean, that was an absolute beautiful one from Andani. And, we know that he is a very good cutter of the ball. And when he was middling it, everybody was in danger, including his own teammates. And this partnership was really good. And, well, Emil Machado got off to the block pretty quickly. But Andani caught him up pretty well as well at that moment in time that the fighters couldn't get hold of anything. But some of the hits were absolutely emphatic. Well, there you go, in the firing line again. But sooner or later, something had to give, and it was all about playing the game of patience, really, for the fighters. Onga, onga, onga. It will come, is what they kept saying. But for the early part of the first 5 overs, it was all about the hitting power of Andani and also Miguel. Well, that was the first one that Dewinda caught hold of. And you know he's a good catcher. He's not going to make any mistakes. When there's 1, there is 2. And no hay dos sin tres. There was 3 as well. And this one he couldn't do anything about. That cleared him. But they just kept on fighting all the way, especially when they got the 2 openers out. They're near. There's every opportunity. According to Greenshields, where you play some nice shots before he too hooked out to Dewinda. And Dewinda, remember, if he took 3 catches, if you thought they were good, there were 3 good ones coming up from Gurwinder Singh as well. This one was just a little bit too high to get hold of. This one high up in the air, a nice catch taken. Well, that's number 1 for Gurwinder. And like I say, when there's 1, there's also 2. This one was an absolutely amazing one from Burt because that was absolutely creamed. And it was a batter that went for 0. Here comes Gurwinder. He said, okay, well, Dewinda, you do the bowling. Now I'll do the catching in your zone. Well, no hay dos sin tres. And first is this one. This was the attempted one, which Rahul does really well. This was absolutely clobbered. You think he's going for 6, and then there he is. Well, Singh taking another, and yeah, nicely said by Vinny Sandhu. Well, this time he was the dancing. Yeah, I like it. Dancing Singh. Well done. I mean, good fight back there for the fighters. Well, maybe that's why they are called the fighters. Irish, they got off to a flyer, but then it was a good comeback. I mean, the split there is 81 off the first, and then first 5 overs, and 48 off the second. Have a look at the scorecard. It all happened there at the top. Azhar Andani batted beautifully, played some lovely strokes, as did Miguel Machado. And then Conrad Greenshields, the captain, nice to see him finding his touch as well. He played some delightful cut shots and late cuts as well, getting himself back into some sort of form. But then, look, they just never gave up. And it was a story of the Singhs, certainly with the catching. Delwinder took 3 catches. Gurwinder also taking 3. And nice to see that the captain, Mandeep Singh, after going for 19 in his first, came back and took some wickets, and as well as Delwinder, he ended up with a 2 for as well. There's those bowling figures there. 3 wickets in the end for Mandeep Singh, 3 for 32. 2 for Delwinder Singh, so well done to those guys, and a wicket apiece there for Rahul and Gurwinder as well. You would think that Awaris, with 129 on the board, have got enough, wouldn't you? But just remember, they did have a few troubles on day one. There were times when they probably thought they'd won a match with these sort of scores, but it wasn't to be. So they're going to be pretty super cautious. They're not going to take anything for granted. They want to come back to winning ways. But what about the fighters? The fighters who couldn't win a match at all last year, they win their first match here today, and I know their captain Mandeep Singh is keen to show that they are back, and they are back to being contenders or championship contenders. Going to be an interesting finish to this match number 13. It is match number 13. Funny things happen in match number 13. Will it in this one? Only one way to find out. Join me and Mr. Maximo when we return in about 10 minutes time. Volvemos en 10 minutos.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello cricket lovers and welcome back. Well, we saw fighters earlier today in match number 11 when they were victorious over the Lisbon Super Giants, and they're looking to keep their good form intact. They're looking to stay in winning ways after enduring a 2022 European Cricket Series where they weren't able to pick up a victory at all. Well, they're back to winning ways. They like the way it feels and they want to stay there. But they've got some work to do with the bat. They did pretty well in the last 5 overs, only allowing Awaris 48 runs and picking up 7 wickets as well. So the second part of the first innings belonged to them, but the first half did belong to Awaris, with Azhar Andani making a fine 35 and Miguel Machado 45, and Conrad Greenshaw's the captain, putting 26 on the board as well. So that means that they probably put themselves, Awaris, in the driving seat. But fighters, they are the fighters, and we saw that from the way they fought back in their first innings. Now, can they fight with the bat? And they're going to have to be pretty good. As you see, the wind just starting to pick up around the ground. You can see there that the match officials are having to hold on to their tent as it gets blown around. People are losing their hats and all sorts of things. And Junaid Khan is hoping that him coming in the bowl means that there could be a few wickets lost as well, as the fighters are getting ready for the reply. Mandeep Singh is going to be opening up. Once again, Mandeep Singh picked up 3 wickets in the first match, 3 in that one as well. Oh, well, he absolutely clobbers this, but the fielder is after it. Could this be an outstanding catch? Yes, it will be an outstanding catch. That is a sensational catch from Francois Stoneman. What a catch this is. Now look, a lot of things work in his favour here. I'm not taking anything away from the catch. The catch is superb. But remember the wind that we just saw blowing? Well, that plays a big part in this, because rather than take this ball, it just holds it up and holds it up. It allows Francois Stoneman to get there. He takes an absolute humdinger of a catch as Faf. We've seen some really good catching here. I mean, we saw from Gurwinder Singh and also Dilwinder Singh. Those two took 3 catches apiece. Now, this is the time for Francois Stoneman to take one. And Mandeep Singh, he's going to feel that he's the unlucky batter this time. He hits it pretty well, but the wind gets hold of this. The ball stays up kindly and allows Francois Stoneman enough time to get there and take what ends up being a remarkable catch. It's a remarkable start to the innings. Now, unfortunately, it will start with the captain, Singh, out first ball. So, unfortunately, there will be another duck in the air. It's a singing duck, because Mandeep Singh will have to go as the new batter now comes out. So a perfect start for Awaris as we welcome back Mr. Maximo into the cube. Well,
what a catch.
What a catch
that was incredible. I had a great view of that. I mean, what you didn't see is this huge gust of wind just came across the ground in about the 1 minute that catch was taken. And so, what a bit of judgment from Faf Stoneman. Junaid's happy.
Well, they're not going to give up, and it's going to be 2 in 2. We could see the perfect start to the innings here from Awaris. 2 in 2. The catch has been taken, and no mistakes at all. So the Singhs, well, they're swinging hard, but unfortunately they're giving their wickets away. A fine catch taken, and well, we could see a perfect start for Junaid Khan. We could see a hat-trick. Well, these are the hat-tricks that we've seen so far, Vinny.
Yeah, you can see that we've had 6 of them so far this season. Could this be hat-trick number 7? But, yeah, 2 chances, 2 catches. They say catches win matches. And right at the top of that list, Umar Tariq took 2 hat-tricks in 1 innings, which is quite incredible. It's not a misprint, but worst possible start, really, for fighters.
Yeah, okay, so, I mean, just 2 catches. You saw Francois Stoneman take a fantastic one. And there, well, what a good moment that is for Carlo Buttamatzi. And Buttamatzi, I mean, we know that name around here. Buttamatzis are absolutely crucial to cricket in this part of Portugal. This ground and everything around here, it's all credit to them and their hard work and their hard effort. Well, it's thanks to the efforts of Carlo Buttamatzi that we have Junaid Khan on a hat-trick. So here we are. Could we see another one? Hat-trick ball coming up. and it will be Kuma who is on strike. Just win the Kuma. So here we go.
We saw this by Balic as well, Nasser Balic in the ECL. First time ever we saw a hat-trick off the first 3 balls of an inning. Could it be the second time right here? No. But close. I like that he goes at the stumps.
Don't know where he's running to. It's a slightly slower delivery, isn't it, from Khan? But he puts it right on the stumps. It's the best thing to do because I think he's expecting the way that the other 2 batters got out. They're getting out playing the shots. He thought he was going to have a go at it, but he just drops the bat on it. So it won't be a hat-trick, but still, what a start.
You've got to
2
play your
wickets, no
shots, though.
runs.
Yeah, I mean, look, 2 balls, 2 wickets doesn't look great, but they haven't wasted any time. You just got to tell yourself, you've got 2 recognised batters there. They need to go at this rate required. Junaid's a good bowler, though.
Well, this one, bit of an inside edge. And where's this going to end up? I think everybody's lost this.
It goes to, squeezes out to square leg. Of course, sun's kind of in our eyes at this point of the day. And so bit of a shot of Alex Macy. He survived a bit of a scare.
Alex Macy is now known as MC Hammer.
Yeah, yeah.
We could talk about maybe
we'll talk about that in a little while. But right now, I mean, Junaid, he can swing the ball both ways. He's playing, we do see playing for the Portuguese national team as well. So Virks watched it all from the other end. Now he gets his chance to face. Oh, that's 4, but it's almost blown Junaid's fingers off on the way past. So Virk gets a full toss and he knows what to do with it. He's off the mark in explosive style. I mean, I think he gets... Oh, if he doesn't touch it, he could definitely feel the wind of it go past his fingertips.
Yeah, I don't think he touches this, but it was absolutely pelted, and it's, I mean, we're about, it's probably 10 metres away from the boundary, and that goes past us at the speed of knots as well. It was cracked.
Yeah, such a fast outfield, isn't it? But yeah, hit the ball hard. Hit it correctly, though, and I like the way he goes straight back down the wicket. Shade Khan, last ball of his over.
Plays this pretty well as well, but the man who took the incredible catch, Francois Stoneman, he does the work. And that is the over, so nice, a great over from Junaid. What a start it was. He took the wicket first, of course, of it was Purwinder Singh. Well, beg your pardon, the graphics did show that it was Mandeep Singh out there, but it wasn't. Purwinder Singh was the man that went very first ball in the innings, the Golden Duck. And then the very next ball, it was Dalwinder Singh who went, and Junaid Khan was on the hat-trick. Didn't quite get the hat-trick, but yeah, you're absolutely right, Vinny. That Verinder work and just win the Kuma that are out there now. They just have to go for everything. 40 matches since the Golden Ball.
Yeah, I didn't think we got quite there to 42 yet. 40, and they say life begins at 40. The Golden Ball watch maybe starts at 40. The last one we had was a bit of a doozy, wasn't it? Hornchurch of England in the ECL against Beveren of Belgium. And oh, what an eventful one that was. Here's Faf Stoneman, maybe number 2. We're going to crack it. This would have been out by a mile. But one thing about Awarish, and we saw this in the ECL, they take a lot of pride in their fielding standards, don't they?
Yep.
And so they're looking not just to take opportunities, but to make opportunities as well. And I think, yeah, this hits. He's gone by 3 steps.
Yeah, you see the batters, he's already given it up. He knows he's not going to get there. It's straight through as well. So once again, you can see that Kuma trying to do the same thing as Work, is just to get going and get them back in this match. They don't want to fall too far behind, but as it stands, I mean, already they're approaching the 15 run per over mark. I mean, that really, I'm going to say, it sounds odd, doesn't really mean nothing, because we've seen teams score at that consistently. Remember some of the amazing scenes we saw yesterday. I mean, 2 matches where you thought the game was done, and the batting side came back marvellously well. Remember, it was first of all Punjab CC Amdora. They were 20 for 4 at the end of 5 overs. They got to a match-winning 121, and then we saw the Lisbon Capitals. They looked out of it when they were chasing 116 of Gurkha, and thanks to Amir Dart, they got the victory. So things can happen.
Make the move sooner rather than later, though.
It's lashed out. Nicely stopped by the man that's out there on the boundary. Lovely get the single.
And Awarish obviously representing Portugal in the European Cricket League recently, the Champions League of European Cricket. You know, you won't see them foot fielding or anything like that.
No.
Very, very much doubt it. I mean, they're getting down they're trying to set that standard. Like I said, they do have enough runs if they bowl and field well enough, especially with those 2 early wickets.
To the pads, and Francois Stoneman, the bowler that's got a lot of potential. He's worked so hard at his cricket. And we know that he works hard in the field. You saw that, the great catch from him. So I was talking to him the other day, and he was talking to me because, you know, me and him, and he won't mind me saying this, I always have a bit of a joke with him about some of the wides that he bowls. The first time I met Francois is when he came to Coimbra, and there was a lot of talk about his bowling, and he's a good bowler, but that first over he bowled back there, well, I think that went viral for different reasons in the match. That was then eventually abandoned, and he hoped that everybody forgot about it, but they didn't. But this one is a pretty good hit. He gets absolutely clubbed, and he goes all the way. Boom. Shaka lagya kinna sona bang. That is right out the middle of the bat. This is a strong man, isn't he? Is Verinder Work.
It's pure muscle. Didn't really time that completely, but he smashes it over cover, and that takes us to the end of the second over as well. And so the score just getting fixed up. So we'll give you an update in a second. But right now it's time for the third over. They'll go back to Junaid. So yeah, about those 2 wickets, if you do have to lose 2 wickets, then if you could schedule them, you'd say first 2 balls. Yeah. Because you know, you've got almost the whole innings left to catch up.
There is a news flash, though. There is a news flash. Francois Stoneman, listen to this. Ball, first ball 1, 0, 0, 1, 0. All right, goes for 6. No wides. He's done it.
Yeah.
He's bowled an over without any wides, and it almost gets unnoticed. Well done to Francois Stoneman. He'll appreciate me saying that because, like I said, me and him do have a bit of a running joke about it. So he does prove that he can do it. This one's a one-handed hit, and he'll get 4 runs.
Yeah, I can't believe how fast this field is playing at the moment. I think when we came in last year, it was a little bit cooler. Probably was a little bit earlier in the year as well, but we know that the whole Iberian Peninsula has been baked in sunshine for a few weeks now. And so this is as quick as I've ever seen it. Kumar off to the races with his first boundary, moves to 6.
He can't. He'll want to come back. He won't like that. And, this one just narrowly misses knocking the next leg stick over.
Yeah, it's just a wild and woolly swing, wasn't it, from Jasvinder Kumar? But well, I like the approach here. You want to be as close as you can. I mean, they want to be 39 after this over to be on pace. I don't think they'll be that high, but if they drag themselves into the 20s, they'll feel that they can maybe make a run.
This has been hit pretty well, and we'll go to the boundary. 4 runs. A tremendous effort there from the fielder inside the ring. And, but this has been smashed hard. So, like in the reply, right, they lost those 2 wickets. Remember, the first 2 balls of the innings. But they're not shying away from this. They are the fighters, and they're fighting.
Yeah, they sure are. Some good ball striking again. I like that. Plays through the line. That's not easy to bowl to. In the power play, just 2 outfielders allowed. 2 balls left in the power play. Kumar to double figures.
Nice little flick away. He wants the single. He's not going to get there.
Well fielded. That's Mandeep Singh. He's watching on from off the field, keeping an eye on his teammates. I wonder what he'll be thinking out there. We haven't seen him batting yet. He's a guy who can open the batting, Mandeep, but
yeah.
Right now he's in the wings. Last ball of the third.
It's a big swing and a miss. That will be the end of the over. And it finishes with a score on 22 for 2. So they are behind where they want to be. They have gone past that the 15 required per over. But all it takes is one good magical over and they're right back in this.
Yeah, you need to make a run. Still, we've got the, you know, and that Charlie in the Chocolate Factory, or Willy Wonka in the Chocolate Factory, how they have the candy that makes you blow up into the sky. Yeah. That's what it is. That's what's happened to our numbers.
There's no controlling them, is there?
Yeah.
It's, well, okay, here we go. Here's the hammer.
Alex Macy.
Macy.
We normally call him the puppy dog. Anyway, here he is in over 4, and right off the end of the bat. Well done by Kira Singh behind the stumps to knock that down. Yeah, Alex Macy. So, did you already explain to everyone what happened to him?
No, because he didn't. It's the first time he's playing since that incident.
Okay. He just, when they were working so hard on this ground. I mean, it's just good old-fashioned hard work, isn't it? That's got it looking like it's looking. But yeah, he had a bit of an incident.
Well, he gets a wicket. Let's talk about this first. And this is just totally fooling the batter. Verk is seeing a full toss. He thinks, yeah, I'm going to have this. But it's the clever bowling, the slow ball, it dips. And he knocks the stumps over. So Vinder Verk will have to go. And despite these efforts, a quick fire 12 of 7 deliveries. It is the hammerhead that gets him.
Yeah, hammer comes down. Yeah, really could have hit this wherever he wanted. Because he goes across the line, he has to get the timing right, and he doesn't. And that's the ball you can pump straight. But in the end, it's a big swing and a miss, and it costs him his wicket. So Alex Macy comes up with the goods, and Verk goes for a dozen. And the score, Fighters 22 for 3. Yeah, so he was basically banging in a big
pole. These
big
poles
pole,
that the banners are on, so he's banging the poles down, and the tool that you're using, obviously, you have to lift it over your head and go bang. You know, it's like a. I mean, I don't know how to describe it. It's a bit like a giant sort of key, but it's got the gap in it. The pole fits in, and you bang it down. Well, while he was in the process of doing that, he sort of banged his head with it. Yeah,
instead of banging the pole, he banged his head, and luckily, I think Dr. Paolo was online. On the scene.
Super glue king.
Super glued his head back together.
That's right.
True story. No ball called.
Yeah, no ball here.
Oh, no.
You can get run out on a no ball. But
eventually gets through the infield, but I think this had to have been for a front foot. Yeah, let's have a look.
Let's see if you can pick anything up on this. So,
yeah, must have just snuck over the front line.
Yeah, very close call, but so free hit coming up here now.
Yeah. See if he can dodge any drama.
Oh, wow. Well, it's a...
Well, he likes it. But they like it.
It's a free hit, though. It's a free hit.
Yeah. And
so
does he look to run?
He's not running. It's a free hit, so he can't be out.
So it won't be out. Yeah, you're right.
Hit.
I suppose maybe they're checking, did he look to run? But because it's a free hit, can't be out.
Yeah,
they sorted that out now. But I mean, if the batter does look to make a run, then you could be run out. But I don't think he ever does.
No, he doesn't. As you can see there, as soon as he plays the shot, he stands still and tries to get back. So
fun fact, super glue was developed as a way to heal wounds in wartime.
But listen, the thing is, we know that from Malta. John Grimmer, remember when he got knocked out? What happened
you can
there?
glue anything back
Indika
together.
Pereira came in and super glued his eyelid back together.
Yeah.
And when they finally got him to a hospital, the hospital said, well, if it weren't for that, he would have had some nasty scars. So, okay, this has been hit pretty well. Would still have been a free hit, of course, because the last ball was a wide.
Yep. And just get one from that. So I've been glued back together a few times.
Have you?
I've been had my forehead glued back together once, and some other times
Let's see, there's no scars there.
You see, because that's why they like it, because you don't get as much scarring as. Oh, wait for it, because this one could be gone, and it is. So again, gets the batter reaching, and Macy with double delight in the 4th over. He removes Rahul from the equation, and Fighters are on the skids at the moment, 26 for 4.
Yeah, Rahul, just the one run, and he goes from his second ball, just skies up in the air. Well, Macy, he's had his head glued back together with a bit of super glue. And while that's doing this, first he takes a knock on the head, maybe knocks some sense into him, and then with the super glue holding him together, he's a totally different performer altogether. He's performing, and the super glue has turned him into a super bowler, because that's his second wicket. And it is still some deliveries to come in this, so might even take another 26 for 4.
So now we get the captain coming to the crease, Mandeep Singh. We wondered when he'd come out. He's one who's very, very capable. He's underachieved in definitely in the last series when we saw him. But let's see if he can regain some of his form. That saw him right in the mix in 2021 when Fighters made it to the final. Yes, I've had my head glued together a bit. I think I've also had my shin glued together. These are mostly hockey injuries. This is up in the air. It's a great effort. Now he's got to change direction. He won't be able to. Well, no good deed goes unpunished. I think he does really well to knock that down. But Conrad was backing him up. The irony here is if Conrad had just stayed completely still and watched and grabbed some popcorn, this probably comes straight to him. But you see, because he was backing up, he couldn't change direction quick enough, and the result's 4 runs.
That's unfortunate. It's a tremendous effort from the fielder to get something on it. That's a bit unfortunate, as this one has been smacked pretty well, but it's up in the air. A catch has been taken comfortably, and they are falling like flies here at the moment. As Mandeep Singh, it's literally 4 and out for him.
Yeah.
And really, that little incident there with the ball not being knocked over for 4 means that Macy picks up a 3rd wicket.
Yeah, it cost you 3 runs, but gets you a 3rd wicket. And this would have been a wide. Mandeep will be really upset when he looks at this, because he goes after one that he probably should have left alone. It was a nicely taken catch by Lakshan Wirakun. And yeah, they have caught very well. So I said no good deed goes unpunished. Well, in a way, the universe rewards them for the effort from Machado. Previous ball, even though it does cost him a boundary. I think Macy with 3 for 8 in the over has this innings in tatters. It's 30 for 5 now after 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different ball game, isn't it? Remember the Fighters, they set the records, didn't they, when they pulled off the run chase in just 10 deliveries, getting to the 46 required for victory against the Lisbon Super Giants. But this time round, they are struggling. I mean, they got to, like I say, they got to that 46 of 10 balls. So this time they've had, they've had 18. Well, not 18. They had 24. And all they've done is got to the score of 30. And they've lost 5 wickets too.
This should be fun. Here's Carlo Butchimarza. He's a pretty handy bowler in his own right. Keep up to the stumps to Carlo. He bowls an unplayable delivery first up. Yes, I've been glued together. My shin, I remember getting glued. My head getting glued. And they say it doesn't scar as much when you do it.
Yeah.
Do you want to hear about the stupidest gluing back together I did? This is probably, has to be my stupidest injury ever.
His fingers probably?
And it's,
you were doing
it's
something,
from
right?
not that long. Oh, probably 10 years ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Just floats a little bit too wide, according to the umpire. So I made the Australian indoor team for the first time. I was going to a training in New South Wales. I've travelled all the way across the country from where I'm from in Perth. And we hadn't even started the training yet, and I was just kind of flicking the ball. Like, you know, you click your fingers. I was just flicking the ball and catching it. Just chatting to some of the guys. And just flicking the ball
This one
to myself.
doesn't give. Yeah, I thought this one was probably more or less the same as the other, but it gets away with this one. Just definitely catching the line.
That's
for
a
me.
big wide. Yeah, Nilkesh might be struggling with the viewing conditions as well there, but be charging them out if I was Kumar there. Want that one back.
Well, this one is a wide, and a great stop
What a
actually by the
great
wicket
take.
keeper from Girish Singh, because
Singh.
this one would have been expensive. So
Yeah.
go on. So you
About as good as you get. Hold on, I'm going to take a moment to appreciate this keeping. That is outstanding work. I suppose it's so wide that he gets a bit of a look at it, but still, it's brilliant.
Good
Yeah,
stop.
so do you want to know exactly where I cut myself? So I flicked and accidentally slipped out of my hand and hit myself in the eye. All right? Pitched up and driven for 1. So I've actually split, you know when you close your eyes, like the back of
lid,
your
yeah.
eyelid. So I actually made a hole in the back of my eyelid, and you could only see it if I kind of pulled my eyelash down, and then I had to go to the hospital in Sydney, and they had to glue my eyelids back together. I still did the training, but yeah. I mean, it would have made it, it wasn't like all the way through the eyelid to the other side, otherwise you couldn't really close your eyes. You could close your eyes and still see if I'd gone all the way through.
Back
But,
moment in the field. Hey, listen,
Go
we
on.
said we're going to see some Tortugas. We'll go back to that in a moment. Well, let's
have a
play.
look at it.
Just watch this. This is why you've got to keep an eye on the ball all the time. Watch it.
Oh, yeah.
There we go.
That's great fielding from Stoneman, isn't it?
Well bowled. Good keeping as well.
Loving
Good
it.
take. So did you have
Stays low as long as he
did
can.
you
that
miss
accuracy.
anything? Did you miss out on any of the training? You must have done.
I did the training. It was a fairly superficial injury, but it was pretty embarrassing. When you're just throwing the ball to yourself and you hit yourself in the face, I think it... And you end up in hospital waiting for 3 hours to be seen
They
to.
must have given you a nickname for that. Come on. There's no way you escaped.
Maybe eyes wide open. I don't know. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the 5th over. And fighters, well, they might need that 101 in the second half that we saw the other day, because right now they're struggling. It's 34 for 5 after 5.
Yeah, it's a good over from Carlo Buttamazzi. I mean, a couple of wides in there as well. He got away with one, I suppose, but only 4 runs, so something needs to happen here. And the fight. Remember the fighters, I mean, they've got a big day here today, because we will see them towards the end of the day after this one. They've got the 3rd match, and they're taking on Team Tigers of Portugal. For me, I think it's important. Remember, we haven't seen them bat. We only saw they only lost 2 wickets, didn't they, in that win against the Lisbon Supergiants. So it's very important that these guys that are going out there now, these guys that are out there, that they just get some confidence in batting, get used to the pitch, because, well, they're going to be called upon later. This is hoiked up in the air, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. If it's there, if it's in the slot, go for it. And that's what Singh does. So that's a good whack from Guswak Singh.
Yeah. Take what they can get at this stage to start. There, they need plenty more.
Guswak. Let's see if he can go back to back, or will it be 6 and out? When he gets a gunny ball, this one will be a no ball. The keeper does so well, because he knows this is going to hurt you. It's a high delivery. You haven't really got, you're preparing to take something on the bounce. He just literally has to put himself in the firing line. Well done, well stopped.
Good call. The umpire that time spots it straight away. Yep, been really impressed with Giri Singh's keeping here. That's another dimension when you're up to the stumps. Kind of brings in that stumping as a possibility as well.
That's nicely played. That's a delightful shot. I mean, it was a free hit. And what I like about this, just because it's a free hit, Guswak Singh doesn't think he's got to charge down the track or be swinging wild. He plays it on merit. That's a delightful shot. Almost one of the shots of the day, you know.
Yeah.
Right up there.
That's what, I mean, batting's built on pressure. So the free hit essentially removes you of any pressure from getting out. And you can really see what some of these guys can do. That was a beautiful piece of timing.
He played Macy, picked up 3 wickets in his first over. And, well, he's bowled a no ball, been hit for 4. And this is been well struck as well. Fielder coming across. And once again, Francois Stoneman, it's just been absolutely sensational in the field. Such a good fielder. We should know that anyway already. We've seen that here in Portugal. We've also seen it when he was playing the European Cricket League. He was outstanding there as well. And the thing is, though, you see, this is what I'm saying. If you can field well on these sort of outfields, and this is by no means the worst, well, it means that when you're playing on a carpet, even better. Chase is on here for Miguel. And Miguel, well, just I think he's going to be disappointed he doesn't stop this. He gets there, he's got a lot of ground to cover, gets there. I think he gets the hand on the ball, but he's not able to stop it. So both batters are liking their approach here. This time Kuma picks up a boundary. Look, he just gets there, look, he gets a bit of fingertip onto it, but he's not able to push it forward. 4 runs.
And so just crept past the point of no return.
And this one, think about it. Yes, no, ha, ada, nia. 50 has come up on the board with the
Good
ball
stuff.
to go
I mean,
over.
I'm just going to say, Giri, again, from behind the stumps, as soon as he sees that clonks the pad, he knows it's not going too far. He makes it his job to go get it. And that quick step, see there, he's gone before they really know what's happened, just discourages them from taking that run. So really, really good keeping once again.
This is cracked hard, and it will go for 4 more. Beautiful shot. So they're not giving up here. That is the end of the over. And at the end of 5, 54 for 5. This is a good comeback. Couldn't you consider?
Oh no, we lost him.
Consider the trouble that they were in. Done really well.
And what I will say, it's a brave shot with the keeper up to the stumps. If you miss this, there's every chance that you're stumped. But he doesn't care. He just says, I'm going to go for it anyway. And absolutely nails it. So didn't really go to plan for Macy. His first over took 3 for 8. Second one goes magical. But still, those 3 wickets pretty important. At the end of the 6th over, it's 54 for 9.
Yeah, going along nicely here. And just keeping an eye on that rate. I mean, it's at 19. It goes past the point of no return, which we often say 18 is that, and 99% of the time you don't come back from there. It can happen. It has happened now and again. But you basically got to be hitting boundary after boundary from here. And that one will go to the fielder. He's played some nice shots out on the offside there, has Guswat Singh. But he shouldn't be too disappointed. The key thing is no dot balls. Both batters have shown that they've got the power to hit boundaries. Kuma now back on strike.
Yeah, but you can see the pace required is a magical pace, isn't it? Having said that, these two both played some good shots. Carlo Bucciamazza back for his second over.
Thumped hard, and it will go to the boundary. So just floating up there, I don't mind that. I mean, it's all a question of put the ball up there, hope the batters make a mistake. But one I do like about this from Kuma, just they're keeping the shape. It's not that the fact that they are hitting well, but they're playing the right shots to the right balls, and that's what I like. He's not trying to hit this over cow corner.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it? Go where the ball's bowled to you. And that's something we saw this morning. It wasn't done very well. I think some of the batters, they'd made their mind up which area they were going to hit. That's fine occasionally, but for the most part, play the ball in its merits.
This one would have been a wide, so his balls are wide, really. So it's a bit of a minus because he should have taken the run anyway and had an extra ball. But I suppose the mindset here you see is from both the batters, is anything that comes their way, they've got to try and hit it. So there's probably a time where you can get away with these sort of deliveries.
Yeah, you're probably right. Occasionally they do spoil them. Just the one that time.
Nicely played out. Should be stopped. And there's a little bit of the Tortuga, but not outfoxing or outfooling Gurjit Singh out there.
Well fielded by Gurjit. You can see everyone trying to keep these standards up. I mentioned Girish Singh behind the stump, setting those standards and expecting them from everyone around him. And remember how this inning started off with a wonderful running catch from Faf Stoneman.
This one will be called a wide. Yeah, I mean, the other thing I'd say about this, about Girish being behind the stumps, is he didn't start there. Conrad Greenshields, as you know, has got an injured shoulder. That's probably why we're not seeing him bowl here. He doesn't need to, he won't bowl. But he had a bit of a mare in that match against Marlowe. And I think after that, you could just see, he thought, right, that's it. Take the gloves away from me. So that's worked in their favour because I think he looks far more confident, more natural out there, especially standing up. The problems that Conrad had was against the slower bowlers and standing up. He wasn't able to do it.
But correct me if I'm wrong, it wasn't Girish Singh that was the next.
No, he wasn't the first.
And they tried. Was it Machado they tried next? Who was it they tried? I think it was Machado, and then because he batted so long, he suffered a bit of an minor injury that meant he didn't keep. I think that's what happened. And where third time lucky, I think Girish is the man from the job.
Girish the man.
Based on what I'm seeing here.
He's really has excelled. That's well left, well watched. It will be another wide. And I think it just gives you a few more options. Conrad Greenshields, I think he will bowl if he has to. We have seen him bowl on a couple of occasions. He's not looked 100%. He's still not able to get the ball, able to whiz the ball in. But it just means that, on those tight games like that one against Marlowe, some of those buys and extras that went through, you shouldn't have those issues. He's got to play it this one. He does. He's just going to get another single.
Hey, what a good spell that is from Carlo Bucciamazza. Wasn't afraid to take the pace off. Yeah, the odd wide, but it's on the offside. I think he's trying to get him reaching. So he only goes for 14, does his job well. And after 7 overs, the score is 64 for 5. Well, all the Irish supporters, good news.
Hello and welcome back to the
back in the 4th game of the day. It'll be match 14 coming up against Team Tigers Portugal. News from the toss is that Team Tigers Portugal have won the toss and they've elected to bat. So looking forward to that one. It starts in around about 30 minutes time.
I think you got a double. I'm sure I heard your voice talking from somewhere here. There's somebody, forget lookalike. There's Mr. Maximo sound-alike somewhere. Anyway, this one seems to be going in the favour of Awaras unless we see something sensational. Okay, so here we go. This is going to be Lakshman who's going to bowl. Just gets played out. I think I'm liking this. I'm not too disappointed that the batters here are not going swinging blindly at everything. I think they probably realise that it probably is important that other batters get in, that they get a bit of practice out there in the middle, just preparing themselves for an more important last match they'll have at the end of the day against Team Tigers of Portugal. And what a start it was for them as well. Team Tigers of Portugal playing in their first match on debut in the European Cricket Network and getting a win against the Lisbon Super Giants. So
yeah.
I did have a chance to chat to them, and of course spoke to the very happy captain, and that's something else that you'll be able to catch up with on social media. So do stay in tune with the social media, all the photos, and also some of the interviews out there. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. There you go. This is high in the sky, and it will go all the way. Bowled. balle, ginna sona, brrrr, shaka, lagya, Guswak Singh gives this another whack and is out of here.
Yeah, what a shot that is. Just moseyed down the pitch and caressed it over extra cover. 6 of the best. And look, it's a funny one because I mean, it's not a terrible score. They're probably on target for about 100 or so.
Raccoon to Guswak. And Guswak, well, he gives this a good slap and it's going to drop. Well, Francis Snowman, Faf, he is a good fielder, but there's nothing he could have done about this one. This time he's the one that needs backing up, and it's Miguel Stoneman. That saves his blushes. Watch this. Watch the move on this where he says, yeah, I got it. Oh, no, I haven't.
Brothers don't normally fight over things, do they?
Well, I think he puts himself, it's the right decision, gets himself in the position, but he's not able to execute the shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the risk, trying to fetch something from outside the off stump. I think they've looked really good when they've just tried to hit through the offside, even though there's fielders back there. They're hitting it so hard, who cares?
This one's been hit pretty well, but straight into the safe hands of the fielder. And Conrad Greenshields is not going to make any mistake. And that's, of course, another plus of him not being behind the stubs. You've got him out there in the firing line. That's a key position. We've seen that already today in the field. No mistakes. And the wicket does go down. And Lakshana Mukaroon will pick up a wicket. And he's 1 for 9 so far, as it is now 73 for 6.
Yeah, so they have kind of recovered to an extent, haven't they? And they got that bit of a partnership going. Those two came together at 30 for 5, so they put on 43 for the 6th wicket. But yeah, nicely taken down the ground. Conrad, yeah, he's got to be careful with that shoulder. If I was him, I wouldn't be bowling too soon at all. It's a big summer ahead. Raccoon comes to the party with a wicket. Next ball, he's heaved to the leg side. This will just be a single. Takes us to the end of the 8th over, and the score is 74 for 6.
Baljinder Ram, he comes in to join Guswak Singh out there, and he doesn't want to be hanging around either. Gets off the mark straight away. So let's see if they can get to that 100 score.
Let's see what the Worms are telling us. Yeah, they're telling us they're a long way behind in the game. They've kind of stabilised around this 9 or so and over. So heading for 90. And look, you can see they actually pegged Warish back throughout the second half of that innings. But
yeah,
that first innings. But I think already the damage was done. Time for over number 9 now. Conrad Greenshields is going to bowl. Just testing out that shoulder.
It's a bit of a gentle full toss, which gets played away. And they think about taking a second. They won't do so. So well backed up there. Just a single. Yeah, I mean, in this particular, with the scores as they are here, 28 required per over, if I've got a slight injury and I'm the captain, I'm not bowling.
This must be because he actually wants to bowl, though, and wants to give that shoulder a bit of work. But, well, if it works like that, then maybe it's fine. He just slips in the Yorker and he does what the few before him couldn't do. He moves Grusuak out of here. And so Conrad comes up with a wicket in the 9th at 75 for 7.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Conrads. This is bowling Conrad. We know. I mean, what I was saying before, wasn't bowling like that. What he was doing, he was just gently letting the ball go. So he was just trying to get the ball up there and get the swing in the count. This is Conrad. This is the way he normally bowls. So he is obviously testing it. You're probably right. He probably thinks, okay, I'm going to just try this one the way I would normally get my follow through in and get the arm through a little bit quicker. And it's too good, too hot and spicy there for Guswak Singh. He'll go and he'll go for 21, but it's a good little partnership that he and Kuma put together there. So what they have done there, I suppose, has shown that if they do lose those quick wickets, there is still some batting to come. So he goes for 21 of 10.
This one's kind of bludgeoned down to long off, where it's handled by Miggy Machado. So, one thing I think with the internationals coming up at the end of this series as well, Conrad Greenshields probably just want to know exactly where he's at with that shoulder. He's looking a bit more like himself at the moment, isn't he? That was a little bit of a toy helicopter, wasn't it, to the leg side?
Yeah, it was there.
Yeah,
mini helicopter shot. I like it.
Yeah, Belgindo, he's got a bit of flourish about everything he does. Don't worry, we'll see it again soon. It's up. Yeah, that one's going to go the journey. Large Maximo from Lalit, and he lights up this ninth over with a big strike.
Yeah, Lalit Kumar smashing it big. You know why this is important, Vinny? I'll tell you another reason why this innings is important. I think I mentioned earlier on in the day that the Fighters, one issue that they had was getting out of this. They couldn't get to 70 last year. 79 is the highest score they scored. They were out for low scores, less than 50 on 4 occasions. So getting into the 80s, I think mentally is a big plus for them as well.
Yeah, I think so. Like I say, on another day, maybe this is a defendable score. But not in this game. That's 9 overs down. It's 83 for 7. Pretty impressive over from Conrad. I suppose, I just don't want him bowling before he's ready, but I suppose he's the best judge of where his body's at. 3 for 28, Macy took 3 wickets in his first over. Junaid Khan with a couple. You can see singles to Wirrakun and Conrad Greenshields. Shout out, though, to the other bowlers, Francois Stoneman and Carlo Butchamartz, have also kept the brakes on. And now it will be Stoneman, Faf Stoneman that is, to bowl the 10th over.
Yeah. No wides from him so far.
6 out of 6 so far.
Yeah.
And that'll be a no ball.
He did this to me. He did this to me in the other day, so on day 1, when he almost got through and over without any extra. I suppose it's not a wide, but it's still an extra.
Yeah, well.
Big no ball, this.
Yeah, it is. Where it is, for sure. Good call by Nilkesh. I suppose the point umpire, he's on the offside. But yeah, I was trying to build up suspense. Didn't really work out that way.
This has been clobbered. Well, that's the way to deal with a free hit. It goes all the way. Well, I was saying it's good that they get out of the 70s. Well, they've got out of the 80s here now as well in style, because it's boom blasting from the new batter. Well, Belinda Ram, he is a ram as he rams this for 6.
Again, I've got to say, he's batting too low. I think you've got to get him up there. Let's see where Belgian came in. Came in at 8. It's way too low. Look at the way he's batting.
Yeah. Well, he's ready for another. Well, goodness me, what a hit this is, because he's fetching this from quite wide outside the off to get the power into that shot and clear the boundary. This is some hit. Well, he rams another one for a Maximo.
Yeah, I mean, that's an extraordinary shot. He reaches for it, has a bit of length to work with from the bowler, and got every piece of it. Great batting.
Well, I want to see the helicopter. He's the man that did the mini chopper. I think if he gets one in the zone, we're going to see it here. Well, this is a good little flurry here. I was saying it'd be good to see if they could get to the 100. This is a very important little knock. I mean, not going to win the game, but there's a lot of positives for the Fighters here.
A 7 up might make it interesting.
This time he goes in one knee, tries to get it in the gap, and he does. Well, his boundaries galore to finish. The 100 does come up now. It's 102 for 7. There's 3 balls to go in this over still. What's an over this is turning out to be?
I mean, now you look back at someone like Carlo Butchamartz, say how important it was that his overs in the middle didn't go for too many. He only went for 14 in his 2 overs. Otherwise, this could be a lot closer than you think.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And also just how important Junaid Khan's first over was when he picked up 2 wickets in the first 2 balls, because they were key batters that he got at. Right, Stoneman, who wants to change it around a bit, wants to change the angle to the left-hander. Oh, well, this could be another full toss as it gets absolutely pelted out of here. This is the biggest one out of the lot. Well, I can tell you why Ram has come out a little bit later is because he's been eating all the Walu Parontas. But Gemari, and he is taking the bowler to the sword. Ajitana, Francis Stoneman, Change Thappar Pe. Because he has been carted all over the place here.
This one hurts the figures for sure. So we've got 15, 19, 26 off half and over. So it's on his deliveries. Another free hit.
He gets this one through, and you can hear straight away from Conrad Greenshields, who had a little talk with him. He didn't look too happy. And once that one goes through, he says, better. That's where I want it to be.
Yeah. Case what might have been for fighters, hey? But it just shows you how important a lot of things were, including getting those early wickets. But, yeah, man, you got this guy, he's too good to be batting number 8. He's got to get up there. He needs to fight his way up the order if he has to.
There he goes for another biggie. Fielder getting underneath. It should be taken, and it will be taken. No mistakes there from Junaid Khan. So Francois Stoneman does pick up a wicket. Ram will go, but not before he smashes the ball to all parts of the ground.
Yeah, but I think they worked him out in the end, didn't they? I saw Conrad was instructing Faf to bowl a bit shorter, and he wasn't as comfortable on the back foot. You saw it. Anything he could just stand and deliver off the length or come forward to, he's pumping out of the ground. But they dig in a couple. He misses one. He top edges one. Nicely taken by Junaid. So it's all over by the shouting, but still one ball remaining. It's 109 for 8. Nice little cameo of 27 off just 10 balls from Baljinder.
Yeah, I liked it. It was something that you needed to see. It was something that gives them a bit of encouragement going into their final match later on. Remember, next up here, we have still got some more action to come. Awaris are going to stay on the field of play. They got a double header, and they're up against the Team Tigers of Portugal. This is high up in the air, and it will be caught. So finishes with 2 out of 2 as Francois Snowman picks up 2 wickets, but he's not really smiling too much because he knows that, well, he was taking the town a little bit as well.
Sometimes I like to talk about half overs. If you break up that 10th over into its halves, he takes none for 26 in the first half. He takes 2 for 0 in the second half. Well, they weren't doing it by halves though early, were they? Oarish with 2 wickets in the first 2 balls. That was a brilliant bit of fielding from Faf Stoneman. Didn't have to throw it away because he could pump the brakes. And then when this one went down, it was early trouble for the fighters, but as expected, lots of fight out of them. I suppose the issue was they just fell too far behind in the match.
Yeah, they did. I mean, there was that little spell, and you mentioned it as well. That spell from Butsamati was a really good spell of bowling, because you just think about it, if one of those overs went for 16 or so, like some overs had done, this could have been a completely different outcome. Macy as well, his first over was sensational. That was him taking a wicket of just the second ball he bowled. But he too, when he bowled his second over, went for a few as well. Don't forget, his second over went magical too. So it's one of those matches which I think if you're the fighters, you take a lot of heart from them. I mean, they lose this one by 20 runs, but it could so easily have been very different. But one thing that they do is they do show that they are much improved from what they were last year. They've got a win under their belt as well, which was important, and they also show that they are able to get past the 70 mark even when they are under pressure.
Yeah, that's true. And like I said, last year was just a bit of an off year. Nothing really went right for the fighters, especially after making the final the year before, different personnel. But I think Awarish, even though they were tested, and I've got to say, that it was a very nice cameo from Baljinder. Now, ultimately, they had the answers in the field, didn't they? But, it's a high-scoring ground. You've got to be careful. I mean, you've got to be careful. You make mistakes, and once players are in, they're really hard to dislodge. We kind of saw that with Baljinder, the way he batted at the end. Macy, after 3 for 8 in his first, his second went magical, but I think those 3 wickets were pretty important. Butchamatsa, I think that he was a pretty important bowler as well. We're good. Didn't mind what I saw out of him as well. But basically, they got themselves in a good position where you could argue they probably should have made 140 plus there, but still at 129 with their fielding in particular was enough. And yeah, Conrad, I suppose it's a good sign to see him bowling a bit more like himself, even though it's a long process for him to get back to the way we know he can bowl. But that was a nice one. This was a nice one for the bat though. The counter-attack came and just missed his length on that occasion. Stoneman, was taken to the cleaners, but he brought a couple of souvenirs back. 2 wickets late in the piece, but yeah, some of these shots from Ram, just tells me number 8 is way too low for him.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, he played some beautiful shots, didn't he? I mean, look, he's going area all along the deck. But, well, they sussed him out, I suppose, because they said, right, don't bowl. Don't try to get the Yorkers at him. Don't try and bowl full to him. Get them short. And then after that, that's exactly what Faf did. And that's where the wickets came. This one, a good catch from Junaid Khan. Kept his eyes on it all the way. Takes the catch. And it ended up being 2 in 2 as a new batter. Well, he didn't want to just finish with a dot or a single. He wanted to go big as well. And called and bowled by Faf Stoneman. But an interesting match. It's sort of one of those, when you think about the first innings, a lot of runs, 81 scored of the first 5. The second 5, only 40, I think it was, what was it, 47 or something, 48.
Yeah.
And also losing 7 wickets. So that belonged very much to the fighters. So we know that they can fight when they're in the field. And then we saw them fight also with the bat as well as they got the acceleration in. They were at the halfway point, only 34 for 5. So you can see just how much they accelerated in the second part of that innings as well.
75 off the second half, and that was despite losing those wickets. 3 for 28, Macy took 3 wickets in his first over. 2s for Junaid and Faf Stone, and singles for Wirrakun and Conrad Greenshields. But Carlo Butchamarts, I think he was super important with his overs only going for 14, and that is the reason they get over the line by 20 runs in the end. We will take a break. We'll be back in around about 10 minutes to take you into the 4th match of the day. Still 2 matches to come. Awarish against brand new side to ECN, TTP, or Team Tigers Portugal. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. Back after the break with more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, the SCG, right here in Portugal. I've got to say, this ground is as good as I've ever seen it. It has been some great additions since I was last here last year. And so we're ready for match 14, which is coming up shortly. But first, I want to show you in through these renovated club rooms. And it's a really nice area in here. The cricket on the TV, we've got plenty of merchandise, trophies. I've got to say, a nice little addition as well on the wall. We've got Emma here behind the bar. Emma, how are you today? Going well. I've got to say, we get so well looked after here. Now, we're actually the hosts. They're taking on Team Tigers Portugal in match 14. I know Tyrone Peters has the two captains in the middle. Let's see what happens at the coin toss.
Your call.
Thank you. Head is the ball.
That is a head.
Bat, please.
Look, right now, I'm loving this. We've got the t-shirts here. I think I'm going to have one of these hoodies. And one thing I love about this is they've all got this beautiful SCG logo. And I've got to tell you that the models, they look pretty cool as well. Right now, I might stay here for a while because it's nice and shady. Back out in the sun with the spiders. Rico Full, take you to the start.
Hello and welcome back. So we know the result from the coin toss there is that Team Tigers of Portugal elected to have a bat first, and no hesitation from the captain there at all. He's as if a tour saying, yeah, we'll bat first. He batted pretty well the last time that we saw them out there. He scored a fine 25 of 16, but I was very impressed with the opener, Mohamed Omar Farouk, 46 of 24, and he was the player of the match in that victory over the Lisbon Super Giants when they chased 96 for victory, and they did it with 19 balls to go as well. So no wonder they want to have a bat first. So this is what the bat versus ball wall is saying, that the Irish favourites 103 to 86. So let's see how that goes. I must admit, I mean, I'm great that you guys have been able to see a little bit of some of the behind the scenes here. That clubhouse is absolutely fantastic, and that's why I was always saying, or I was saying the last couple of days, being here does remind me of a lot of cricket that I played back home, especially in those Hertfordshire leagues. When you're in a ground like this, which is sort of nestled in the countryside, and you don't see any high brickwork buildings or anything here. It's just all greenery. It's cows, it's horses, there's goats, there's sheep, there's cricket as well, and there's a great clubhouse. There's a lovely, warm family feel to this, and a big shout out to the likes of the Buttamatis, to the Conrad Green Shields, and also, of course, to the likes of Bruno, who we briefly heard on the comms as well, as I was saying. Thank you to him. So back to this match. It's going to be hard, I think, this for Irish, because they were in the field. It didn't all go their own way, even though they got a victory, and now they've got to carry on for where they were. But one man who did particularly well is the man with the ball here. Junaid Khan took 2 for 14. And remember, he removed the 2 early batters, the dangerous men from the Fighters CC, the opening pair in the first 2 balls that he bowled in that one. Let's see if he can make a dream start here for Irish as well. We're going to miss. And one man who was, well, both myself and Maximo very impressed with is that man there behind the stumps. He's been very good, hasn't he? And once again, Girish Singh makes a good stop. Khan back to his mark. Just a slight change in the field here from Conrad Greenshield. So he's bringing up Miguel Machado. Oh, what a beautiful delivery, and he's gone. A little bit of extra pace, and it's our man again, Junaid, who gets the wicket early. This is just too hot and spicy, and a great bit of bowling once again from Junaid Khan. What a delivery this is, as Irish, they come together again. The thing is here now, one thing they'll be wanting to make sure, and Conrad Greenshields will probably say that, okay, all the way to the end, guys, all the way to the end. So the opener will have to go. A great bit of bowling from Junaid. Just look at this. Short of a length, and he's quick, he's fast, he's on the money, follows the batter. The batter just has to play at it. No mistakes there from Girish Singh. And takes the wicket, takes the catch. And it is not the start that Team Tigers of Portugal would have wanted. Remember, opting to go out there first. And it's first blood to Irish, and they get the very important wicket of Farouk. The guy I was saying batted beautifully. Farouk, well, he'll have to go for a duck. And it's Junaid Khan that does the damage again. A new batter now comes in. Here's the captain, Asif Ator. I don't think he was expecting to come in so early. Batter taking his time to get ready. Well, he probably wasn't expecting him so early. Doesn't seem to be completely kitted out. It was very nice talking to him earlier. Very confident man. He was singing the praises of some of his teammates. And let's see if he can get his team started here with the bat. That one's going to be a wide, just down the leg side. So that'll be disappointing for somebody of the ability of Junaid. He's the top-class bowler, and he'll know better than to waste the first ball to a new batter. It really would have been wanting to get that right up there. And listen, they're asking a question here. The umpire doesn't react, so this is taking something on the way through. I'm guessing maybe a little bit of pad because nothing's been signalled or wide or anything. That's it. I mean, it's definitely a sound. I think this just catches a little bit of the pad. But once again, a great take from the keeper, Girish Singh. Junaid, though, look, I think he's just going for that Yorker. He's getting too much movement, isn't he? It's almost like he's got to start this around about, I don't know, 10 centimetres outside off. But he still goes the same line, and the result is going to be a wide. So a couple of wides just helps to tick the score over. In fact, all the runs on the board at the moment are courtesy of extras, nothing from the bat. And remember, this is Team Tigers Portugal making a debut in the European Cricket Series. In the very first match, they were victorious. This one, ouch. Yeah, that's going to hurt. It hits him right under the armpit. And Asif Atur, the captain, he's not afraid to give this a rub because Junaid has got a bit of pace and that really tucks him up. And he says that he's down, he's just moving around a little bit gingerly at the moment. I think he may be saying, yeah, give us some of that free spray. And, I think he's going to get a bit of spray on that straight away. Yeah, makes sense, doesn't it? You don't want to have an injury and then leave it for a bit and then it gets worse. Let's get something on it straight away. He does. It's a bit of magic spray. And they're conducted by the 12th man that comes out there. That's Mohammed Bakur. It's interesting that he's not playing this match. I think he was one of the bigger the bowlers. And last time round, he took 2 for 10, but not listed. Got Taj Chai. He was listed in the sheet, so I think he's a bit of an all-rounder. Slight delay, the two batters just coming together and having a bit of a chat. It's probably this is more that non-striker Azim Arahi, who hasn't faced a ball yet, just checking that his captain's okay. Well, we'll soon know if he's okay or not, as Junaid Khan comes in to bowl the last ball off the first over. And it's nicely played. Good stop there, good standards from Team Irish. And that's Miguel Stoneman. And he is the super fielder. That seems to be his role most of the time. I'm still looking forward to him getting a bowl, but the super fielder puts a stop on this. And it will be the end of the over. Remember, you can always be in touch with us via the social network at Mr. Maximo, whether it's through Twitter, Facebook, or Instagram. I'm like myself on Instagram and Facebook. Always great to hear from you. Thank you wholeheartedly for all the lovely comments that you put on there. And this is always our platform, as I say, to say thank you to everybody. And thank you not just for your kind words and support towards myself and Maximo, but also for your support for the European Cricket Network. Conrad Greenshields comes in the bowl and gets that swing straight away. That's why he is an opening bowler. He makes good use of the swing. It's a good time to welcome back into our commentary cube, which now is starting to resemble a bit of a microwave. Is Mr. Maximo in his hand?
Well, I suppose we've spent a bit of time in Portugal where it was pretty chilly, so I'll take this. But if we suddenly go silent, it's probably because a lot of the cables have melted. Anyway, Conrad brings himself on, and this is a sign that he's gaining more confidence with the ball. You can see there, you can't believe the shot the batsman's attempted there.
Yeah, I mean, it's the swing. I mean, sometimes too much swing works against you, and that's what's happened there to Conrad. And Azim Rahi at the moment doesn't seem to be able to get bat onto ball.
Good to see the best players being fit. That's what you want to see. This one doesn't swing, so it goes down the leg side. I got to say, once again, I'm really impressed with the wicketkeeping of Girish Singh. I think the team looks a lot more balanced with him behind the stumps. And like I say, he was supporting the team from afar during the European Cricket League. He was in the channel a lot. Nice to see what he can do out there in the middle. Right now, Conrad, a bit of a wizard with a new ball. Not right now. You can hear him say no as soon as he released that one. So yeah, I'm not a doctor, neither is Conrad. Conrad's not even close. But I just hope he doesn't overdo the bowling before that rotator cuff is ready. This is a nasty injury, and obviously he still wants to play for a long time. This one's close up, it still goes down the leg side.
Yeah, it just can't get it right there at the moment. And but the thing is, the batter is not really hurting him, because Rahi, though he's getting the extras, extra is the leading scorer here now, because both bowlers had a few wides. But these are balls that I think if you're a batter that's in form is saying, well, yeah, bowl those to me. I could get the wide, but I'd rather take the boundaries.
Goes after this one, hangs in the air and dropped. Wow, Faf Stoneman took an outstanding catch earlier. This one just kind of dropped him in the last moment, I think. And he put it down, so Rahi, when he does hit one, he picked out the fielder, but he survives.
Yeah, he does survive. I was getting ready to do the duck sounds, but it's not to be, because he will get a run. And, well, one man that you would not expect to drop anything is Faf. It's a bit of an appeal, but once again, I think this is catching a little bit of the pad or something on the way through.
He's had a couple of these have been, well, the Portuguese side, well, he's had a couple of these. I mean, that one, I don't think it's the pad. I wonder what that might have hit. If it wasn't the pad, I don't think it hit anything, but I think then Conrad's dodged the wide call there. Classic distraction appeal does the trick from Girish Singh. Yeah, he's going to get frustrated. Thing is, he's sticking to his A plan, which is to go over the wicket and try and straighten down the line, but yeah, there comes the point where he's going to go around the wicket. In fact, he's reached that point now. So now he's kind of giving up on that outswinger, and he's just trying to make sure that ball is outside the off stump. 2 to come in the second. And batter goes with the angle. Thick outside edge. Still slide stop. I'm liking it. And the handoff. So yeah, we know that whereas they set high standards in their fielding. I mean, it doesn't mean they're going to catch everything. I mean, Fastone drops that one there, but they're going to have that approach, that professional approach. No one catches everything, but I think ultimately the improvement in fielding's been pretty marked in European cricket over the last few years. Now this one turns into a full toss, hanging full toss, baseballed out of the ground. And so it's been an interesting replay, you know, for height. I felt it was just okay.
And looks like it's dipping, but how much?
He's not the tallest though, is he?
He does go down as well, so he starts to bend as he plays it. So I think he's okay here. I reckon he's okay. I'll pause a moment, see the umpires are just communicating with each other, and let's see what the verdict will be here. Will it be the end of the over or not? That's what we're waiting for here.
Yeah, it's been given. So I think this is a case of
that's a surprise for me, Vin.
Yeah, I mean the batter's not that tall, and so I suppose if there's an element of doubt, an umpire's instructed to call them, and so he can argue the toss on that one. But yeah, now free hit coming up. So Conrad, for all his sins down leg side, hadn't gone for too many this over. Gets it spot on. Last ball. In fact, it's overrun by Machado, but they won't get more than a single. So pretty long over. That's the end of it. And after 2, it's 18 for 1.
Yeah, just the extras will be the issue here. Remember back to the first match. Remember back the match against Marlow. They bowled 33, something like that. It was 33. No, I'm redoing it. Was it 23? That's correct. Yeah. 23 extras. That cost them the match. And already in this one, as I'm having a quick look through, it's 7 extras already, 6 wides already. So you really got to tidy up there. And you're absolutely right. Their improvement in the field has been outstanding. But where they have been letting themselves down is the extras. As Junaid comes in to bowl, he's second over. 1 for 3 so far from him.
He gets more to jump in a lot, doesn't he? Pick up and fumble at the critical moment. Yeah, you saw the table there a moment ago, so it's pretty brutal as far as the final series goes. Only the top 4 make it through to the finals this year, and that's just because of this format, the extended format, 12-day format, no quarterfinals. So in the past, probably 8 of those 11 teams get a chance, but only 4. It's only the best of the best going to go through, and then it's a straight knockout format, 1 versus 4, 2 versus 3. This one almost takes out his batting partner. It's a really good bit of fielding by Machado. Puts his body on the line and keeps it to 1.
Yeah, a great bit of fielding. I mean, he's just diving for a few times you see Machado does this. I mean, this is the thing. This is what the standards look. If you can do these sort of stops and be prepared to do this on grounds like this, which is, I mean, I keep saying like this. I'm not saying it's a bad ground, but it's rock hard is the outfield. Then when you go to somewhere like Cardamom and some of these other grounds where it's nice and soft, you're going to think you're playing on carbon.
That's right. Junaid sneaks this one past the man of Rahi. So, yeah, TTP. Yeah, I'm liking the way they go about their cricket. They're not taking a backward step here. Much more experience to our side. But, yeah, still going at 8s. Probably just need to raise it a little bit. Edged and gone. So, once again, Junaid bends the ball around. Rahi just backing off the shot a little bit. Fairly thick outside edge, and Girish did the rest. That's good reward for Junaid. He's kept things really tight. He has a second wicket now. Rahi departs for 9. It's 20 for 2.
Yeah, great bowling. I love seeing this. This is for me pure, clean, fast bowling. It's all about getting the ball in the right areas. It's all about bowling in that off-stump corridor. That's what he does. Occasionally, he gets that Yorker in that. Sometimes he gets it wrong and it swings down the leg side. Sometimes it holds his line, which makes it difficult, but he just gets the ball in the right areas. And that's 2 occasions where it's all about the line. It's all about keeping the batters guessing. He's been full, and then he bowls that one short of a length, just moving slightly away from the batter. And sometimes he gets it to follow the batter. The batter then has to try and deal with it, and he's got a good keeper there behind the stumps that every time there's an edge, he picks it up. So well bowled from Junaid. He's been absolute class here this morning.
Yeah, he's been brilliant. As Masood Mir comes to the crease at 4. He swings and misses. And yeah, let's think about Junaid. Yeah, some come in, some go out, some just hold their line. I'm not 100% sure he always knows what they're going to do, but he typically puts in that channel just outside the off stump, so whatever movement there is, it'll be fine. As Conrad was kind of going all in on the outswinger, and last over, and a lot of them just didn't swing, went down the leg side for wides. Last ball, the power play coming up. It doesn't go anywhere, so brilliant spell from Junaid. He's going to finish with 2 for 5 here in match 14. And at the end of the power play, it's 20 for 2 after 3.
Yeah, Junaid Khan, just a sensational bowler. And he always comes up for the goods, doesn't he? I mean, 2 for 14 he took in the first match. Here he is, 2 for 5. Sensational bowler. It makes things happen, not just for his club, but for his country as well. And he's been bowling beautifully there. Beautiful day here at the Santarem Cricket Ground, just an hour outside of Lisbon, the capital here in Portugal. And, well, not only does it look the part and looks pretty as a picture, it plays really well as well. That new deck, I'm liking it. Offers something for the bowlers. We've seen that in this match. We've seen that from Junaid and some of the quick bowlers. But if batters get in, they can be pretty useful as well. One man who's very useful is Carlos. And Carlos Buttamata coming on to bowl in this over number 4.
Bowled well last time. And this is no exception. First one worked away for just a single. I want to say a quick hello to everyone who's in the chat as well. And thanks for your continued interaction throughout the day. Carlo pitches up. And this is just one. And that's been the thing about Butchie. I've quite liked the fact that he's not trying to bowl super fast. I think we've seen that earlier on today. Some of the bowlers trying so hard to go all out speed that they really don't know where they're putting it. pitched up, big swing and a miss. Girish Singh does the rest behind the stumps. So, yeah, once again, trying to force the batters to make the pace. He'll get hit occasionally, but yeah, you're just banking. Just one and over, you can handle that. I think that's what they'd like out of Carlo. He's been heavily involved in Portuguese cricket for a long time as well, Carlo Bucciamazza, part of the dynasty. This one swings a bit too much, but again, it's good shape. It's not a bad spot to miss. Okay, definitely afford one of those and over. Well handled again by Giri. Ataur, captain, struggling a bit to get going. He's 5 off 10. Once again, this one really bends. Very good bowling. He's just putting the choke on, isn't he, Carlo Bucciamazza? Ataur trying to go against the angle there. Carlo. Nice to see him in Awarish colours again. This one's down leg side. Girish does get a hand on it. He's been pretty good down leg side. Throw comes in and hits, but I think the batter's safely home. I think Ataur were pretty happy to get down the other end one way or the other. You saw he was safely in and stopped, in fact, by the time that ball hit the stump. So 2 wides to the total. Yeah, hello to John, who's saying that Warash gradually getting back to their form from the ECL. I mean, they were in a crunch match against the Irish team, weren't they, Warash? That one of them would survive, one of them wouldn't. In the end, the Irish made a deep run to finish 3rd. Once again, that's well bowled. Yeah, it just kind of drops a bit, doesn't it? Because it's not particularly quick from Carlo Bucciamazza. I really think Girish Singh's been good at staying down on the ball today. Not letting it get under him. Trying to stay down until the very, very last second. It's been a good over, just 5 off it. Here's the last ball of it. Oh, good keeping once again. And that's a brilliant over from Carlo. And he only goes for 5. Check out the keeping. Sharp work, but the foot wasn't going anywhere. So it's 25 for 2 after 4. And Bucciamazza continues to put the strangle on. Beautiful sunny day right now. We're at about 25 degrees. You can see that the run rate peaked after 2. Just slowing down on account of those tight overs from firstly Junaid and then Carlo Bucciamazza. Now, we're going to go to Lakshan Wirakun, who I think did some good things in the last game. He's going to be bowling over number 5. Of course, ECS cricket. He's played during weekdays. I know I had some questions earlier in the chat. Well, it's been pretty accurate so far. Wirakun bowls a real loosener down the leg side for a wide. Brendan Buttonhorst, there was some questions about him, but yeah, he's got work commitments, and we know that is an issue for sure. I'm sure we'll see him at some point in the series because he is in the Awarish squad. Well, this one doesn't get anything on the way through from the bowler. It's good fielding by the stumps. And the replay. Sometimes you can hit 2 straight. That one crashed into the middle stump. Wirakun, I think, pretty thankful he didn't have to do the fielding that time. Worked around the corner. Well handled. Down the fine leg position. So now they've got it down to run a ball pace. Just hit the skids. And this is what Awarish are trying to do. Not just through their bowling, but through their fielding. Really making the batters work hard for everyone. And yeah, Wirakun again. He's not trying to bowl express. I actually think if Wirakun could keep it straight, I'd love to see Girish Singh come up to the stumps to him as well. But I think what he's a little bit worried about is is Wirakun not having that control, maybe spraying it miles down the leg side. So he's staying a bit more defensive. And case in point, this one, a long way to the left for a wide. Ato, just love a boundary from somewhere to relieve the pressure. Only been 1-6 innings and no 4s, and we're almost halfway through. Right on cue, this one's hit pretty well. On that green shields will clean up though. Ato removes 2-6. Gotta say, saw me in the merchandise shop in the bar earlier here in Awerish. This SCG, Santarem Cricket Ground. This one is gonna be a single in the end. Wirakun get hanging outside that off stump. Thick edge. Flies down and we do get the one. A little bit short this time. It's hit pretty well. Hit into the gap, so it's going to be 4. Cuatro carreras, and Atur finally finds the boundary. It's the first 4 of the innings, and it took pretty much the whole first half to get there. They drag themselves into the 30s at the end of 5 overs. The score is 33 for 2. Jay in the chat right now asking what my outfit looks like today. Well, the camera we normally use to show us, it's come from Gibraltar and it has too much salt in it. That is the official word. So I can't show you right now, but if you go back and you look at the start of the day, you can have a look that I've got for the red suit today. I thought, well, with it being Portugal and all, and I've kind of got a very colourful, one of my more colourful shirts as well. So if anyone wants to have a look, you can go back to the start of the day, just before the first game. Carlo. He just lures the batter into this shot, doesn't he? And because he's not that quick, he gets them to kind of overswing. You can see there, batter just didn't wait long enough to launch, and you lose your form. Ooh. It's a great bit of keeping. He may have even got this on the full, you know. It's not that he's crazy about it, but he's interested. Oh. I think this is out. Wow, I think that shows that he's got him. I reckon that's going to be gone. It's a really good piece of work. They're waiting on it, but yeah, I think for me that bail is out of the groove, and there's the decision. So yeah, great bit of work, a great bit of camera work as well. Yeah, you can just kind of even tell, can't you, that the stumps go over before that bat hits the ground. So fantastic wicketkeeping from Girish Singh, outstanding bowling as well from Carlo Buchimatsa, who certainly earned that wicket by building up the pressure. So Masud Mia, who is the keeper for TTP, he'd probably appreciate that work, but well, to be honest, he couldn't really get going either, could he? Because he ends up going for 2 off 8. And, well, finally Carlo gets a wicket. He went wicketless in the first game, despite bowling pretty well. And the score now is 33 for 3. That's a brilliant stumping because it was so full. Yeah, brilliant work. Because it was so full. Again, he's been really good at staying down on the ball. New batter is Shah. He drives to deep cover for 1. When I say 1, what I mean is 2. The rare misfield. And, well, it's Diego Mendonca. He couldn't quite make the stop. Now this one's hanging in the air a long time. Machado takes it. That's another wicket. When it rains, it pours. And, oh, well, Tushar Shah, the misfield meant that he was back on strike. And the very next ball, he has to go. Great catch by Machado running in. So this is so often how it pans out. You have a long period of keeping things quiet. And then the wickets start to tumble. So that will be 2 in the over for Carlo Bucci. And the score now in the 6th is 35 for 4. Again, you see the standards being set in the field. Sharp stumping, good catch coming forward. Here's a guy, I reckon he can hit the ball a long way if he wants to. Ahmed Siddiqui. And Chimatza. Combined figures of 3.4 overs, 2 for 21. Very, very good stuff. This one's slightly ill-directed, but again, that's the difference. The fielding has been outstanding. It's Wirakun that makes the stop down and to his right. So just one ball left in the over. Atoa has kind of seen it all. Came in early on, didn't he, after only 2 balls. He's faced 16 balls for just 10. Can he get moving? Last ball is 6th. Well bowled. Again, just bends it down the line. So Carlo comes up with a really good spell. 2 for 8, his final figures here in match 14. And after 6 overs, it's 36 for 4. You might have noticed Rico hasn't been too noisy. That's because he's been just excused to have his lunch for a second. I want to say big thank you to Mia and Emma and everyone that's preparing the food. They are wonderful lunches here. Home-cooked lunches that we enjoy. I already enjoyed my mushroom and rice. And now you can see, if you take out those 12 extras, they've only scored 24 off the bat in 6 overs. Aslan Naseem gets a bowl over number 7. Bit of length on this. Well knocked down in the infield. They don't even get a run. That's great work. Can't keep that guy out of the game, Carlo Buccimatza. Also, I want to say a big hello to Salvador Buccimatza, who plays for the Werash Juniors, but he's still a bit too young to play ECS cricket, but he is a bit of a bench warmer and ball retriever at the moment. So Salvador, looking forward to seeing you in the ECS in a year or 2. Just hit back straight to Naseem, who knocks it down. So they've just done so well keeping this squeeze on at the moment. A lot of support for Werash here on their home ground. This one's a little bit short, top edge, but falls safely. Great Shields. Run straight past it, but it was always just going to be a single. Green Shields and Faf Stoneman pretty close to each other at the moment. Ratauer get something a bit of length, but Field's well protected in that area. Faf Stoneman does the rest, bowls it back in. Not too much happening on the scoreboard this over. Pitched up. It's a bit more of this. Up, up and over. Maximo! Well, Siddiqui, I told you didn't mind that matchup. He's come out. They need boundaries. You see he's got that kind of exaggerated off-stump stance, wanting to whip it away over the leg side. That's exactly what he does, and you get 6. Takes him up to 44. So they break the runner ball barrier. Only just, though. Naseem still not a disastrous over. Last ball of it will be a dot. So we get to the end of 7, and the score is 44 for 4. Upcoming events, and I've got a bit of an update today. So we're in Portugal for this 2 weeks. We'll be in Cyprus for 2 weeks. We'll be in Milan for 2 weeks. You can see that there's that T20 International Series that we're going to be covering as well in Gibraltar. And just a few changes as to which teams will be playing. So I know that as it stands now, Gibraltar, obviously, they will be playing as the hosts. But yeah, Portugal will be one of those teams. Malta will be one of those teams. And it could potentially be a fourth team, but that's something they're working on at the moment. Just finalising that, but it will be a 4-day series, I believe, at the start of May. So yeah, stay tuned for that. Hello to Stephen Waddell. Well, I did not know this. Hello to you, Steve. Hopefully you're well. Enjoying the keeping from Girish Singh, but he's also a superstar DJ with the stage name of Involver. Now, this is up and down to long off for one. Well, Involver is actually a really great DJ name. I never would have thought of that. Involver, because yeah, you want the crowd to get involved, don't you? So thank you, Stephen, for that. Hello to Marnus as well. Hopefully you're well. Big swing, but not going too far. They take on a single that probably shouldn't have been there. But I don't think the bowler picked it up as quickly as he wanted to. So they will get a single. Yeah, boundary's been hard to come by in this innings. Just 2 6s and a 4. And we're already into the 8th over. And Miguel Stoneman, nice to see him getting a bowl. This is hit pretty hard though, and it's going to be 4. So Atauru goes straight. They need a big over, don't they? And Miggy, Rico was calling him a kind of a super fielder, which he is, but I think obviously he wants to contribute as well. And the thing is, yeah, he does a bit of everything, Miguel Stoneman. He's a handy bowler, handy batter. Again, he's coming along bit by bit. Great fielding this time. And he almost takes the bowler out, but you can see how good a fielder Miguel Stoneman is. Make sure it's just one. Good attacking fielding from Miguel Machado. 50's up during this over as well for TTP. Big walking woof from Siddiqui. Comes up with nothing but fresh air despite the polite inquiry from Girish Singh behind the stumps. It's been a pretty good over. Can he hold him out though? Well, he certainly can. Miguel Stoneman goes full, goes straight. He knocks over the castle. That's a nice one for Miggy. And so he's able to remove Siddiqui. Nice bit of bowling from Miguel Stoneman. Just watch it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. Yeah, probably more full toss than Yorker. Look where it bounces, behind the back foot. Yeah, comfortably, but again, when it's straight, it's straight. And really, don't think Siddiqui stayed on the ball. Lost his shape, lost his wicket. So, end of the 8th over. Miguel Stoneman bowls over number 8, takes 1 for 7. And with 2 overs remaining, it is 51 for 5. Time for over number 9. They say it all happens in the 9th. Well, let's find out. I think Team Tigers Portugal, they want something to happen. Big batter out there, Iman Hassan, but he won't be facing. Atauru on strike because of the end of the over. A little bit short. Smacked away, and that should get past the fielder. It does. So, despite the efforts of the fielder, 4 runs to start the 9th. We'll say, Team Tigers Portugal, they had some pretty handy bowling at their disposal earlier. It's Lisbon Super Giants. I've got to say that Ulash was pretty sharp early. Good comeback from Naseem this time though. Gets his 2nd over. Again, we're seeing a few players that we did see in the ECL. We're seeing a few other players. I mean, a lot of that's to do with availability due to this being a weekday tournament. This is hit and hitting the gap. Machado, oh, he does well. Couldn't get off his feet, though, at the last moment. Wants to knock it back into play. Gets a finger on it, but not enough to reverse the course of the ball. So, useful boundary. It's hard to see where it's not chasing something down, even if they go crazy here. So they take 20 off this last 9 balls. Now, offers a catch. Well, this is going to look silly, but I can see what Atua is thinking. He just wants to run it off the face, wants to get enough contact to get it over that fielder or around that fielder, but it literally looks like he's giving Junaid Khan catching practice. And Junaid wasn't going to miss out. So, yeah, I like where Atua was going with it, but he's going to have to go for a runner ball 25. And he's the 6th wicket to fall. It's 59 for 6. Yeah. It's a funny one because you've got to get the timing just right on those. When you don't, you look a little bit foolish, but in the end, he got 25. He's the top scorer so far in the innings. That really takes off. This is Syed Shaminul Islam, who's coming out in the 8th spot. So yeah, both batters very new to the crease. Last ball of the 9th coming up. Seam, very serviceable, 1 for 16. I'll have to re-bowl this one. This one is a little bit too wide, testing the umpire's patience. So Heel saying, why weren't they playing like this in the first overs? Yeah, well, probably a mixture of things. Last ball. Attempt again. Just carved away for 1. So Syed Shamil Alam will retain the strike as we get to the end of the 9th. Over the score is 61 for 6. Beautiful shot of this ground. You see in the background, that is the Buchimatsa homestead. So this literally is a very, very organised game of backyard cricket. Carlo Buchimatsa with 2 for 8. In the middle overs was good. Junaid was brilliant up front though, 2 for 5. And you want to talk about one of the reasons that they weren't batting like this earlier on. Part of it, I think, has to be that they weren't allowed to. Junaid bowled really, really well. Last overtime. And Diego Mendonca will get us going. I'm loving this effort. And yeah, that's Lucky. They're saying, come on, Lucky. Lakshan Wirakun. And this is the kind of fielding we're talking about. They're not just sticking a toe out. They're getting down. They're getting their head down over the ball. Another in-swinger. Goes with the movement. Faf Stoneman cleans up. Make sure it's just a single. Hard to see a path out of the 60s for Team Tigers Portugal. 63, 4 balls remaining. Got to be careful not to get too short or put on a length here. If I was Mendonca, going straight to those stumps and full. Essentially what he does, hangs in the air and caught. So nice one for Diego, who will take a wicket, and Syed Shamil Alam tried to go with the movement here, but didn't get the contact he wanted. Kind of clonks up in the air, hangs a long time. Conrad Greenshield says, yes, please. Good anticipation to take that in the circle. So the result is the 7th wicket. As Warash continue to squeeze. It's 63 for 7. New batter coming to the crease will be Jamil Rajan. Three to come. Like I said, I'd like to see a path out of the 60s. Another good in-swinger from Mendonca. Conrad thinks about pinging it as hard as he can, then realises he's got that shoulder injury, so should be a little bit careful. Probably see him saving his overarm throws for when they're really required. Iman Hassan, chance to make a name for himself here. Inside half of the bat. Just get a single. So 65 with the ball remaining. Sydney's never really got going. Wasn't allowed to get going, like I said. 4 4s and 2 6s in it at the moment. All 4 4s are off the bat of the captain, Asif Ataur. Hazim Rahi hit a 6. Ahmed Siddiqui hit a 6. And this has hit the stumps. Easy as you like. Mendonca, he's been good, hasn't he? And he comes up with another wicket, and that will finish things off. So it's going to finish 65 for 8. Again, I like the movement he gets. Look how much this comes in. Comes in a lot. Diego Mendonca finishes with 2 for 4. Pretty good effort from the right armour. And he holds TTP to 65. So 66 will be the target. Well, Junaid Khan, he was getting the ball up and at him early on in the wicket very second ball. There was a couple where it was certainly interesting. Down the leg side, maybe just kissing the pad a couple of times. That was a rare error in the field, but I suppose it sticks out because there weren't too many errors in the field from Werash. They've set a high standard. That was just a regulation nick and catch. Magiris behind the stump, where a Kun came in. Look, that one went to the boundary, but he bowled a good over and he went for 8 as well. And look, you look at the fact that there's only one over that contained multiple boundaries. That was the 9th. And not just that, there were 6 overs where there were no boundaries. 6 individual overs where TTP just couldn't find the rope or go over it. And when that's the case, it's going to be hard to build a competitive score, isn't it? I like that from Miguel Stoneman. Reward for him. He was able to take a wicket with his last ball. Yeah, they certainly used a few different bowling options in this innings as well, using 7 bowlers. That was one that probably Machado would fancy himself to pull that back more times than not. Bit of catching practice late in the piece. Junaid gleefully accepted that. That was after Atul Rahman had struck 4 boundaries in his 25. And a couple of ones late on for Diego Mendonca. Got to say, this one, it's a pretty good ball. It swings and also kind of comes off the surface, finds its way into the stumps. That was the perfect exclamation point to a pretty impressive 10 overs from Werash. Team that last year made it all the way to the final, but weren't able to overcome Marlow on that occasion. 25 or 25 for Ataur. He was the standout with the bat, but again, took a long time to get going. Well, 4 deuces in there as well. The next highest scores were 9. That was for Rahi and Siddiqui as well. Again, the extras, a bit concerning. That did get better, I suppose, the deeper we got. In fact, they didn't bowl. Well, in fact, pardon me, they bowled 1 wide in the second half. All those other wides were in the first half. So maybe that's the case of the ball swinging around a little bit. 2 for 5, Junaid Khan was outstanding. So was Carla Buchamatsa, 2 for 8. 2 for 4, Mendonca cleaned up in the 10th. And the other wickets went to Arslan Nazim, and Miguel Stoneman chipped in with 1 as well. We're good with 1 over for 8. Not a bad effort either. We'll take a break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes, take you into the second half of this game. And Werash, they'll need 66 for victory. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo. Rico Fall, he'll be back shortly as well. We'll see you after the break for more ECN action. You're watching the FanCode, ECS Portugal. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the Santarem cricket ground right here in Portugal. It is ECS action. We're back, baby. After our Cartama adventure, the ECL third edition was a big success with 109 matches. Eventually drew from France, winning on Friday night. Then, of course, the ECIW, which was a great success as well. Austria taking that out. But we are back to the domestic T10 competition. They'll take us all around the continent this summer. And right now we're watching Oeiras. The hosts are taking on a very motivated Team Tigers Portugal here, despite them not having too many runs on the board. 65 for 8. TTP scored in the first half of match 14. We're about to see the chase. And Dani and Machado, the regular openers, go out there for Oeiras. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, and welcoming back after his lunch. Home-cooked lunch here as well, isn't it, Rico?
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful. Thank you to all the ladies. Thank you to Emma. And that's what I like about this. You know, cricket, for me, always used to be a family affair. That's what you got here. You can see that in that clubhouse there, some of the partners, some of the wives here. It really does have a good traditional feel to it. The old values of cricket coming back. Well, this one should have been a wide. I'm not sure why he's playing at this.
Yeah, well, it swung a lot. It almost was off, probably not off the pitch. Yeah, have a look at this go. Oh. In the end, I think it's probably just off the end of the bat. They get one. Yeah, I've got to say, it's a brilliant setup here as well. And you talk about being a family affair.
Yeah.
Well, I'll come back to that in a second. Wow, this one is off the pit. Called no ball. I wonder if this bounces before or after the stumps. This is the only thing, but I mean, yeah, just before the stumps. That's a good call, isn't it, no ball? You can even see a little puff of dust like the French Open.
Liking that.
Yeah, like a little explosion went off.
The old effects.
Oh well, so he gets a free hit and he gets one that goes the other way. Unbelievable.
Well, why does he? Oh, I can't believe that Miguel Machado has done this. I mean,
he's getting greedy. He's saying, look, if you're going to bowl it there, it's a free hit. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to hit it. And then this one swings the other way. He might be the best swing bowler in the world, Alamin Ulash, but he just cannot control it. He's certainly one of the most unpredictable. This one probably would have been a wide as well, but he chases it, hang in the air, but it'll be safe. Now they're going to go for two. Brilliant running. Turned really quick and came back. So what I was going to say is that the Butchermatas, there's a lot of work to be done around here. They have a bit of a solution for this. They just keep having more babies. And I saw that we've got little Deanna, actually. She's only 2.5 weeks old. She's in the club rooms. Not our Deanna, obviously. She's only little as well. It's no ball called. This is cracked away.
I think this is side foot, you know. I think this is the return crease. We'll probably have a look at it again. Let's have a look at the... Yeah, that's definitely the return crease. Yeah, that's what I noticed.
Let's have a look. This foot cannot touch the sideline.
Yep,
And yeah,
great call.
It's good umpiring because it's pretty hard to keep your eye on 2 feet and what happens to the ball. And so, yeah, another free hit incoming. This has just been a bit of an issue with some of these newer teams today. Can't time it. Doesn't go too far. Again, you'll need the sand wedge there because they've got the newly laid pitch. It is kind of sandy around the fringes. And Alamin Ulash does his best, but they'll get through for a single.
Ulash goes down like a splash, doesn't he? That's another bit of crazy highlights there. He wants to flip the ball back and ends up doing a dive in the sand. So throwing himself around, but at the moment it's Oeiras. I think the way that I've seen these two batters go at this, they're not thinking about doing this slowly. They want to do it fast. They want to really increase the net run. This has been blasted.
Great fielding.
Yeah, I mean that's a brave stop, isn't it? That is a brave stop because that ball was absolutely smashed.
Was absolutely smashed, no doubt about it. And it did really well to knock that one down. I'll say hello to Vinny's wife in the chat. Of course, she's my chat wife. And of course, we don't really know too much about Vinny's wife. That includes me. It's like an arranged marriage I never... It's a long-distance arranged marriage I never agreed to. But anyway, hello to you. Asking where's the next T10 after this? Well, the next location will be Cyprus after this. Push, a pretty confident push from Andani, who'll retain the strike. Well, I'll get two actually.
That's very good running.
Yeah,
the ball, there's no pace on it, so they decide, hey, we can get there.
Yeah, I think they're really fast turners. Just watch them, watch the way they run really hard, and look how quick they turn. And there's no mucking around. There's no hesitation. That's brilliant work. So I was about to say he's the type of opening batter that knows how to count to 6 and retain the strike, but I was caught red-faced because they'll get the 2. And the score 10 for none after 1. 41 matches since a golden ball. Well, I'm 41 years old. I'll be 42 next month. Maybe that's a sign we're going to have a golden ball. Maybe not in this one, though. I think Warish have this one on toast at the moment.
Yeah, I get the feeling that this one is going to be done pretty quickly. And one thing I'm noticing here from both these batters, and it's certainly the way that Miguel Machado is trying to play, looking to go after everything. They want to win this one and win it well. They want to not just make it another victory for them on the day. They want to try and make it a comprehensive one so they can really sort of accelerate their net run rate as well. Siddiqui, he did bowl very well the last match. And this is another one, you see, this one and going to be another wide. Siddiqui bowled an absolute boomerang of a delivery. His first ball we saw from the Fighters that got a wicket for him. And that was Atri that he got out. Well, let's see if he can get it right here now. One thing I have noticed is coming back from the clubhouse is the wind has picked up slightly, so it just makes it complicated when the ball in the air. That is a chance, and the fielder, well, he gets there but doesn't hold on to it. That's disappointing. You've got to take everything that comes your way. I think that might be Azim Rahi that puts it down. That's a big opportunity. You need to take whatever you can get. Machado gets dropped. Siddiqui not too happy.
Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? When you create the chance. I mean, these guys, they've certainly got the right approach, don't they? These openers. And yeah, they've got zero fear going after this 66. And they're more thinking, how quickly can we do this? Not, will we do this?
Yeah.
But yeah, it hurts when you get the opportunity and you don't hold on to it. And yeah, Siddiqui be a bit deflated by that.
Swing and a miss from the batter, Siddiqui. This is what he does do. Gets the ball in the right areas and gets the batter to play for it. I mean, they are swinging, they're swinging wild. And I think here, this is where I think the Tigers just got to believe that if they keep the ball in the right areas, they can pick up a few quick wickets and apply a bit of pressure.
Yeah, well, that's all you got to hope to do. I've really enjoyed seeing Team Tigers Portugal. Their first day of action. There's a bit of raw talent around there, no doubt about it. I mean, you see Alamin Ulash really gets it through. I think he just doesn't really know what he's doing with it, especially with a new ball. Oh, dead ball called. Oh, this was called at square leg. And so, yeah, we've had this a couple of times. I think somebody maybe just moving around. Meanwhile, the ball was smashed. What, talk me through that one, Rico? Got a good view of the field there?
I didn't see anything myself. And then the only thing it may have come down to is maybe there was some talking, perhaps. I'm just suspecting that could be. But I'm with you there. I think if you do see this out, I think the umpire let it go and then call it, because you don't want to get the batting side penalised for it. You know, there's not going to be any penalisation here because that's been well hit. And I think that's going to go all the way. Manos arriba from the umpire. 6 carreras.
Well, both times this has happened today. The batters have come out with a 6 next ball.
Yeah.
And Dani goes up and over. Powerful strike. Maximo just gets there. He's up. And Adam Siddiqui with the comeback ball. Better one, but worked away intelligently by Andani. Well, wasn't that intelligent? Or maybe it was, because it just eluded the fielder. They come back for a bit of a dodgy too, but they'll get it. So I'm liking that urgency. And so Irish, they're a team, they're just trying to play at their intensity regardless of the opposition. We saw them do very well in the ECL, the Champions League of European cricket.
Tar Chai almost getting there. Had a bit of ground to cover. And Dani, normally very good at that little whip it shot, but gets it wrong, but gets lucky.
Last ball of the over. Not a good one. I think this is going to be a no ball, you know. It wasn't held, but I don't think that's going to matter. So See if it was called on the field. Waiting for the signal.
Yeah, they're just checking on the walkie-talkies, and I think they will get the reply to say, yeah, call it. This is too high for me. I mean, look, he's in the back foot. Watch where he plays it. Yeah, that's a no ball. It's got to be called. And it will get called. So there we go. No ball. Free hit coming up.
Clear, no ball. Great work as well by Elza and all the crew at Spring Productions. And I had everyone ducking for cover.
So here we go, free hit. You can see Neil Chris Patel doing a little bit of night fever. So here we go, the license to go the full Monty for the batter.
You saw the catch attempt, but didn't actually matter in the end. Rahi wasn't able to hold on. So everyone, seatbelts on. This is a free hit. Probably would have been a wide. It was on the wide line, but in the end, they just clunk it out for one. And Oerash doing the business little by little. As we get to the end of the second over, the score is 23 without loss.
Yeah, Irish, they really are pushing the buttons. They want to do this quickly. The two batters out there. Both of them have had a little bit of luck.
Look at this, though. I mean, you've got 4 teams on 4 points. You've got 5 teams on 2 points.
Yeah.
And you've got 2 on the donut at the moment. And Whereas they could be the first team to 6 points. But remember, this is their 5th match. So after this, they've played half of their matches because each team will play 10. They play everybody else once. So pretty even. So yeah, things like net run rate could be important. We know that. Only 4 of the 11.
Yeah, that's big, you know. That is. I think that's. I mean, you've done a lot of these formats before, but I don't know how it was here last time. But I think that's the first time that so many teams could find themselves out the equation. Well, there's the wicket. They do need to get one. They do get one. You know that they were throwing the bat at everything, so eventually it did have to come, and it will be Andani that goes. And credit to the team Tigers of Portugal. They will keep fighting. I think they have to. I think what they'll be saying to themselves, or what they should have said to themselves in the break there, hey, look, let's fight hard, because we do know that we got one more match to come later, and that is against the Fighters. Fighters are another team that have shown that today that they're up for it. I mean, they've had mixed results so far. They got a win, an easy win early this morning against the Lisbon Super Giants, and then they lost out to Oaris in the match before this one. So they're looking to bounce back well. So I think this is all about the Tigers saying, okay, look, whatever happens, we got to take positive out of it, because we could pick up a victory and be ourselves on 4 points. But yeah, I'm going back to what we talked about. I don't know if we've ever been involved in a series where so many teams could lose that going into the final stage.
Oh, definitely. It's pretty cutthroat, to be honest.
7 teams losing out, that is big, and that's why I think I get the feeling here that Irish are really wanting to do this in a hurry.
Yeah, it's important. Green Shields gets a hit, and he gets an edge first up, and he's going to get 4. All boundaries are downhill here at the Santarem cricket ground. And Conrad wasn't off the middle, but it's effective. 4 runs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how you get them, as long as you do get them. And Ulash, he has picked up a wicket, but he'll be disappointed there. I suppose he'll think that that's a battle that's been won by him to find the edge of the captain of Irish, Conor Greenshields. But well, Greenshields will say, look, in the book it says 4 runs. Bowler comes back. It's a good reply, firm shot hit down the ground. Nicely done by the fielder. So gets behind it and make sure he gets fingers to it as he pushes it forward. No, just a single.
Yeah, so Conrad certainly can set the pace while he's out there. No doubt about it.
Miguel Machado, I think it's his turn to play a few shots now, he'll be thinking. And this one, he plays it handsomely. But fielder, oh wow, this is going to be 4 runs. Have a look at this little bit of action. It's a bit of a bad moment for Ahmad Siddiqui. He has so many chances. First of all, gets a hands, he gets away from him, slithers, tries a foot, then drops the hand, and fingertips.
Still almost does, and then I think it just nestles against the rope in the end. Bit of a disaster, to say the least.
And this has been thumped, and it's the same man in the end again. Well, would you believe it? That ball is saying, whatever you do, I'm always going to end up giving that rope a kiss. And this time, wow, who's the fielder this time that's in the action? I think it's definitely our man again,
Yeah.
Siddiqui, that has the opportunity. Siddiqui thinking, pata nahi ki ho gaya, ball mere magar hai pegi. There's he goes flying backwards. There's so much power in that shot. He couldn't handle it. There's a little bit too much masala out there in the middle.
Well, comical to say the least. Now, this is like...
What are we seeing here?
I love it.
Well, the bowler does fantastically well here,
It's
Ulash.
like everything's being done in fast motion in the last minute or two. Well, this should be a good one.
Watch this. Look,
Yeah,
look
I
at
know.
this flick up from Ulash. Watch this. Does brilliantly well. And then
And
he...
then, not
Thrust it away.
satisfied, he says, I've stopped to run. I'm going to give you one back. Either side of the ledger. Oh,
Wow.
time to breathe as we get to the end of the over. It's 37 for 1. And what a power play that was for Action.
Yeah, action, entertainment, and drama. Well, this is what we give you, the European Cricket Network. It's by far the most entertaining form of cricket that you'll see around the world. There's the power play. Looking pretty good. Numbers flying around all over the place here. Off the charts.
Oh, yeah.
That does your eyes in there. Okay, who we got here? I think it's Mohamed Umar Farouk, who's going to have a bowl.
He batted well earlier. Let's see what he can do with the ball. Over number 4 on the way. Machado, he can explode at any time. Facing up. Pretty good ball though, first up from Mohamed Omar Farouk. Just concedes a single down the ground.
Yeah, Machado, he's swinging hard, isn't he? Trying to get things happen for him. He's had a life or two as well. But he's happy to respect that one and give the strike to his captain, Conrad Greenshields. Greenshields, he's quite happy for now. Just so right now, we'll be looking for 2 here because those fielders are so far back. There could be more. It's being well backed up because it was a wild throw. I get the feeling there's more entertainment to come here. And what I'm liking is that we're also going to see the Tigers in the last match of the day against the Fighters. That could be an explosive, entertaining, and maybe a dramatic game as well. Here comes Farouk. Short, and doesn't quite... Oh, look at this. That is outstanding. That is an outstanding bit of fielding because that is Azim Rahi out there. This ball deviates viciously, and just like a goalkeeper making a spectacular penalty save, he stops this. Great work from Rahi.
Yeah, really good. And just had to react to one bounce, but had enough time to make the adjustment.
No ball, I heard. Did I hear no ball called? I'm sure.
No, I think
No? What was that then?
I don't know.
Somebody called something out
Now
there.
you're
Well,
hearing things.
the ball has been mashed. It goes all the way. Bully, as umpire puts his hands up like he just don't care. Somebody certainly called out something there. I'm not sure who it was. And now, see, I think Nilka's heard it as well because he's now looking around and saying, what? He's on the walkie-talkie. Now, I'm just keep an eye on Nilka's here. I wonder if that's somebody somewhere who's picked up something. Oh, no, nothing. Okay, so Farouk gets blasted for a big 6 by Greenshields. And now he gets a gundy ball, full toss. Now, Greenshields here probably thinks this is too close to do anything with it.
Yeah, well, I also think rather than try and hurt my shoulder and trying to swing this ball that's up around his nose, decides to go for the glare at the bowler option. But he will have to eat a dot ball on his strike rate for that, Conrad. But he does get a free hit, so he probably doesn't want to risk a single on it either. Here we go. Good bowl. Yeah, good adjustment from Abdullah Farouk. Take the 2 on the farm. Well, no way.
Never.
It's gone
Never
again.
in a million years. I tell you what, I reckon that Siddiqui, just stay there, Siddiqui. Just get the 12th man on. It is not your day. Well, everything and anything is happening to him. How do you not stop this? My grandmother could have stopped this. This is going so slow. Watch this. Oh, that is bad.
Baby Tortuga.
That is bad.
All right. Pick him out again. All right. He's down the ground. There we go. This time he throws it in angrily. I'd be a bit angry too if it was going this way as we get to the end. Not as angry as Mohamed Omar Farouk though. He throws it away and storms off. It's 54 for 1 after 4.
Yeah, you saw Farouk. He didn't even want to make eye contact with the fielder. He just drops the ball down and says, I'm out of here. I'm going home. मैं घर चल गया, मैं नहीं game खेलनी. Well, just spare. Sometimes you have moments like that, and you've got to just spare a thought for Muhammad Siddiqui. Every time the ball's come his way, something is happening. But you can see by that graphic that Owaris, they are flying high at the moment.
Yeah, I'm going to do this with time to spare. This is what's coming up. Last game of the day. Fighters versus Team Tigers Portugal. Both these teams playing their third match of the day, so maybe a bit of fatigue coming in. So Team Tigers going back-to-back in matches 4 and 5. They did win the toss and elected to bat, though. So, yeah, watch out for Mohamed Omar Farouk at the top of the order. Batted pretty well earlier. A slip in now. Interesting as Hassan comes in and almost burglar run out. Yeah, so talk me through the minds. I suppose they need a wicket or they want a wicket.
Well, this is, I think, with the bowler decides. I think Amon thinks, yeah, I want to slip. That's the field I want. And I'm pleased to see that for the last match that we're going to see Mohamed Bakur back on the side for the Tigers. I thought he would bowl really well. I mean, obviously just thought they'd rest him. And this is a Gandhi delivery. And, well, it was going to be runs all day long down the leg side. And Conrad Greenshields says, yeah, I could take the wide, but I'd rather take the 4 runs. And this one, interesting arm action as well, I have to say, from the bowler. And I think the umpires maybe just keeping an eye on that one because, yeah. Let's see if he was just trying to do something different with it. And when he does it again, oh, no. I tell you what, you got to have a look at this. This has been absolutely blind. I tell you one man who's not complaining. Conrad Greenshields is saying, nah, it's fine. He's bowling beautifully. Leave him on. Nothing wrong with it. I reckon that ain't right.
Bad news is they won't be leaving him on. Let's just check out on the replay. Yeah, got a feeling that might be the last ball he bowls in a while. This one disappears. That's game over, Rico, because that is the target, 66. So, yeah, no real dramas for Conrad Greenshields. And so, yeah, they're going to do it in pretty quick time, as you'd expect. They went after it in the first half, and they're going to get it in the first half. So just 4.3 overs required. Greenshields, nice little cameo from him, 31 off 10. And yeah, when it comes down to it, it's a comfortable win for Owaris. TTP will have to pick themselves up and dust themselves off because they do have an important game against Fighters coming up in the last game of the day, starting in around about 45 minutes. Let's go to the highlights and the openers. Well, they had a sense of urgency from the very first ball, didn't they, Rico?
Yeah, they did. Well, you said pick themselves up and dust themselves down. Of course, you're talking about Ahmad Siddiqui because he does need to pick himself up and dust himself down. I mean, there were a few highlights. You knew, didn't you, if you're the team Tigers of Portugal, that Owaris were going to come after you. And these were the issues. I mean, look at this. You can't blame Siddiqui for that one. It just he does everything well. Look at this. Oh,
he was in the hot zone.
I want to put. You got to put all 3 of those together. I know you're a man that can. You want to put the Siddiqui nightmare.
It's already
together.
In the book, and I titled it "The Dangers of Fielding in the Hot Zone." Well, even when they didn't field it, they found a way to throw them away. That kind of sums it up. It's a learning curve, like I said, for Team Tigers Portugal. That was a nice stop, but it was pretty spicy in the kitchen, wasn't it? And Greenshields, he was feasting on what was offered. And just they say things happen in 3s. There was the 3rd one. Mohamed Siddiqui. And your grandmother, well, get her out there. I'd have her in my fantasy team. And meanwhile, by the end of the proceedings, it was motoring along pretty quickly. Conrad Greenshields, like I say, I think he'll be happy that he gets a bit of a knock in the end.
Yeah, I mean, it was good. Just have a look at the scorecard here. So, Andani, you can see just from the way he was going, he wanted to hit big. And Miguel Machado, 16 from him, not out. But Conrad Greenshields, I think every time Conrad's going out, he's looking better and better. He looks more relaxed. He looks more confident. He's hitting the ball well. And you just got to say that Owaris, after having a difficult day one, where they only won 1 of the 3 matches, you expected Owaris, the home seed team here, to come back with a bang, and they've done just that. A quick look at the bowling figures there, Vinny, and really, I think Ulash, he's going to say that he's a bit unlucky. He does get 1 wicket, could have had a couple more. Yeah. Siddiqui, he didn't quite get the swing work in his favour. Farouk also just bowled too many bad balls, and Hassan there came on, and I don't think we'll see him bowling again.
Yeah, well, I think, unless there's some dramatic changes, but I mean, I think the classic adage is it's not how fast you bowl, it's where you're putting them. And I think they've got some good bowlers that are just struggling for control at the moment. They don't quite make it to the halfway point before their target's overhauled. But it sets up a very interesting clash, which is starting in around about 40 minutes or so between TTP and Fighters. Now, both those teams, they have beaten the Super Giants. They've lost to Warish today. So they've had similar backstories. Let's see who wins the 5th match when we return to the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the Santarem Cricket Ground, the SCG Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo for European Cricket, and hopefully you're enjoying the action from Portugal. Now it's time for our fifth and final match of day 3. It's match number 15 between Fighters Cricket Club. They're taking on TTP or Team Tigers Portugal. Let's go out to the middle where Tyrone Peters has the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call.
Yeah, thank you. Head again.
Head is the call. 3 in a row.
Yeah.
What are you going to do?
Yeah, I think I don't.
Make a decision. Are you batting? Are you bowling?
Turn back.
Bat first.
So TTP win the toss and they've elected to bat, so a chance for them to show what they can do. And I think, look, both these teams have had a similar day on day 3. They've both beaten Lisbon Supergiants. They both lost to Uera. So for me, this kind of will determine who has the second best day out of the 4 teams that we've seen on day 3. And of course, all these games are important. Of course, every time you take points, you're taking points off another team as well. And with only 4 of the 11 teams featuring in finals, I think that it's important to win every game you can. Having said that, I think both these teams in a bit of a different stage of development. Fighters, we know they've made the final before here in Portugal last year. They couldn't win a game, so they're kind of rebuilding. And I think TTP, they are building. I think that Mandeep Singh, I'd like to see him pushed up a little bit in the order for Fighters, but I mean, he seems to have found a home in the middle order. Mohamed Omar Farouk, I think he's a key player for TTP, and he's likely to open the batting, I think, in just a couple of minutes, because they've won the toss in match 15, and Team Tigers Portugal are going to bat. Over to Rico Full. He's going to take you to the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu. Looking forward to this match. Both teams experience defeats against Owarish, so it's a question of how they can come back here in this one. Remember, we saw victories for Team Tigers of Portugal. They beat the Lisbon Supergiants earlier today in match number 2, match number 12 of this series, and they were able to get the winning runs quite well, with plenty of balls to go, 19 balls to go. We also saw the Fighters early on in the day. They also blew away Lisbon Supergiants. So both 2 teams had victories against the Lisbon Supergiants, but both had defeats against Owarish. One of them will finish on a high. One of them will finish on a winning note. Which one will it be? Well, the bat versus ball wall is saying that it will be 97 to 87 in favour of the Fighters. Well, that was an interesting coin toss, wasn't it? And Jerome Peters doing his coaching style there, saying, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? And as if Atur was, well, he didn't know what he wanted to do. Well, he did win the toss. Again, 3 out of 3, but he couldn't decide. And after some prompting from Jerome Peters, the tournament referee, we saw that he says, okay, we'll have a bat. Well, let's see how it goes for them. And it is going to be Wilwinder Ram who's going to start off. It's a one-man. I hope to see him higher up the order with his batting, actually, because he certainly did hit the ball really well. But at the moment here, let's see what he can do with the ball. Here's the first ball of this final match of the day. It's a dot ball. And a very good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for joining us back. Once again, had a nice longer break in between the innings there, courtesy of that early finish with the Owarish knocking off the 66 required to beat Team Tigers of Portugal with 33 balls to go. I hope you made use of it. Here comes around one more time to Kadir. This one will be a wide. Kadir hasn't really made a mark yet, so he gets another opportunity. There's Abdul Kadir. We're hoping to give the Tigers a good start here. And the man who's out there with him, here's Faisal Mushtaq. Back to ball and no run. You can see that Mushtaq is not keen. Well, the name's Mushtaq, not Mushtaq. He says, no, I'm not coming. And Kadir has to stay on 0 for now. Yeah, Belinda Ram really did like his hitting early, and I think when you got somebody, I know I've said this before, when you've got somebody who's got the firepower that he has, you've got to get him up the order earlier. Well bowled. Well bowled, and liking the look here, you see Parinder Singh there, he's well placed, so he knows where the ball has to be here from the bowler. He's sort of the guide for the bowler, saying, look, I'm standing here. This is where I want you to be bowling. I want the ball to be coming into my gloves. And so far, the left armour is doing well. And this is what causes issues, isn't it? Left arm over. And he's just getting the ball to go across the right hand. Now, this has been hit pretty well. And that's a very good fielding. It's been a day of mixed fielding, isn't it? It's been a day where we've seen some not so good. Let's just put it that way. Putting it politely. And then others where fielders really have put themselves down in the line of fire, and this is one of those examples. That is beautifully done. Gets himself down, makes sure that ball is not getting past him. Both Badia fielding, and I know that Ram will appreciate that. Kadir does come back for 2 though. And this one's a little bit closer. The same fielder comes in to do the fielding. He does get hold of it. They think about taking the second, but they won't. And that is, oh man, Rahul. Just getting closer and closer to the stumps. As now it's the turn of Faisal Mushtaq, who just has the one ball to deal with. He can't. It's a lovely shot there off the ground here. Looks absolutely beautiful. What's looking good as well is the 5 matches that we've got coming up tomorrow. We welcome back Marlow, the reigning champions. They're up against Punjab CC Amdoro. Had a mixed day yesterday, but certainly liking what they bring to the equation. And they will then play Gamblers in match number 2. And Gurkha, Marlow and Gurkha, that is going to be a fascinating match. It's, 2 teams that have got a good history together. We'll touch on that a little bit later, but first let's have a look at how Mandeep Singh starts here. And a little bit short, it's high up in the air. And, well, he gets it in the safe zone. Mandeep's first over early on was really well bowled. He got the ball to move around, but since then he's just gone a little bit short. So going back to tomorrow and the final matches. Right. Oh, well, almost an opportunity for Gordon Bolt. Yeah, well, the bowler Mandeep walks back to his mark tomorrow. So short, up in the air, and this one will go all the way. Balle, a lovely hit. Straight down the ground, 6 runs. And we'll just finish off what we're talking about here. So, yeah, looking forward to Marlow versus Gurkha. The Gurkha 11 back in action against Gamblers. And then to finish off, Marlow and Gamblers as well. 5 matches today. And it's going to be day 4 or 4 tomorrow. Looking forward to it. And all happening here at this beautiful Santarem cricket ground. And Mandeep Singh wants a reply after being hit for a big 6. And he starts bowling a Gandhi ball, and it gets put away again. See what I'm talking about? He just hasn't bowled anywhere like what we saw him bowl in the first match earlier today, where he was getting the ball to swing around. Having said that, I mean, this is an important point to make as well. In both matches, that match he took 3 for 5, but he was getting the ball pitched up and he was getting a lot of away swing. And though he didn't bowl so well against the Warriors, he did still pick up 3 wickets, but that time round it was 3 for 32. But he's just got to get the ball right up there. He's too short. Short again this time, but it gets through. And ricochets off the wicket-keeper. And it will be byes at a signal. It's a Buck Stoneman and bowler Butsamatsi are the match officials for this one. 12 off the over so far. Byes there as well. And after a pretty quiet first over, you can see that the Tigers are moving here now. Yeah, that's well bowled. Just keep a look at the seam on this one and look where this is pitching. This is what he was doing early on today, Mandeep Singh. Just watch this come out of his hand. Watch the seam. Seam is spinning, and he gets this to sort of, it's like an off-cutter, gets it to cut away. So he finishes well. 17 without loss. after the first 2 overs. Rico Full here, part of the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sandhu is he's a bit tied up here, doing some more behind the scenes work. A lot of things happening on the European Cricket Network. We'll bring you some more information on hot news maybe tomorrow. And that's if Vinny doesn't come back later here today. But there's always things happening. There's always more news and exciting information that we bring you. Back to the action here. This is into the body. Don't know if there's any bat in this or not. Yeah, he does get a little bit of bat onto it. So, Balujinda Ram coming into bowl. He's second. Ram going to bowl himself out. It's nice areas. Nice areas. He's once again unlucky. I just think, I think I've said this before with bowlers like this, that if you're bowling this line and you're getting that ball religiously outside the off stump, you're creating issues, and he will do Baljinder Ram, because the line is bowling. I'd have a slip in there. I mean, even if it's a fly slip, because I think that he certainly will be finding the edge now and again. And he seems to be consistently bowling in that area. Look, once again in the same area. That highlights that perfectly. So good bowling here. Keeping it nice and tidy and not allowing the batters to get off. Nicely done. Right into the gloves of the keeper. And when you're bowling that line as well, you can basically set the field as it is. He's got 3 men in the leg side. Got 1 sweeper out on the deep. And I was going to question here. I think this is catching a little bit of the pad. Instead of the first time he sort of really strays slightly. He goes for the Yorker length. And I don't see actually this touching anything. So unless it's once the ball has gone past the batter, it's made some sort of contact. You can see why he's appealing. Well, maybe the appeal is enough to put off the umpire. Back into those areas where batters have had real difficulty getting anything on the ball. Ball to go in his spell, and it's been magnificent. The only thing it's been missing is a wicket. But you know what? In this format, wickets are not everything. It's all about getting the ball in the right areas and keeping it nice and tight. And he's done that beautifully well. So last ball of his spell. And it's the same again. What a top quality bowling that from the left armour. And this is why left armers are so difficult to contend with. They get the ball in the right areas religiously all the time. So the power play complete, 18 without loss. And that's the thing though, and maybe here the Team Tigers Portugal will be saying to himself, right, okay, we've weathered 12 very good world-class deliveries from Ram, and now really it's our time to say, right, let's target the other bowlers and get going. We know that they can do that. They have showed that they have the batting abilities to go out there and score runs. And maybe someone like Farouk, he demonstrated that earlier for us. Let's see exactly who and when that they use. And Farouk not used as an opener this time round, probably because of that he went early. Went without scoring, didn't he, against Warriors. In fact, they lost 2 wickets pretty early. And that's probably why he's just opted to be down the order slightly. But he's probably thinking now he'd rather be out there. That's Mushtaq just chewing up a few deliveries, isn't he? This one will be a wide from Mandeep. But one thing I do like from him is he is getting the ball just up there a little bit fuller. Mushtaq needs to start making contact. And he does. And a bit fortunate that he doesn't play this back onto his stumps. Once again, a big thank you to everybody that's been watching throughout the day. I know some of you come and go when you can with other work patterns and other things that you're getting on with. This is high up in the air. Is he getting off of this? No, he doesn't. That's brilliantly fielded. Sensational. That really is well done. It seems really good feeling. That's Rahul again. Rahul has been absolutely sensational. And this is happening more or less right in front of me. I don't see no issues with it. Look how he has to deal with it. He's not going all the way over the boundary. He watches the bounce, and yeah, that's great work. Fantastic work. That's a great save from Rahul. Oh, good delivery. Better areas once again from Mandeep Singh. This is where he's dangerous, getting the ball pitched up, and he gets the ball to work for him as well. This one gets pulled away. Nicely fielded. And Dalwinder Singh, I mean, he's the player you don't want to take on. He's taken some sensational catches. There's one thing that we know that they can do. They're very good catching the ball. And Gurwinder Singh also will be out there somewhere. This is hit beautifully. I don't think this is going to be stopped. This is just hitting the edge of the cube. And ricochets away. And that's in Vinny Sandhu area. Don't worry, Vinny, I saved the equipment. The monitor was about to fall there. Quick reflexes, and I grabbed hold of that. It's still here. And Winnie Spring Productions, I don't know if you see that, just clogging the edge of the cue there. Boom. Rattles, a little bit of shake, rattle and roll in the box. But everything's all safe, don't worry. Nice shot, though. Beautifully hit. And that brings up the end of the fourth over. They needed that boundary. 10 come off that over from Mandeep. This is where they really need to go. Well, that's starting to look like something you see the Swiss Alps. A little bit of up and down. And, well, they want it to start going onwards and upwards from here. No wickets lost. So this is time that the batters have to say, hey, yaar, koi wicket aachati hai, koi lows to kitya nahi. When up and not mariye. Yeah, let's play those shots. Let's go big. Let's go to town. Firmly struck. Work to be done here by the fielders. And they once again deal with this really well. Oh, look at this. Stronger together. Beautiful fielding. And Ram was the first man that comes there, and he makes the original shot stop. And then, well, Verk comes over. But in the work and gets the Verk. Watch this. This is team fielding. Look, he takes it because it's a bad bounce. Gets away from him. The Verk says no. And then he says, Ale, lays it back off onto Ram, who gets the fielding done. Good work. But the batters, I like the way they're starting to go after this now. You've got Ram out of the way. You've got to put the pressure on. And that's one of the fielders I talked about, Gurwinder Singh. He was sensational with his catching. He took 3 catches earlier in one match, and so did, of course, the other man that we were talking about there, Dalwinder. Gurwinder, watch out for his bowling as well. This is beautifully played, but he finds the fielder, and there's all smiles. He plays this really well. I thought for a moment he bangs it into the ground, but he doesn't. It's actually sort of ball going off the ground onto the bat. I thought he had enough of it. Look, he knows what he's doing there. I still want to see that again, you know. I don't know. I mean, he is walking. There's no question about it. What does this go? Oh, I get the feeling it's one of those, and Vinny will say that these things happen quite a lot, that we think that he's hitting it into the deck, but the ball is actually hitting the deck and then catching part of the bat. The batter, no complaints, and no issues there from the fielders as well. Good catch taken. So we see the end of Mushtaq. I don't think that's a bad thing. Mushtaq won't mind me saying so. He was there for a while. He's chewed up a few deliveries, and 7 of 12 really isn't the sort of power play type of batting that you want to get. And it is Guswak Singh who takes the catch off the bowling of Rahul. Well, if you're a nice person and you do good things, you get rewarded. Well, Rahul has done fantastic things on the boundary. I think Rahul himself, that's the man we're talking about, I think he's already saved something like, I don't know, I think probably 8 runs from his fielding. And now he picks up a wicket as well. So they get the breakthrough. And it's time for the captain, Asif Atur, to come in. Asif favouring to come in before the likes of Farouk. Both of them are good hitters. I don't mind that so much. But he does have to get going straight away. No mistake or errors there from Ram. Gets down, makes the stop. You just get the feeling also that the more that teams play here, that they get better and better. They get used to the bounce. They get used to the way the ball behaves along the deck. This one has to be dug out. Doesn't quite make the impact that he wanted to. And goes over and fields it himself. It would also be the end of the over. A nice tiny one from Rahul. And just 6 coming off it. The score at the halfway point, moving to 34 for 1. Both batters just coming together there for a moment, having a chat. There's Residencia there, Butsmasi, there towards the end there, the Butsmasi house. And of course, once again, big shout out to everybody that has worked here today so hard. I mentioned and spoke to Bruno earlier, to Maria, to Emma, and also to Fatima for working in the clubhouse, providing us with refreshments and with our lunches. You've been absolutely top drawer. Hospitality has been fantastic. And this one has been launched into, and it will go all the way. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya. Well, that's what we're talking about. That's what we need here. And no more tiki-taka. We need boom, boom, boom. It's time to park up the tuk-tuk, the 2-cylinder tuk-tuk, and upgrade to something that's a little bit faster. You have to put the pedal deep into the carpet, put it down, and get going. And go to launch control. And the captain, Asif Atur, is certainly trying that. But don't be fooled by this man, because he's a crafty little character. He's a Gurvinder Singh. He's got the knack of picking up wickets. I think once more. It's been hit pretty hard, but though it does get past the infield, field in the deep, keeping it just to 1. I mean, those little things there, I think that's where like the experience and that Awaris have when they play. I mean, they're taking 2 there. It hasn't gone to the fielder that quickly. The fielder's got a lot to do to get it under control, get the throw in. I think you just got to run the first one fast, and that's what we're not seeing that some of the other teams doing. Really go fast, and also put the pressure on the fielder. So you're going to miss. Wrong choice of shot, really. We've seen that on this pitch. That has been so true that anything like this, you're going to get good bounce. I think you've got to go back foot and be looking to cut this or play into that the backward point area. It's the wrong shot selection. And I think if you're going to be playing those shots, then bowlers are going to be encouraged to keep bowling that line. And this time he's it should be out, and it will be out. And he has all the time in the world as a wicketkeeper. And Parwinder Singh, he can be in my darts team any day because he doesn't miss the target. I think he's a little bit surprised that they're taking him on. And he says, seriously, you're going to try and take me on? Aja, chalo fe chalo. Teri wari aagi, tenu baar kata dena first. Gurvinder's very unlucky not to get the wicket, because it's his inside edge that could have gone onto the stumps. The 2 batters, watch them here now. Chalo chaliye ke na chaliye, pata nahi tu ki kar rahe hai. Chalo fe, ja, chal mere bhai, chal mere hathi. He's not going to get there, and he's going to be run out. So another wicket goes in these circumstances. Very easy decision for the umpire. There he is. Oh, Paulo Butamati, part of the Butamati family that have really put cricket on the map here in Portugal, especially here, just an hour outside of Lisbon, the capital, the Santarem cricket ground, which looks an absolute treat. What a pleasure it is to be here, and made to feel so welcome as well from everybody around the ground. So once again, not just my thanks, but thanks on behalf of the whole European Cricket Network crew that are here. Speaking of the crew, they're all having a good time as well. Mehul Dal, Nilkesh Patel, Samir Nayak, Shubhnavjot Singh, Mars Baiji, Diana Oros, and Alistair Priddle. And of course, the tournament referee, our very own Tyrone Peters. wicket goes down. The man who ran out was the captain, who ran out for 9 or 5. So we go with Usman, who swings hard. This is now where I am surprised. I just think when you got a batter like Farouk in your setup, and Mohamed Omar Farouk, got to come out. Got to come out. He's got to be batting here now. There's no point keeping him in the shed, because what are you keeping him there for? So they do go with Hassan Usman, who swings wildly at his first ball. End of the over, 41 for 2. So they haven't they've got, what, 4 overs to try, for me, at least get to the 90. And no, scores of 90 don't win you matches. Remember, Lisbon Super Giants, they made 95 in match number 12 earlier today. That wasn't enough. And Team Tigers of Portugal, no, 65 wasn't enough when they took on the Irish. They got to try and get to a 90-plus score. So you need a bit of hitting. And this one, somehow, he's made a mess of. The fielder manages to get something on there eventually, but it would have been a dirty wide. And waste it, really. As the wind starts to pick up, the cube is starting to blow about a little bit here now. And still very warm. It's not a cold breeze at all. In fact, it's very pleasant. The batters that are out so far is Mushtaq, went for 7. Atur, he gets run out for 9, and he did inject a bit of pace into the innings. And he's hoping that his decision to send Usman out before the likes of Omar Farouk is going to be one that'll help his side. Me personally think it's a mistake. I'll tell you why in a moment. Singh, oh wow, this is a gentle little cutter. This is something that Vinny Sandu was talking about earlier. Just look at where the batter is here. Look, he backs away and then he can't get to it. This only just misses the stumps. What a delightful bit of trickery there from Singh. Surinder Singh. And this one knocks him over. It's as simple as that. Kadir. And he got totally bamboozled by the ball before. So Dalwinder says, you know what, I'll bowl the same one again, and this time I'll put it on the pegs. Maybe it will work. Well, it works a treat. The castle gets knocked over. And they're sharing a little bit of love, Dalwinder, to those that are watching. And down they go. And you can see the non-striker saying, hey, it's a slower delivery. Well, there's no point telling him now, he's gone. Tell the new batter that's coming in. Abdul Qadir goes for 23 or 21. Once again, not the ideal strike rate. Okay, I suppose if there's wickets falling all around you, you could probably say, well, I held one end together, but it's not the sort of hitting that you want in the power play. And who did it go for here now? Well, surprisingly, still no Farouk. So I'm now I don't know what to think here anymore. And just remember, it was Mohamed Omar Farouk made 46 of 24. Player of the match performance is match number 12 as the Tigers beat the Lisbon Super Giants. And he's in the team, and we're not seeing him come out. What is going on? Somebody tell me. Dalwinder Singh won't mind. And he's deceptive, isn't he? He's coming in. It looks like he's going to be bowling with a bit of pace, but there's nothing coming on at all. And he's getting the ball also in the right area. So he's not bowling that down the leg side where batters can quickly get onto it, or he's not bowling it wide. It's on the stumps. This one is shorter, and this one gets through pretty quickly and catches the batter on the arm. End of the over. So well bowled indeed. That is a really, really good over. And once again, a reminder, we have 5 matches coming up tomorrow. Marlow back in action first up against Punjab, Siva Mondora. Also seeing Gamblers return and Gurkha. Some very good matches in there. The pick for me is match number 18, Marlow versus Gurkha. I think that will be a humdinger. Remember, all those teams have got victories under their belt already. So they could go any way. We're going to go back to Gurwinder Singh with the score 43 for 3. Gurwinder bowled the over before, beautiful over. Just 2 runs that came off it. Gurwinder's first over went for 7. Usman has to get going here now. They're running out of time. This one just lamely hit back to Gurwinder. Fighters have got the Tigers caged up at the moment. The Tigers trying to leap out, but it's not happening. So we'll go to the man who isn't going to make any mistakes out there, Dalwinder Singh. After bowling a very good over, I'm pretty sure he's already got over number 9 penciled in. Gurwinder once more. Yeah, it's the same again, trying to hit the ball hard, but just hitting it back into the deck. No runs. Well, anybody there that can help me out on why we're not seeing Mohamed Omar Farooq coming out to have a bat, please try. Please try to explain, because I don't get it. I don't understand it. Yeah, because at the moment, I think both these batters, Usman and Shafi, who come in before him, are not showing me that they have the capabilities to hit boundaries. They're not showing me that they can hit the ball hard. Matakariana maro andani need to do that. A ball kookabar ball batki maro. They can't at the moment. No power in these shots. And once again, same again. Gurwinder. Okay, it's only a single as he's just unable to tame this one coming at him. I think at the moment Mandeep Singh is going to be very happy with the way things are going. Remember, I had a chance to talk to him earlier this morning, and when the Fighters will return back to winning ways after not getting a win at all in 2022 in this competition, he was very happy and he believed that his team were going to be better this time around and get more victories under their belts, and so far it is looking that way. 46 for 3 at the end of 8, and they're just struggling to get anything going. I think in the last 3 overs they haven't even got 10 runs. So that's 10 runs now, and it's taken them 18 balls to get 10 at the halfway point. It wasn't any better, was it? They just really have struggled. 34 for 1 it was, and now the score just moves to 44. So you can do the maths there. It's quite simple. It's just not happening. Dalwinder has really got a squeeze on him. This is going not where he's planned it to go. Will they get to? They should be looking to. In comes the throw, and they will get there. So finally, the run of dots and just singles comes to an end as we see a 2. To see Diana Horrors there in the background as well, the ECM photographer, snapping away. Seeing if she can get that magical shot in again. And do go and have a look at the photos on Facebook and Instagram. High up in the air, and it's another one that's been gobbled up. They are a team that are very, very good in the field, I have to say, the Fighters. They've taken some catches here today, and I think off the top of my head I can only think of maybe just the one that was dropped, which is not one that really hurt them. If the ball goes up in the air, they hold on to their catches. That's been the story for me. And it is Shafi who will go. And ball number 6 for him. And all he's been able to do is get 3 runs on the board there as he departs. And Dalwinder picks up another. Well bowled for him. He's now picked up 2 for 5. Outstanding figures. And finally, with the time running out, we see Farooq come out. And let's see if he's able to do anything. Well, he knows what he has to do. He has to go big. And this is well bowled to Farooq. I think Dalwinder knows that he's looking to hit straight. And good work there behind the stance from Parwinder Singh as well. Dalwinder does well to get the bat down. It must be frustrating for somebody like Farooq. I mean, obviously, there's a reason for this, whether it's just an opportunity for some other batters to try and have a go. But, you know, this is probably, they're not going to get, I'm not saying this is always going to be an easy match, but this is going to be a good contest. A good contest where you probably back yourself to try and get a victory. And when you switch the batting order around like this, you're not doing yourself any favours, and all that it means is that somebody like Farouk is now coming out, and rather than being able to play an innings, he's just seeing balls disappear as he came out with what, 8 or 9 balls to go in the innings. And it's another one that just misses the stumps. What a good bit of bowling that this has been from doing the thing. He's one man that has, I mean, we don't often talk about players that have good days. I mean, Azhar Andani with the bat has been very good. But that man there, Dalwinder Singh, in the field, he's been sensational, taking catches. And then how about that for bowling figures as well? Yeah, there's been a few good performances today. Namandeep Singh also has put a good performance in, 3 for 5 that he took. Don't forget Umar Farouk, he's 46 of 24, was a highlight in that player match performance against the Lisbon Super Sings. And Hassan Usman, don't forget he did take 3 for 18, so we know him as a bowler but not so much as a batter. And this one gets played away. Once again, it's only just going to be a single. And Junaid Khan has been superb with the ball. His all-round performances have been absolutely superb. So Jaswinder Kumar has batted well. Nice to see Conrad Greenshields also finding his form again. And what about the bowling of Carlo Buttamazzi? I think he bowled outstandingly well. Probably it could have been the pick between him and Junaid Khan to get the player of the match in the last one. He picked up 2 for 4. Really did bowl well and putting the squeeze on the batters. So good all-round performances, but a couple of players in this fighters side certainly have been good, and Dalwinder and also Goodwinder have been there or thereabout. Oh. So with the score on 50, it's another batter that has to depart. So just not happening at the moment here at all, is it? For the Tigers, just haven't been able to get out of that cage. They've been kept in there, they've been kept quiet. This one has been hit nicely, but oh wow, this could be bonus runs. There will be bonus runs, and that's how quickly things can change. Baljinder Ram has been superb all the way through, and then here just a slight lack of concentration. He's thinking about picking the ball up. Look where the head goes. The head starts to look up before he's even picked the ball up, and he gives a boundary away. And this is nicely hit, and it will go through. 4 more runs. And guess who, folks? Guess who? Yeah, I'm not saying too much more. I just don't understand it. Sometimes captains have a different way of thinking to the way that I do. And Umar Farouk, after the team struggling to get any back, I'm not going to give him full credit for the one before, but he's hit 2 fours, and up until then there was only 2 in the innings. One was early on from Abdul Qadir and also from Ustaq. He swings hard at this one, and then he'll lose his wicket. So after a couple of boundaries, Umar Farouk will also depart. And here we go. After it was Hassan Usman who actually retired not out on 5 at 8. I was wondering where Usman was going. So he retired himself, and probably because he thought, well, you know what, I'm not helping my team's cause. And, which is, I suppose, fair enough. 5 of 8 deliveries. And Farouk now has to go. So a couple of deliveries to go. You can't blame any batter now that coming in who's just having a big swing. But it just didn't happen at the top of the order. The thing, I've said this before, there's no point batting. You know, first over, 4 without loss. Second over, the score moved to 17 as Mandeep Singh was a little bit expensive. And then the third over, just 1 run came from Baljinder Ram, 18 for naught. Mandeep came back on again, went for 10, 28 for naught. 28 for naught at the end of 4, or if you like, 18 for naught at the end of 3. It's not good enough. I mean, if it was 18 for 4, I understand it. The bowlers have bowled well, they got you in trouble. This one's hoiked high up in the air, and we will finish with a Maximo. Balle. Well, we haven't seen too many of these either. Well, that's another one. And that's exactly the sort of thing that's been missing. That's only the second one of the innings, We saw one from Abdul Qadir earlier. He made 23 of 21, and now we also saw one from Asif Atur. And now we see one right there towards the end of the innings, and that's what I'm talking about. If you're losing wickets and you're on 18 for naught off the power play, I understand it. But when you got batters that probably could come in like we saw there at the end and hit boundaries like Shah, well, what are they doing sat in the dugout and not out there when your team is struggling to score runs? They end 64 for 5. So you got to say it's well short of where they should be. And just to remind you that against the Warriors, they finished on 65 for 8. So here's those issues. And this time, you see on that time round, Ram, he had somebody to help him out. It was Vert. That was a nice catch taken, wasn't it? Wasn't the burst of shots, but leaping in the air, the catch taken, nicely done. And well, there was at least Qadir who was trying to make things happen. This was the easiest of easiest one out. That was an important point as well, because I see the captain, when he went out there, he did get he was one of the other guys that hit a 6, but little bit of bad understanding between the two batters meant that he lost his wicket. And this man, Dalwinder Singh, he had an absolute dream out there. He bowled beautifully. He had all the batters in all sorts of trouble. Nice to see the family feel to this ground in the background there. Fatima with the grandchildren around the ground, the wives and the partners here as well, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying the cricket, and one or two of them are keeping us well fed as well. This one lashed at, and that was a wicket there right towards the end as well. Nice easy catch taken by Rahul. And this one was a 6, and the two fielders almost ended up giving each other a little bit of a jumpy. It wasn't to be. So Team Tigers of Portugal, it's not the display that they were hoping to put on for us in their innings, in their last match here today. But they now, well, they're playing the fighters. They're going to have to be fighters. They're going to have to be the real Tigers now when they come out there and try to defend this small total of a 64. And it's almost a run of ball, or just over a run of ball that fighters need. But one thing I do know, I don't think the fighters will be approaching it that way. I think they'll be going out there. They now, a little bit like Awarish did when Awarish were playing the Tigers, they now will be saying, right, this is an opportunity for us to really make our net run rate look better. There's the bowling figures there. I think Rahul picking up 2 wickets there, but Dalwinder Singh for me picking the bowlers. I think he bowled beautifully. He was clever. He didn't try and bowl fast, just kept the pace of the ball as well. Rahul, he's had a few issues with the ball, but he made amends, and both of those players are very good fielders as well. But what about that spell of bowling there from Baljinder Singh right at the beginning? He doesn't pick up any wickets, but it's all about the economy. Only 5 runs coming off his 2 overs. Sensational effort in the field then from the fighters. Can they finish it off? Can they go out there and get the 65 that they need and end their day victorious and get a second victory for them? Or will Team Tigers do something sensational and finish the day on 2 wins themselves? Well, one of these teams will be on 2 wins, the other will be 3-1. Well, stay with me and find out which way it's going to go. Rico Fool here and the European Cricket Network crew. Join us in about 10 minutes' time for the last of the matches here today on day 3.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back. The umpires, Bardo Buttimonte and Buck Stoneman, have led the players out. And it should be a straightforward run chase, shouldn't it, for the fighters? Needing 65 for victory after really putting in a good, strong effort in the field. They held their catches, they bowled well, tidy lines, and kept the extras down as well. And let's see if they can finish it off here. Or are we going to have a close match? We haven't seen any close matches today. See, it's all been one-sided. We just saw the first match, match number 11. Lisbon Super Giants only made 45 and the fighters knocked them off pretty quickly. That's what they'll be looking to do in this one. Winning that one, setting a record, a men's ECS record. We're picking up the victory with just getting the target in 10 balls and winning with 50 balls to go. Match number 2 of the day, we saw 95 to 97, an easy win for Team Tigers of Portugal, winning by 8 wickets with 19 balls to go. Match number 13. Well, funny things happened in match 13, not this time. Awaris 129 for 7. The fighters, they did put a bit of a fight on. They got to 109 for 9, so a 20-run victory by Awaris. And then, of course, the match before this one, Awaris victorious once more, chasing down 66 with 33 balls to go, winning by 9 wickets. And this one should be pretty straightforward. Well, one thing you don't want to be doing is bowling extras. They have got a slip in place, I don't mind that. The only way you're going to win the match is to pick up wickets. Burke is the opener here, and the captain, Singh, with him. Ulash. It's a swing and a miss. So let's see how the fighters do here. Once again, I think they'll be looking. Don't forget they had such a good net run rate, the way that they won that first match early today. And they'll be looking once again to get this win under the belt pretty quickly. Do the same. Optimistic appeal, and the batters almost then take the single. Here's the appeal. He's coming down the track trying to hit. I think he's once again far better off just staying inside his crease and looking to, because he's getting the height here, just try and loft this over sort of the point, backward point area, uppercut the shot away. And the stumps get broken by the wicket keeper, Faisal Mushtaq. Let's see if Burke tries to do it exactly the same way again. But this time he waits for it and stays in his crease. Wide is signalled. Runs courtesy of extras at the moment. So is there a way? Is there a way here for the Tigers of Portugal? Yeah, there certainly is. And that is to bowl tidily, take your wickets. A good power play would help. This is hit really nicely. Do defend. You've got to defend well. This one's probably hit a little bit too well. And it goes to the fielder pretty quickly, who does well, doesn't he? Because not only does he stop it, but he gets the throw in pretty quickly while he's on the deck. There's a call. Asking the question again here. Dot balls also do help you. That's another way. Just a dot ball and the pressure of dot balls get the batter. You can see here that this one is beautifully bowled actually. It comes in and then just nips away. So we're in the work at the moment. He's finding it hard work because he can't get anything to work his way. Can he get this one away? I think he's going to be trying ever so hard. He hits it pretty well and he will finally get 4 runs. And it's one that just a little bit too wide. And after swinging and missing, swinging like a rusty gate, he finally gets one in the middle of his bat. And despite the efforts of the fielder, 4 runs. So the first runs of the bat on the board. And remember, they only need just over a run of ball, so that boundary will do them well. And if one is not enough, he goes for another. But one thing he does do when he swings hard. And, well, that's the old saying, isn't it? If you're going to have a swing, swing hard. Oh, he does. He almost pulls his shoulder out. Big old swing, gets it over the inner ring. And gets his boundary. In fact, this goes all the way. It's manos arriba, arriba, arriba. Porque eso es 6 carreras. And just like that, it's 12 of the over. So it's sort of double where they need to be. 42 matches since the Golden Ball. And I get the feeling that we'll carry this debate on tomorrow. Maybe. Hey, here you go. I reckon we'll get one before we get 50 matches. So there you go. You heard it from me first. I don't think we get the 50. Let's see. I mean, we're gonna have. It's gonna be the same. I think I get the feeling this is gonna be a little bit like Malta here. I think once we get one, they're gonna come, just like the London buses. Oh, well bowled. It's the man who made the. We saw him do some good fielding before. Mohammed Bakor. He was the pick of the bowlers for me early on. And when we saw Lisbon Super Giants, he picked up 2 for 10. And against against the Lisbon Super Giants. Really bowled really well, and I was surprised we didn't see him again. And this one has been carted away. It will go all the way. Manos arriba. As let's watch this. He just bangs it in. Once again, the batter has no idea where this is going. I mean, he does not know where this ball is going to end up. He's looking to hit this over cow corner. It goes the other way. So this one is going to be 6 more. Bakor. Well, there we go. Well, there's cow corner. Don't worry, not coming your way this time. Relax. Hey, listen, I thought people said when cows sit down it's going to rain. Well, is that just a myth? Because they're sitting down, and, well, that's the second or third day we've seen them sat down. There's no rain around. Oh, good delivery. Better. Pitch it up. Pitch it up, aim at the stumps, and then, well, the wicket keeper. What's happening here? Oh, they could still keep running. I think he does the perfect dummy. That's the bowler. It will be buys. The wicket keeper. What are you doing? I don't think. Well, let's see if he was justified in this. Maybe. I reckon yes. Go back to live action. I reckon if he hits there, he would have been out, because I don't think the bat was put down past the line. I think it may have been on the line. So I can see why the wicketkeeper's trying. Yeah, I'm sure he would have been gone. So I don't mind that from the keeper. We're stuck. Well bowled again. So Verk. He is powerful in that area if it's in the slot. This time he decides it's not there. He's quite happy to let it go by. Bakor didn't play the second match, so he's looking to leave a mark and imprint in this one as well. He'll have a couple of wickets, wouldn't he? Well, the team would like a couple of wickets. They need some quickly here. High up in the air, and it's a powerful strike. He's a powerful hitter. It's almost like he's one of those toys. You wind him up, and then he goes zoom. Maximo. Yeah, there he goes. And when he hits it, it stays hit. So they'll be winding him up again, ready for the next one. Yeah, that's a powerful hit, you know, to hit a 6 over point in that area from that delivery. That's going some. He's a big lad, isn't he, Verinder Verk? And when he hits it, it stays hit. Bakor far better off going back towards the stumps. Goes short once more. And this is beautifully played. And the fielder doesn't deal with it well at all. And, well, that's Omar Farouk, who's probably still a little bit, let's just say, not happy that he wasn't used earlier in the batting. But, yeah, he doesn't get his body in the right area. Ricochets off him. It's 4, 6 and 4. And Vert will be hungry for more, but he's going to have to wait because that is the end of the over. Bakor goes for 17, 30 without loss. And it's nice to see that shot being played as we have a look at how things look here. So both these teams, look, whoever wins is going to get themselves right up there with 3 other teams on 4 points. Punjab CC, Marlow, Awarish as well there. So this is a big match really for the Tigers or Fighters. And he plays the same shot beautifully again. So now it's Mandeep Singh who's doing it. And this is exactly what I was talking about. You've got a lot of bowlers that are using the pace and the bounce on the deck. and batters are swinging to try and hit over cow corner. You don't have to. That's the shot to play. And I'm liking it that we've seen Virk and also Mandeep Singh play it. And basically that is now, the bowlers where before were just bowling that line in that area all the time are thinking, okay, I can't keep putting the ball there because batters are playing this shot, got to do something else. Okay, goes for the big shot, he's in the air, gets away with it, and it gets away from the field a little bit to think about the second. But decide against it. I get the feeling that Virk is quite happy to stay on strike. Moving along pretty comfortably here now. That started off with just over 6 and over, now just under 4. Fighters looking to finish the way they started the day. And this one is a bad one. It will be a wide, and Virk reluctantly walks to the other end as the captain, Mandeep Singh, says, hey, let me get there. Yeah, Chris Smith saying, hey, Rico, what are you doing? It's a commentator's curse again. Well, listen, could be, if it doesn't happen, it could be the commentator's curse again if the golden ball doesn't happen before the 50 comes up. But if it does, then what? Then it's, commentator's kiss? It works both ways, you know. Hello to, look, once again, hello to everybody that's been on the chat. It's been absolutely fantastic. Your support for the European Cricket Network is absolutely incredible. This is a nice looking shot. Hits it nice and straight. There's going to be 4 more runs. Good shot there from the captain, Mandeep Singh. You heard Vinny Sandhu talking about Mandeep Singh earlier, saying that he's a very good batter. He had a very good season back in 2021, and it was his batting abilities that helped his team get all the way through to the final, which they eventually lost to Marlow. But last year in 22, nothing went his way. He didn't score hardly any runs, but he's more than capable, and it's good to see that he is starting to do that. This is another Gandhi ball. It's going to be another wide. So just key, like I was talking to him this morning, and watch out for that and several other interviews on the social media. But like I talked to him earlier, he was saying that he's got key batters back. They had a bit of a reshuffle and rebuild last year. He's in good form, a few other players in good form, and they are looking the part, they're looking the business. And I have to say that, you know, I'm liking what they're doing. I'm liking the fact that they've got the players like a Dilwinder in the side. I'm liking Goodwinder there as well. They've got some good batters. You've got the likes of Rahul coming good at the same time. And Baljinder Ram, I mean, he is looking really useful. I mean, if he keeps bowling the way he is now, not too many batters are going to get after him. So they've got a good team look about them. They really have. And one thing that maybe they could add, the one thing that I think they're missing an out-and-right spinner. I just think that you've got too many teams that are a little bit probably too predictable in terms of what they're bowling. Swing bowling, pace bowling, but spin. Need a bit of spin as well. This one's high up in the air, and it will go all the way. Balle. Brrrr. Shaka lagya kinna sona. Well, that is sweet out of the middle of the bat. And that is sweeter than some of the pastries that you get here in Portugal. Maybe an angel's double chin, or maybe fat from heaven, or maybe even some more of those delicious pastries that you get. And really, you get spoiled with the pastries here in Portugal. And I like the stories about them as well. They say, well, we know that the monks in the monasteries used to use the egg whites to starch their clothes and preserve wine. What are we going to do with the egg yolks? They thought, I know what. Somebody said, why don't we make some pasties, some sweets, like custard tarts, amongst things, and like angel's double chin, or fat from heaven, or nun's belly. Oh, nun's belly is beautiful. I love a bit of nun's belly. Okay, swing and a miss as we go to Mia. That comes on to bowl. And let's see if Yusuf Mia can get some sort of breakthrough here. The 50 already on the board. And you can see the difference. And look at that. This is one thing I was trying to say about the Tigers. You got to put focus on the power play. Tigers didn't lose a wicket, but only scored 18 runs in that power play. And the difference is that with the Fighters, yeah, they've been playing and missing a few as well. I mean, Virk is a good example of that. But the acceleration is there. They've got the runs in the power play. And now, okay, even though the field is being put back, it doesn't matter. They can just stroll at, 3 and over to the target. But they're not thinking that. They're still swinging hard. Fielder comes in, makes a stop. It's another single. I like the effort of the field, trying to make things happen. Both teams, though, I think on reflection, will still be happy that they have managed to pick up victories here today. This one gets hit out again, just will be picked up. And so they've got points on the board. The only team today that wasn't able to do that was the Lisbon Supergiants. They were lost to the Fighters and lost to Team Tigers of Portugal. So both these teams getting their victories against the team from the capital. That's well bowled from here. So liking the fact that he is attacking the stumps and getting the ball right up there as well. Yeah. It's well bowled again. Full length delivery, the fielder does well, no mistakes. And well, I say no mistakes, he does well, and then he spends an age. He's having a conversation with the ball. He's saying, hello, how do you do? This is my name. My name is Ulash. Nice to meet you. And in the meantime, the batter say, you know what, while he's having a chat and putting the kettle on, why don't we just look? It's not exactly like they were running fast. And you see there, they say, oh, yaar, wo ta galla mari janda, chala aaja. Do kar liye, and they do. And the bowler, well, you can't believe it. Everybody's gesturing now to the fielder, Alamin Ulash, who now doesn't know where to look really because he's standing pretty close to me as well. You can hear every word that I'm saying. As the over comes to an end. It was a good over really. Only 5 runs. It should have only been 4 runs from it. Ends up being 5 from it. So 55 without loss after 4. And well bowled there by Amir. Shafi gonna have a bowl. And he bowls a Gandhi ball. It gets put away. There's going to be 4 runs. I'm wondering about the height because it's a full toss on the legs. And how high is it? Has it dipped enough? Be interesting to see. Well, I think maybe it's okay. Let's see where this ball is for the time he makes contact. He is slightly bending his legs as well. It looks like he's going to be okay with that. So they're almost there now, aren't they? Just 6 runs to seal victory. 1 big hit will do it. And he goes for it, but it's high up in the air. It's an opportunity. Will they hold on to this? No, he won't. Oh, dear, dear, oh, dear. And he gets underneath it. He thinks it's going to be a catch. He thinks it's going to be easy. He, too, has a cup of tea and a cream cake as it's on his way down. And then, well, he drops it. It's a clanger. And this time, the man, it's Alamin Ulash that goes up to, and it's his turn to have a go at him. He was the one who was having a go at Ulash earlier. Mohammed Bukar. And this one will not be taken as well. And where is this going to end up? Well, one thing that the fielder does do here, I think he leaves a fingerprint or a finger on the ball because it slows down. So it won't be the winning runs. And it will be, once again, Captain Singh who goes back on strike to see if he can try and finish it off. 4 runs will do it, so a boundary to win. This one, the dot. I like the fact that even in this situation, they've still got the slip in place, I suppose. It shows they still are trying to take a wicket. And, well, everybody, I mean, you want to try and take it as deep as you can. I'd have a few more people around the bat by now, get the field in. And by saying, well, you need a boundary, go for it if you want. If you get it wrong, we'll get you out. Mandeep Singh, isn't this an important knock for him, the captain? Chofi is going to be played away, and I don't think this is going to be stopped, is it? He does get a foot onto it. They'll come back for 2. So 2 runs. And that is, well, do they come back for 2? I think Verk going back to strikes, or maybe it was Verk. It was Verk who was doing the hitting. We're just catching up on the scoring at the bottom. So Verk big man. And that is just in his areas. That will be the end of the match. Balle, 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 kinna sona, shaka lagya, shaba, shaba. Well, one thing we've learned today about Vininder Verk is you don't give him room outside the offside because he will punish you as he does there. Smashes a big 6 to end this match, and it is a comfortable victory by 10 wickets in a pretty good time as well. Another one-sided affair. It'll be done with 30 balls still left on the table. The Fighters 68 to 64. There wasn't enough runs on the board. And, well, despite the efforts of the bowlers, well, when the batters let you down like this, it's going to be hard work. Though you have to say they could have done better. They just haven't got their batting line up sorted out. A couple of players like Omar Farouk not coming into bat until, well, he came in at number 6, which is just crazy. He's a man who was batting beautifully early and was player of the match in match number 12 for his player of the match performance of a score of 46 and 24, and then he doesn't even get a look in until there was about 9 balls to go in the innings. So they need to be a little bit smarter with where they put their batters. They've got to have those bigger hitters up there. They've got to try and make the most of the power play, and that's exactly one thing that we saw the Fighters being able to do. That for me was the difference. Look at the 2 power plays, 18 without loss for the Tigers, 50 without loss for the Fighters. That's where you win matches like this, in that power play. And well, some not so good fielding as well. It's a few loose deliveries, but mainly you got to say this all goes down to not putting enough runs on the board. So well done to the Fighters. The Fighters are a team that last year could not get the victory, and they were struggling. They couldn't get scores of, at some point in some matches, in 4 matches, they couldn't even get over 50 runs. The highest score that they managed to get was 79. But what they've shown here today is they have regrouped. They're looking better. They're looking sharper. They've they lost some players, but they've got new ones come in. A good partnership there of 68-36 from Verk. And the captain, it's good that he's in the runs as well. Mandeep Singh, 24 not out from him. Both of them, well, sharing the 15 balls or evenly. They do it with 30 balls still left on the table. So, yeah, well done to the Fighters. It really has been a good performance on them. And the other thing about it is look, they've won 2 of their matches in really quick time. So, once again, their net run rate is going to be absolutely fantastic. It really is. And I get the feeling that we might even see them sort of sitting in second place. We'll have to wait and see how the tables do look. So they really have done themselves a lot of good here. Team Tigers of Portugal, remember they're a team that are making their debuts. Not a bad debut from them. They did win their first match against the Lisbon Super Giants, who were also making their debut, but they weren't able to really put another good performance in the other 2 matches, just struggling getting runs on the board. They got 65 against Irish, and in this one they only put 64 on the board. And there's the match summary for you. Once again, congratulations to the Fighters, and I did like the Fighters well. Look, even in the match they didn't win against Irish, I mean they looked completely out of it, but they never gave up. Did they? Remember, they lost that one just by 20 runs, 129 to 109. So there is a little bit of fight in them. I like what they do in the field. They got some good fielders to take some good catches, and well, the bowling is getting better all the time as well. And I think Bajinder Ram, the left armour, he's going to be a handful. I like the bowling of Dalwinder Singh. His pace of bowling could be very, very instrumental going forward in this series as well. The Team Tigers of Portugal, well, it's very simple. They've got to get their batting right, get a batting order, get a plan in place, try to get more runs in the power play, and then, well, maybe the other things will come together as well. So it's that time of day for us to start to say our goodbyes. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu will be back with me tomorrow, and hopefully he'll have some news on some of the work that he's been working on here tonight as well. Maybe some more gossip coming up for you. But look, it's a time for me to say a big thank you. And I'm going to start off with saying a big thank you to the Federation of Cricket here in Portugal, particularly everybody here at the Santarem Cricket Ground. You've been absolutely marvellous again, to Maria, Emma, to the likes of to Diesel, who has been absolutely brilliant looking after us, and to Fatima Sandy, and also to Paolo Butsamati. He's been doing a little bit of umpiring and also work around the ground. The hospitality has been absolutely fantastic. A big shout out to the umpires. It's not easy for the men in black, but they did really well out there. and that's to umpire Naheem, to Bucks, Paulo, and Nilkash Patel was doing a bit of umpiring as well, led brilliantly by the tournament referee Tyrone Peters, and the ECN crew, Medadel, Nilkash Patel, Samir Nayak, Shubh Navjot Singh, Mars Vaiji, Diana Oros, Alistair Priddle. It's a great team effort, and of course, how can I forget the group of people that take what happens out there in the middle and make it look magical around the world. Thank you very much to Spring Productions, to Elsa, Martins and Helsinki. It's been a great day. Maybe today the matches were all more or less one-sided, but let me tell you this, I think from tomorrow we're going to go back to close matches. We're going to go back to some real battles happening there in the middle. Thank you for watching the European Cricket Network. This is by far the most entertaining form of cricket that you'll see around the world. There's always going to be some action, there's always going to be some excitement, there'll be some entertainment, there'll be some drama as well, and also there'll be a little bit of fun and comedy as well. Thank you everybody, and most importantly of all, thank you to everybody that's been watching around the world. A lot of people on the chat, the likes of Shrug, John Gray, Chris Smith, crew, you guys have been absolutely fantastic, and I know there's a lot of other people on there that I haven't mentioned, but thank you all very much for your support. Thank you for your support for the European Cricket Network, and thank you for keeping the chat alive as well. You guys are brilliant. We're very lucky. We have got the best cricket audience in the world, and I know that you, like me, like Vinny, like everybody here at the ground, are looking forward to 5 entertaining matches tomorrow. See you then. Be safe, be happy, and look after yourself. Adios for now. Hasta mañana, mi familia.